Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajwe. That is,
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Oye tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá.
And it is right there. Amoneshiwi, Amoneshiso. Look at that. Amoneshiwi and Moneshiso. So hopefully Anishiso Lagbara Olong. I think that has to be the prayer. Hopefully Anishiso Lagbara Olong. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day so far. Hope that day gets even better for spending it in the company of your favorite or your laughing man. That is me right here. This guy right here, one man went to Mo. I am your favorite or your laughing man. Am I not? You tell me. So hope the day gets better for reasons of spending it in your in the company of your favorite or your laughing man. So good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button as I'm inviting you to do so. So click on the like button. And then if you're not already subscribed, please do that as well. So like and subscribe is very, very important. It's for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. You all know why streaming platforms invite you to like and subscribe. So all of those reasons that you know that you're always been invited to like and subscribe, those reasons are applicable here as well. So like and subscribe for all of the reasons that it triggers the YouTube algorithm. And it's a real boon. It's a real boost for the platform as well. If we did see that our numbers are doing well, then that's somewhat of a pat on the back. So if you're inclined in that direction, then incline towards the like and subscription buttons and click on them both. So like and subscribe. It's very, very important that you do that. So like and subscribe, share the links as well. You know, there's a share button right there, just at the bottom of the screen, wherever it is you're watching me, in the comment section or thereabouts, even on the main screen, there's a share button. So click on that button, and then it will take you to your social media spaces. So copy the links and then pop them into your social media spaces, the places that you mooch around online. Pop the link in there. Let them come and hear this peculiar looking, funny looking guy that talks in a rather odd way. Let them come and hear the nonsense that we spew here. So share the nonsense wide and near by sharing it on your social media spaces. Like, share, subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on this hyperlink right here. It's the first line item in the comment section. It says StreamYard. So if it says click here to come join us live on screen, and then it gives you a hyperlink. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on that hyperlink. It will bring you into a studio space. You might leave about 40 minutes thereabouts for me to present the talking points, but then click on it. It will bring you into a studio space. And then as soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, what am I even talking? I'm not actually even putting on an affectation, or this is just how I talk, you know. I don't quite know why or how, but this is how I talk. So all the things I said, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, share the links as widely as you can, super chat towards the stream, and more importantly, say hello to me in the comment section. The only, I have no friends, so you be my friend for the moments that or the hours that we spent together. The first hello and the only hello so far is from Top Thoughts, who is joining us from Chicago. So say hello to me in the comment section. And as you're saying hello, tell us where you're joining us from so we can acknowledge you and all that. So let me see. There's something I need to upload into the studio because over the last few sessions, our audio has not been coming through. Anytime we're trying to share a link, our audio has not been as crisp and pungent as it should be. So what I have been doing now is I've been downloading a lot of these items and I've been playing them directly to you on the screen instead. So let me do that immediately and right now. So whilst I'm doing that, you do all of those things that I've invited you to do. Like, share, subscribe, click on the upper link that says StreamYard, say hello to me in the comment section. All those nice and funky things. All those nice and funky things. Play that funky music for me, white boy. So all those nice and funky things. Shall we just get started? So the conversation is going to wrap around a media outing by Dogara, which is going to be the central piece of the conversation. But before we get there, as always is the case, we are going to meander into that particular conversation by taking a few little snippets in the news cycle. So we start off the snippet with this. I want to show you the image of a very pretty lady. I want to show you the image of a very pretty lady. So that is the image of a very pretty. And by the way, can you tell me in the comment section if you can hear the audio from this clip on the screen right here? Very, very important that you hear the audio. But before you hear the audio, I want you to look at this lady right here that I'm encircling with my cursor. Can you see her? I want you to tell me in the comment section if you can see her. So I want you to look at this lady right here that I'm encircling in my with my cursor right here. This lady right here, she's right frontal to the screen. So do you think she's pretty? I think she's not bad looking, but do you know who she is? Before we discover who she is, let's look at her attire first. Obviously, she's dressed in an Owambe sort of an outfit. So that one is standardized. Everybody knows that. But then look at the jewelry. So these are not costume jewelries. These are actual real gems and diamonds and gold. So if you look at the quality of the jewelry being worn by this woman, so you can see now the value of a small house there. So this jewelry set, the earrings and the necklace, they're not costume jewelries, by the way. They're real jewelries of diamonds and pearls and whatever it is, the gemstones. But the value of that ensemble, that combination, that jewelry set, the value of that in actual real dollars and cents is the value of a small house anywhere in the world. So note that. So I'll play the clip now, but that's the lady that we're looking at. I'll tell you who she is in a moment. Would you say she's pretty? She's dancing to a rendition of Ashake, Shomolo. You know that Shomolo song by Ashake? So watch her closely. I'll tell you who she is in a moment. If you know who she is, tell me in the comment section. Do you think she has moves? I think she has moves. And if you look at her wrist as well, those are not costume jewelry. So that now the value of the totality of the jewelry ensemble, the jewelry set, the value of the totality of them, because they are real jewelries, the value of the totality of them is the price of a medium-sized house anywhere in the world. I'm waiting for you to tell me in the comment section who that is. I want you to tell me in the comment section. Oh, you can't hear it. Oh, you can't hear it. Oh, okay. Let me play it to you in the studio then. You see, this is what I feared. You know, I've been having that sort of gremlin in there, but here it is. Here it is. If you can't hear it there, you should be able to hear it here. So that lady central to your screen right there is the wife of your incoming president, P. Toby. So that's the wife of Peter Obi, the same guy that I told you he has only there she is right there. I want her to be really frontal today. Yeah, there she is right there. Let's see. Yeah, there she is right there. So that lady central to your screen right there is the wife of Peter Obi, the same guy that told you that he doesn't have a shoe, or what did he tell us? He only has one shoe, or whatever nonsense. He doesn't have a house in Abuja. If he doesn't have a house in Abuja, it's not for reasons of not being able to afford one, no, because the value of the jewelry that his wife is wearing in this Owambe something is the price of any house in Abuja, just in what she's assembling in jewelry alone. So that's the wife of your incoming president right there. That's Margaret Obi, the wife of P. Toby. So that's the wife of Peter Obi right there, dancing the light. You know where she is. She's in that Lagos that they keep telling us is smelling, but it looks as though it is smelling, but it seems to be. It seems as though Lagos is smelling, but it seems as though it is smelling of money. If we look at the ensemble of Peter Obi's wife right there, that's Margaret Obi right there, tripping the light, fantastic. Tripping the light, fantastic. This thing not transmitting the audio is going to be a real problem, because the central piece, what we were actually looking to discuss, is a media outing by Dogara. So I'm not quite sure if I'm pressing some button, I'm not pressing another button, or whatever it is. I'm a curmudgeon. I'm from 1802. So all this newfangled technology thing is not for the. What do you mean no audio? Can you hear me? If you can hear me, that's the main thing. All right. I'll carry on until you tell me you cannot hear me. It says, Choma says we can hear. Ade Yemi says we cannot hear. So hopefully you can hear. In between the two, is the fact that I can see lights sparking up as I speak on my screen, which should tell me that the audio is transmitting okay. So can people let me know in the comment section if you can hear me or not? You should be able to hear me. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to hear me. So tell me in the comment section. Otherwise, I'm speaking in a vacuum. Can you tell me? All right, I'll wait for you to tell me. Can you hear me, yes or no? I'll wait for you to tell me in the comment section if you can hear me or not. Oh, all right. Why was that so hard? Why couldn't just one person just say yes? Thank you, Adeniyi. So if you can hear me, then that's perfect. It's not perfect because you should be able to hear the clips, but it's not perfect. But let's go to some data coming through. You know how we like to have a look at this data somewhat. So this is Africa's biggest country by population. Your country is the biggest. And Nigeria is near twice the size of the second biggest country, which is Ethiopia. I never knew Ethiopia had a population. Nigeria is estimated at 136 million, 238 million people. Ethiopia 136 million. Egypt 119. So Egypt, the Egyptian population can fit twice into the Nigerian population, and you'll still have change. So that's just, and by the way, this population size right here, this 238 million people, that is a projection, because I cannot recall when we last, let me actually check, when we last had a population, when we last had the census in that country. Let's have a look. When was the last population census in Nigeria? So when was the last population census in Nigeria? The last population census in Nigeria was in 2006. So what is that? The better part of over 20 years now. So it's an extrapolation and then a projection to arrive at that number, because I'm not quite sure how. I think they are using even the birth rates in Nigeria is a guesstimation. It's not data driven. It's more an estimation of the birth rate. So they're using an estimated birth rate to project at a population size. And the Nigerian census has always been skewed with politics anyway. So there's no how that we're 238 million people in that country. Although if you go to Lagos, you may well want to contend that. But if you go outside of Lagos, the country is fairly relatively sparsely populated. So quite how we arrived at 238 million people, I'm not sure that I trust that data. But if we are going by that data, Nigeria is twice the population size of any other African country. And therein lies the difficulty, because of course, the economy is not growing at the pace of the population. So that's why you have the difficulties. The net expansion of the population is not growing with the net expansion of the economy is not growing in tandem with the population. So that's why you have this high tension, and the infrastructure, of course, they cannot pace with the population. That's why there's a deficit in right across all of the matrices of life. You know, there's an education deficit because there are over 100. If you look at Nigeria's population, even 20 years before, it was less than 120 million people, thereabout. Nigeria's population was about 120 million people for so long. And then suddenly we have this ballooned. And by the way, Tinubu is promising us a census. So it was meant to have done the census last year. Maybe the budget or the politics did not allow. But I think now post the elections, it will do that census. But that's our population right there. According to what's being put out, this is a guesstimation and not an exact science. 238 million people. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that for a moment? Oh, so let's go on from that to a different set of data. This is a percentage of population that speaks English. So, you know, obviously, we always want to know where Nigeria measures in all of the matrices. And English is the world's global language. It's not the most spoken language, by the way, because in terms of numbers of people speaking languages, it's probably some Chinese language or some South Asian language that's probably the most spoken. But in terms of the most important language for communication globally, right across the board, is English. So they're looking at now the countries that speak English the most. And China, they have the least amount of English speakers. Brazil, Russia, India. You'd have expected India to have more English speakers. The percentage of the population that speaks English, only 10.5% of Indians actually speak English. Even though all the call centers in the world are in India. Mexico, 12.9% is a Spanish-speaking space, so you have no expectation. 22% of Spain, Indonesia, 30%, 31% in South Africa. You would have thought South Africa was an Anglophile country, and so, but only Egypt. There are more English speakers in Egypt than there are in South Africa. According to this data, there are more English speakers in Poland than there are in South Africa, Pakistan, Greece, and then Nigeria. 51 to 57% of Nigerians speak English. So there it is right there. But curiously, 98.3% of people of the UK where the language that actually comes from speak English, 98.3%. So that speaks then to the language of migration right there. The only place where 100% of the population speaks English is Gibraltar. So there it is right there. That's just a bit of nonsense information that neither adds nor removes from your life. So, but a bit of nonsense information right there. So from nonsense information to even more meaningful stuff, let me send the link. If anybody wants to come in, if somebody wants to come and keep me company, then that would be great. You know, just somebody to bounce off. So from a nonsensical piece of information that will never add or remove anything from your life to something more meaningful, President Tinubu in closed-door meeting with high-level U.S. military delegation. So, you know, Tinubu looks somewhat like a captive in this. I wonder if I can expand it. Tinubu looks somewhat like a captive in this picture. So that's Tinubu at the center right there. That's his American supervisors right there that Trump has sent in to oversight the Nigerian real estate. That's Nuhu Ribadu. That is Christopher Musa, the new now Minister of Defense. And then I don't know who these remaining three stragglers are, but that's the Americans now fully ensconced in Nigeria State House. President Tinubu in closed-door meeting with high-level U.S. military delegation. I've got a clip of Remi Tinubu speaking to all these matters as well, but I'm not quite sure if I'm able to play that to you directly since things are not playing directly now. But I do have a clip of Remi Tinubu speaking to all those matters as well. But before we get to Remi Tinubu, let me give you this particular readout. So now, yes, President Tinubu in closed-door meeting with high-level U.S. military delegation photos. So that's the photo right there. President Bola Tinubu on Sunday received a high-level delegation from the United States led by the commander of the U.S. Africa Command, General Digvin R. Anderson, at the presidential villa in Abuja. The meeting, held at the State House, Abuja, brought together Nigeria's top military leadership, including the National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu and senior service chiefs. Also in attendance were senior members of the U.S. Africa Command, U.S. AFRICOM delegation, and the charge d'affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria, Keith Heffern. Confirming their engagement in a statement, the president's senior special assistant on social media, Dada Olusegun, said the discussion focused on strategic security cooperation between both countries, particularly in the context of Nigeria's ongoing fight against terrorism and transnational threats. Although details of the closed-door talks were not disclosed, the visit comes amidst heightened security collaboration between Abuja and Washington. It follows reports that the U.S. recently deployed a small contingent of troops to Nigeria on February the 3rd, making the first officially acknowledged U.S. military presence in Nigerian soil since the American airstrike targeted terrorist enclaves in the country on Christmas Day. Security analysts viewed the meeting as part of renewed efforts to strengthen intelligence sharing, capacity building, and joint counter-terrorism operations as Nigeria confronts persistent insurgency and regional instability across parts of the country and the wider Sahel. So it's there's no release of anything. I think we already know what the meeting will be about anyway. It's deeper collaboration between the Nigerian state and the Americans. So what concessions is Tinubu making for these collaborations? That remains to be known. But let me play. Tell me if you can hear this one now. You're not hearing the audios in the comment section, so I'm not quite sure. Let me play you this. This is Remi Tinubu now on a charm offensive in the United States, trying to schmooze the Americans to onboard them towards her husband's administration. So this is Remi Tinubu appearing on Fox News. Kenny, can you hear this? Can you hear this? Right, can you hear it in the comment section? Otherwise, I'll play it from the studio. Let me know if you can hear Remi Tinubu. Can you tell me if you can hear it? What's going on? Is there nobody in that comment section? Tell me if you can hear the clip that I'm playing to you. All right, that's it. You can't hear it. So let me play it to you in the studio then. This is Remi Tinubu appearing on Fox TV.
President Trump has also threatened further strikes in Nigeria.
They're working with the government in that area.
Yeah, so would Nigeria welcome that deeper
U.S. We did. It was quite a blessing. Whatever is happening, at times, who would have, you said President Trump recognized me. Who would have thought that would happen, to even say the least? So when you look at that, I'm getting global recognition in all of it, despite, and that is what life is all about. If something is going to be good, it will come from, the rebels, and it starts like that. And then we have that attention, we have the conversation going, and we expect, there will be more, it's going to yield a better fruit for us, and both for us and also America.
President Trump had words of praise for you this morning, but there are still some U.S. lawmakers that believe that there is as they call it, Christian genocide going on in Nigeria, and they've been critical of the government for not doing enough. What do you say to that argument? What do you tell them?
We've been able to educate them more about the situation on ground. We live in Nigeria. We know that, this is a democracy, and we are getting close to re-election, and there will be a lot of potholes of the beliefs they want the outside world to know. And we can see that with this government, we're just out of a lot of economic crisis that we inherited, because this is the first time the government of Nigeria will remove fuel subsidy. We were producing oil, but we are not refining them. So now Nigeria, we have refined products, and we're not importing fuel like before. So our exchange rates are stabilizing. The country is moving forward. We're trying to make sure that insecurity we can tackle. And the president has even changed the service chiefs. They've replaced them with new ones. So we're looking at reforms. In November, because of what is going on and the world concern about Nigerian Christians, the government, my husband declared a state of emergency on the 26th November 2026, and on insecurity. And by that, what did he do? He had to ask the police inspector general to recruit additional 50,000 police officers, and then the soldiers 24,000 officers, so that they can help him, to secure insecurity. And not only that, there are 10,000 forest guards that were not carrying arms before. It said they should be armed so that they can secure the forest where all those terrorist groups, take hiding, and so that, and also the bandits and people that are, killing for ransom or asking people, kidnapping for ransom rather. So those are the target. And also not only that, 11,566 police officers that were under VIP assignment have been recalled, so that, and they've been sent to all the hotspot areas in Nigeria, like Plateau State, Benue State, Taraba, and also other communities that they felt that they needed. So, and that's what has been happening. So we hear what the world is saying. We are concerned about our people's safety. Nigeria is a country that, encourages freedom of religion and which is entrenched in our constitution. And we're trying to make sure that even investors, when they come to Nigeria, because our, economic growth is rising steadily, and then we want to make sure that, we can do that. And there's so much work to be done. So we are not ready to blame past administration, because when Nigeria was in the boom age, we didn't really invest well. So, and this is what, we've inherited now. We have to see what to do, and we have to partner with other countries who mean well for Nigeria, and those who can help us, making sure that our insecurity situation is dealt with.
Oh, all right. So there it is right there. So there's a lot of things to unpack from that. I wish I could play it to you in real time, but I'm not quite sure why the thing is not pulling through. Maybe when I come offline today, I'll try and address it, because we've had it in 3 sessions going now. But there's a lot of things to pardon me. Let me try it again. Actually, I rebooted it. Let me see if it works now. Let's remove this and bring this up. Tell me if you can hear it now. It's very important that you should be able to hear it.
President Trump has also threatened further strikes in Nigeria.
They are working with the government
in
that area.
Yeah, so would Nigeria welcome that deeper?
All right. I suspect you might not still be able to hear it. All right.
Whatever is happening, at times, who would have, you said President Trump recognized me. Who would have thought that would happen, to even say the least?
All right. As I was saying, there's a lot of things to unpack from, firstly, what you are looking at. You can hear it now. Okay, that's brilliant. It's brilliant that you can hear it now, because it's important that you should be able to hear it. So what you are seeing now, this is, let me sit up straight. What you're hearing there is what they call a charm offensive. Do you understand? A charm offensive. CHARM, charm offensive. So that is to go out and seduce an audience with your charm and elegance. So that's what we're seeing here now. So the other thing to unpack from there, there was a time, the news broke that Nigeria commissioned a lobby group in the United States, and a lot of the opposition spaces were up in arms that, they said Nigeria spent 9-point-something million. It's actually $4-point-something million, but that's even immaterial over the course of 6 months. That's even immaterial. If you know how much countries like Israel, how much they spend on lobbying in America, then you say that Nigeria, they should X that amount they are spending by 100. Nigeria should be spending in excess of $100 billion on lobbying in America, because of course it is the lobbying that got Trump from the abyss of destroying Nigeria now to collaborating with Nigeria, to the point that we're seeing now the Americans trying to help Nigeria rejig its security infrastructures. But Remi Tinubu being in America now is a charm offensive. She's gone to the United States. She's had this Christian breakfast meeting where Trump was present. Trump acknowledged her presence. Do I have that clip? Trump, I think I have that clip, unless I've deleted. Yes, let me play you the clip.
It's quite interesting that with all of the threats and some kind of subtle pressure on Nigeria, it does look like President Donald Trump today acknowledged the presence of the First Lady of Nigeria, Oluremi Tinubu, publicly during the 74th National Prayer Conference in the United States, recognizing her role as a pastor in one of Nigeria's largest Christian congregations. President Trump, while addressing participants at a faith-based gathering, made reference to Mrs. Tinubu's pastoral background and leadership within the church, drawing applause from the audience. The acknowledgement places the Nigerian First Lady among prominent global faith leaders present at a conference which brings together political figures, clergy, and policymakers for prayers and reflections on leadership, governance, and national values. Take a listen to Donald Trump here.
We're honored to be joined today by the First Lady of Nigeria, who also happens to serve as a Christian pastor at the largest church in Nigeria, a very respected woman. First Lady, please, where are you? Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much.
All right. So now that lasted no more than 20 seconds. That was no more than 20 seconds of Trump's time. But why did Trump especially pause to acknowledge Remi Tinubu? Why? That's the question. And is it just casually? I think no matter how naive you are to politics, nobody is naive enough to just say that, oh, Trump was just looking at the crowd and then he saw Remi Tinubu and decided to acknowledge her. I don't think anybody is daft enough to think that. That's just too stupid. So why is he acknowledging her? He's acknowledging her because he had been told that she was in that studio and he was to acknowledge her. So what's led to him being told that she was in that space, in that auditorium, and then to acknowledge her? That is as a result of the lobbying that Nigeria commissioned. And that is what they call a charm offensive. So Remi Tinubu, she negotiated herself into that breakfast Christian meeting with the lobbying group already prepping the speech writers of Trump to insert an acknowledgement of Remi Tinubu's presence at that gathering. So that is the power and potency of lobbying. So that is what you are getting for the money you are spending in America. That 20 seconds is quite pungent and seminal in the relationship between Nigeria. Firstly, Remi Tinubu was saying in that conversation then with Fox TV that the acknowledgement gave her global recognition. So he singled out her out for acknowledgement. That's transmitted around the world. And then the narrative, a respected woman, a Christian leader. So that narrative now transmits to counterweight the narrative that led to Trump saying he was coming to Nigeria guns are blazing. And that is what they call a charm offensive. Do you understand? So that is the value and the potency of lobbying. And that is what the $4-5 million that Nigeria is spending, that is what is buying you. It changes the narrative completely. So being a respected Christian leader is counter to being a country of particular concerns where Christians are being slaughtered. So you can't, in the same breath, acknowledge that the first lady of the country is a respected Christian preacher and still claim by that same token that the country, that the Christians in the country, are under siege. Do you see? So that is the subtle navigating of diplomacy and charm offensive through the portal of lobbying, to the point that it lands Remi Tinubu on a Fox TV pleading Nigeria's case. So that is how it works. Charm offensive. So charm offensive. So from charm offensive to something that is not at all charming, but certainly offensive, is nothing like charming, totally offensive. Nothing like charming, totally offensive. Your friend, not mine, Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu cancels sit at home in southeast Nigeria. Calls for normal business, school resumption. So I thought he had made this call previously, but it looks as though he's re-echoing that call from his prison cell in Sokoto somewhere. Nnamdi Kanu cancels Monday sit at home in southeast Nigeria, calls for normal business, school resumption. In a statement dated February 8th, 2026, and signed by IPOB spokesperson Imar Powerful. The group said the decision takes effect from Monday, February the 9th, which will be tomorrow or today, where I am, bringing an end to years of weekly shutdown across regions. The indigenous people of Biafra IPOB has announced the total and permanent cancellation of the Monday sit-at-home across the Southeast, saying the directive came directly from its leader, Nnamdi Kanu. In a statement dated February the 8th, 2026, and signed by IPOB spokesperson Imar Powerful, the group said the decision takes effect from Monday the 9th, 2026, bringing an end to years of weekly shutdown across the region. According to the statement, the order was issued personally by Kanu, whom the IPOB described as its supreme leader, with the intention of restoring normal economic and social life in the Southeast. This directive comes directly from Oyedudu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu himself, who has once again staked everything on the line to ensure that our children return to. So how is it taking everything on the line to ensure that their children return to school every Monday when he was the one that was preventing them in the first instance? So he was the one that was stopping them from going to school. So why is he now taking, what risk is he taking from trying to undo the evil that he is doing? The directive comes directly from Oyedudu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who has once again staked everything on the line to ensure that our children return to school every Monday and that our people go about their lawful businesses without fear, intimidation, or molestation, the statement said. IPOB stressed that the sit-at, and by the way, please, can we see numbers going up? We're not seeing new subscribers, and we're not seeing the like buttons go up. Like and subscribe, that's the least you can do. I mean, that's at no cost. I'm not even quibbling you about the super chats or not, but please like and subscribe now. Let the numbers go up. Please like and subscribe. IPOB stressed that the sit-at-home order is no longer in force and warned against any attempt to continue its enforcement. There is no need, excuse, or justification for anyone to stay at home on Mondays, the statement declared. All markets, schools, offices, transport services, and economic activities must resume fully and normally from tomorrow. This is the clear and unequivocal order of the supreme leader of IPOB. The group added that anyone claiming uncertainty over Kanu's position should seek direct confirmation. Anyone in doubt should visit Sokoto Correctional Center to confirm with him. We can no longer hide under Oyedudu. Cannot be reached to confirm, to persist with our recalcitrance or docility. Monday sit-at-home is over. That era is gone, the statement reads. IPOB wants that individuals or groups who attempt to enforce sit-at-home going forward will be treated as enemies. Any individual or groups attempting to enforce sit-at-home from this moment forward is acting against his direct command, the group said. Such persons are enemies of our people and the Biafran cause. They will be pursued to the ends of the earth and confronted until they are completely defeated. So that's a threat of, that's a death something. You know, Nnamdi Kanu, it deals in life and death. The statement also cautioned against what it described as possible false flag operations aimed at creating fear. We are aware that enemies of Biafra may attempt false flag operations designed to create fear, stage attacks, or intimidate our people into staying indoors, the statement said. Urging residents to remain vigilant, calm, and law-abiding. So, vigilant, calm, and law-abiding is just the most ridiculous of people. Hold on. All right, we carry on. I think somebody sent something to me that may come into our conversations at some point. So I'm not seeing numbers going up, or can you people push numbers up? So let's see how the directive is being received on the floor. So I told you that is from the sublime today. This, just look at this set of people and tell me if these are people that you can take seriously. These are clowns with guns. So Nnamdi Kanu's directive now, this is how it's translating now to his foot soldiers in the woods. Tell me if you can hear this.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, dear friends all over the world. Today is 7th of February.
Tell me in the comment section if you can hear this information. Tell me if you can hear it.
Is coming from the table of Triple General.
This is coming from the table of Adibu Jabada. It's coming from the Jabidi Jabada. You know, this is these people are clowns with guns, though. That's what makes it tragic.
It's coming from the table of Triple General.
Triple General.
Igwe Botoso.
Igwe Dososo.
And the Major General Gentle the Yahoo. And
I thought that Gentle the Yahoo has been removed from commission. Can you people hear it, by the way? Let me know in the comment section. You know, I can hear it from the studio, but I'm not sure. Hopefully it's transmitting through. I thought that Gentle the Yahoo had been removed from circulation, but apparently, allegedly, is still there somewhere, paying people in the southeast.
All the 40 state commanders in Biafra land. As the information reaching to my table to inform all Biafrans, order from the highest command of the Biafra Restoration Movement, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has reached us that Monday sit at home is cancelled from today. Sit at home is a voluntarily and will not be enforced henceforth. Last Monday, sit at home February, 2nd of February, sit at home was a one-off event due to the Soludo's stupidity and will not happen again. Onitsha traders and Onitsha traders are Biafrans, and our children must return to school on Mondays, as commanded by our able leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Our job as guardians of Biafra land is to keep away Fulani terrorists from our land. That is the task our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, gives us. And we must...
On what authority has Nnamdi Kanu armed these people and requested that they keep the Fulanis out of the forest of the southeast? On what authority? You know, what law backs that? You know, are we operating some sort of banana republic when some witless wonder can just gather guns and claim he's defending a land? So this is why the guy is in prison now. He has no concept of these things. It's just ludicrous. It's beyond silly. But there it is right there, the comical space that is the IPOB space. It's just like they're like comedians, but they carry guns. That's just the tragedy of it. If they didn't have guns, you just point and laugh at them and move on.
To follow it to the letter. No enforcement.
All right. So that's enough of that. So that's Nnamdi Kanu. You know, he had attempted this canceling the sit at home once before, but Simon Ekpa shut it down. He told him that no, I will continue the sit at home. That was when Simon Ekpa was trying to wrestle the golden fleece that I was going to say shit's money. it was that was when Simon Ekpa was trying to rescue the money-making organization that is IPOB from Nnamdi Kanu's hands. So let's go on from that to this. Actually, let's go to this.
In Washington D.C., the annual, I think the 74th annual National Prayer Summit. It's normally hosted by the U.S. government and often addressed by the sitting U.S. president.
All right, this is the central piece. This is what's led us to this is where the headline comes from. So we're going to watch a few minutes of this, and then we'll send the link again and try and tease people into the platform.
The First Lady. I want you to tell us, what happened in that room, because you were also there.
Okay. First of all, some housekeeping rules. I think I want to caution that we shouldn't be reading too much into this. Some of us were invited by, I think, the U.S. Congress that hosts the National Prayer Breakfast.
And by the way, this guy is one of the threats to what's this called? Kashim Shettima's post. This is Dogara right here. He's a Christian northerner, and there's a lot of pressure on Tinubu to jettison Shettima and balance his ticket. So if he jettisons Shettima, then this is one of the prime names that they're looking at as a replacement. The prospects of him jettisoning Shettima are quite remote, but if he does jettison Shettima, this guy Dogara right here is a front liner to replace Shettima.
And I remember this is not the first time I've been invited for the prayer breakfast. When I was speaker, I was invited a couple of times. Unfortunately, the nature of my official responsibilities then didn't allow me to attend any, though I did send representatives. But as to the reason behind the National Prayer Breakfast here in Washington, it's a forum. I think it has nothing as much to do with religion, because I can see people of all faiths, an event, full of beehives of activities where people are in the spirit of Jesus. And this year, it was wonderful. And I must also say that as part of the housekeeping rules, we were not official delegations of the Nigerian government. So we presented and the event where from issues recognizing the First Lady. There were side events, there were meetings with high-ranking government officials and some of the members of Congress, some at Capitol Hill. I remember attending quite a lot. And
all right, we may skim through quite a bit of it. These are just preambles.
A bit actively deal with this. So you can see that what is affecting the response, really.
So did you have any kind of inclination during your conversation around the National Prayer Breakfast about how this was going to work with the Nigerian government, or to help with the situation that we have regarding the killings and insecurity?
Well, I can tell you this one for free, that the very day that statement was put forward by the American government was the day we were told at the Capitol Hill that that is what has been done, the measure that has been taken by the U.S. government, but subject to further discussion with the Nigerian authorities. Now, I've followed discussions at home, and some of them even by professors who should actually know better. I believe that some comments are based on misjudgment or misreading of the international order. The international order right now, my brother, has collapsed. And the truth is that, as it is said, I don't know who said that statement, that we are at the point now in history where you are either at the table or you are on the menu. And to be very frank, I don't think even being at the table is a guarantee for you not to be on the menu. I don't think so. So for me, I have even had to refresh.
Please take note of what it said there. So the international order has recalibrated to a space now that you are either at the table or on the menu. So understand that, because that's a metaphor. That's an idiom. That's a parable right there for you to unravel. So the and I think there was a conference that took place in was it Qatar, where Tucker Carlson was moderating, and there were 3 African leaders that were on the panel. He was interacting with them and all that. And one of them told him in the back and forth in the questions and answers, one of them told him that, look, what the international norms now, the laws that binds and guides international relationship has been jettisoned now, and we're now in new uncharted territory. And that is what Dogara is also saying there now. So you are either at the table or on the menu. So we're in a kill or be killed phase in global affairs. This is the sort of politics that Donald Trump is propelling. We're at a kill or be killed. You are either a victim or an aggressor. So there's no middle ground anymore. There's nothing that binds you. Trump is trying to dismantle the United Nations and create another entity to replace it. Is already almost in the process of dismantling NATO and all of these things. So we're in uncharted territory now, and that is essentially what Dogara is telling you now, that you're either at the table, you are either sitting at the table to feast on a meal, or you are at that same table being the meal to be feasted on. That's what he's saying.
Where you are either at the table or you are on the menu. And to be very frank, I don't think even being at the table is a guarantee for you not to be on the menu. I don't think so. So for me, I have even had to rephrase that to say that we have run into a situation where
you see where world affairs is now. We're in a perilous phase in global affairs when like we've already said, we're in a perilous phase. We're in uncharted territory, and you need somebody that has dexterity and guile to be able to navigate that space. If you look at the Nigerian political landscape, you want to question who amongst the main protagonists, the main players that could possibly govern that country, who amongst the main protagonists has the dexterity, the guile, the fleetness of foot to be able to navigate this Trump phase that the world is in. You know, because you need to be able to think fast on your feet. That's just what it is. And the president of Venezuela is a prime example. He was posturing, convinced about his own sovereignty, and then Trump just plucked him like a fruit from a tree and threw him in a prison in America. So that is what it is. The Greenland is a sovereign space. I think it's under the protectorateship of one of those Scandinavian countries. And Trump says he wants to take over that country, and all of the chances are that he will take it over. So we're in a might is right sort of place in global affairs. And anybody navigating any country, anybody that is superintending any country, the superintendents of every country, i.e. their presidents, prime ministers, they have to be able to navigate this. You have to be able to be quick in thinking and be quicker in action in order to navigate where we're in. He told you there that even being at the table does not guarantee that you're not on the menu. So you have to make a lot of concessions. You have to navigate your language around your relationship with the Americans in order to survive these Trump years. So which amongst the Nigerian political player space has the gall and wit and fleetness of feet to be able to navigate? Can Peter Obi handle Donald Trump? Will he go to Donald Trump and be saying China, China? The guy will slap him now. And I'm not even saying metaphorically, he will physically slap him. Will Atiku go there with a bag of dollars and say he wants to? The guy will shoot him now. So who can? Will Showore go there and say, it will kick him in the head? You know? So who amongst the political actors can navigate this American phase that we're in? Because what the Americans are looking at is nothing to do with your Christianity. They're looking at geopolitics and resources. And that is it. And they're looking at the preeminence. They may be after your resources or not. That's one thing. They are after your resources because we saw how they took over the oil fields in Venezuela. So they're after that, but that is not the primary thing. They're also after preventing your resources getting into the hands of their rivals, i.e. primarily China. So not only do they want your resources, they also don't want your resources to go to China. So that's the counterweighting that is going on. And that is all of those spaces you have to navigate. So who amongst the Nigerian landscape has the smartness, the cuteness to navigate it? That's the question you need to ask yourself.
Strongest at the table devours the rest. So we have to understand this. We have to understand this. If care is not taken, if we don't do the right things, if we don't take all the steps that we need to.
And by the way, guys, can we see numbers going up? I think we've only had about 3 new subscribers in the course of, and nobody's clicking on the like. So click on like and subscribe if you would, please. If it doesn't offend you in any way, then please do that. If it doesn't make you viscerally recoil at the idea of doing it, then do it. If it's no skin off your nose, then like and subscribe.
To take in order to be at the table, I can guarantee to you that Nigeria's future may be determined without us.
There it is right there. That's the phrase. That's the phrase right there that inspired the headline. I can guarantee you that that Nigeria's faith and Nigeria's future may be determined without us. So there's only one thing, there's only one word that it got wrong in that phrase. I can guarantee you that Nigeria's fate may be determined without us. So there's only one word missing from that phrase, that it got wrong in that phrase. It's not may, but will. Because I can guarantee you that Nigeria's fate is decided without you. So your fate is, if Trump wants to collapse that country, he will collapse it because he has already created the narrative to collapse that country. And that narrative is playing out quite aggressively within the right-wing quarters of the United States. So if he wants to collapse that country, he can collapse Nigeria and put an administrator there. He's already done it. He collapsed Venezuela and put Marco Rubio in charge of a whole sovereign country. What has happened? What consequence? Who can consequence him? If Donald Trump decides that Donald Trump Jr. should be the next president of Nigeria tomorrow, and he sends him to go and take over from Aso Rock, from Tinubu, who or what on earth can stop him? Is it Ghana that will send troops to come and rescue from Donald Trump? Who is going to stop him? So your fate will be decided outside of you. So you better play nice, pull your trousers down and bend over and let Trump do to you what he intends to, because it's outside of your control. So just pull your trousers down and bend over.
At the table devours the rest. So we have to understand this. We have to understand this. If care is not taken, if we don't do the right things, if we don't take all the steps that we need to take in order to be at the table, I can guarantee to you that Nigeria's future may be determined without us. Based on what I know, based on what I've heard, based on what I've seen here.
Yeah, I mean,
It is scary.
Yeah, I am that same worry, Excellency, because I have also been, relating with quite a few of the individuals, especially in the U.S. Congress. I was there in November. I met quite a few of them, and some of the things that I have heard, since then.
Let me show you this image. I think a lot of you guys don't actually understand what is going on. Your future is already being decided without you. Here is Donald Trump sending American functionaries to go and supervise your country, and they're in Aso Rock Villa at your presidential seat. Look at Tinubu, look at the Americans, look at the posture, look at the imaging, look at this guy to the far right. There's a knowing look on his face now. He knows what is going on. This guy right next to Tinubu to the left, there's a knowing face on his face. He knows what is going on. But look more. Let me see if I can expand it. Yeah, let me expand it so you can really see them. Look at the look on Tinubu's face. If that is not a look of surrender, then I don't know what is. Your future is being decided outside of you. And that is the nature of war politics now.
Is pointing very clearly that the Americans and the American government, they are going to take an interest, my brother, in what happens in 2027. Did you get that sense in your interaction in the past 1 week?
Well, I think it will be more than a passing interest. Like I told you, the concern is that they can't allow Nigeria to go down, because if Nigeria goes down, they say the ripple effects will be something that can actually change the way presently Africa works. So it is all in their own collective self-enlightened interest to ensure that something is done. And they may not come out clearly to tell you that they will take more than a passing interest at the 2027 forthcoming election. But from what I gather, the body languages seen.
So the Americans are taking more than a passing interest in the 2027 election. So let's just be clear on that. If you don't understand that, then please just leave this platform. Don't listen anymore. I don't want your viewership because you're too dumb for this conversation. If you don't understand that the Americans will take more than a passing interest in the elections taking place in Nigeria next year, if you don't understand that, and you don't have your reasons why, your reasons may be right or wrong, but if you don't understand that the Americans, especially Donald Trump administration, they are going to be one of the, if not the deciding factor on who governs or continues to govern Nigeria in 2027 going forward. If you don't understand that, then I need you to switch off this flat platform, go and watch some Odunlade Nollywood movie or something, or some skit somewhere, because you're too dumb to be in this. You're just too stupid. The Americans will decide who governs you 2027 going forward. That's quite clear. They are investing resources and personnel in your space now. Now, they are investing resources. They threw a bomb. Do you know the cost of that bomb that they threw? That's the better part of at least $10 million, if not more, just to lob that bomb into Sokoto. If that, in fact, that's an underestimation. The deployment of, fact-finding teams, and then subsequent deployment of troops, and now subsequent deployment of senior personnel, military personnel, to come and encase your own president like a convict. So if you see all that, and you still don't understand that the Americans would decide who wins and who governs Nigeria 2027 going forward, if you still don't understand that, if you need an explanation to understand that, then you're too dumb to be in this conversation. Too dumb. But we listen on.
I know that will likely be the case. And I really thank God I was able to make this trip. I've learned a lot. I've seen things that I've never seen, and I know a lot.
Yeah, I mean that is very is very important, and I know that it's a very sensitive subject. But hey, this is the future.
You see, as important as what Dogara is saying to us, as important as what he's saying to us is even hold on, I think I'm being too loud. Listen on.
Of our country, and it's important that we speak frankly about it. One of the things that I have heard, Your Excellency, is that the Americans, and this is going on behind the scene, I'll be surprised if members of the Nigerian government haven't picked it up. They are saying that, look, we should not have a Muslim ticket in 2027.
So sorry, I was being a bit shouty. I was being cautioned by my household. So as important as what Dogara is saying, equally more important is what he's not saying. Do you understand? As important as what he's saying, is equally more important what he's not saying.
I was able to make this trip. I've learned a lot. I've seen things that I've never seen, and I know a lot.
Yeah, I mean that is very is very important, and I know that it's a very sensitive subject. But hey, this is the future of our country, and it's important that we speak frankly about it. One of the things that I have heard, Your Excellency, is that the Americans, and this is going on behind the scene, I'll be surprised if members of the Nigerian government haven't picked it up. They are saying that, look, we should not have a Muslim ticket in 2027. I have heard that clearly from congressmen, members of the Congress. Have you picked up that kind of?
All right. So that's a feast right there to Dogara. That's a feast right there to Dogara, because Dogara, of course, is one of the likely replacements for Shettima. He being a Christian, so is serving him up for him to present himself as an alternative to Dogara. So that's a feast to Dogara right there.
Of sentiments among the Americans, in this your visit?
Honestly, I haven't had a direct reference to that, but I have met some of the leaders of the Fed community who have said that they would prefer Nigeria to be organized in such a way that everybody feels a sense of belonging. And but nobody has made direct reference to the issue of Muslim ticket while I was here. So, well, that may be a matter of conjecture if you read from some of the discussions, but there has been no direct reference to that. But they say that Nigeria working very well, having all the interests in Nigeria represented, and then Nigeria prospering will be in best interest of the United States. In fact, there were even forums where I pointed at the fact that, look, we have helped to carry American water even when it comes to our relationship in Africa. If you remember, we fought the Liberian War, we fought the Sierra Leonean War, not because Nigeria really wanted to do that, not because there was anything in terms of economic benefits that were accrued to Nigeria, but just because America wanted democracy to be enshrined in those countries. And strangely, it was even a military junta that was in charge in Nigeria. But Yes, we had a military government, yet we were fighting on behalf of America to install democracy in those countries. So I said that working together, we have achieved great things in the past. And doing so in the future, we will definitely achieve more. But there's need for us to calm down first, understand the situations as they are, and so that we'll be able to apply wisdom in dealing with it. And I think that there are motley a number of people across Nigeria and even some part of Africa talking on behalf of Nigeria. That was what I was able to gather. There's need for us to be a bit patriotic and so that when we come here, we don't speak in discordant tones. We should be able to say clearly, this is what the situation is in Nigeria. This is what we want.
But the Nigerian narrative to the United States is discordant, as he just he hinted I shouldn't be. It's discordant because you have elements buying lobbyists to paint Nigeria bad. You have Nigerian elements buying lobbyists in the United States. There's a group called AVID, American Veterans of Igbo Descent. They're the ones that propelled this narrative of a Christian genocide, that the government had to go and buy lobbyists to counterweight. So you have Nigerian elements making subversive narratives, coloring the country bad in the United States. So there's already discord in a narrative with the Americans and the interactions. Can we see the likes and the subscriptions going up? Please like and subscribe. We're getting towards the end of it. If you want to come in. The link is in the comment section.
From America. And if our voices are united, we might be able to get the result, and that should be done very soon.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So I was just going to ask you about that because I know that there are several Nigerian groups in the United States, including the Save Nigeria group, that have been campaigning even before President Trump designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. And even after that, they've been involved in congressional meetings and sessions, pushing, even for a other American posture because they believe that the Nigerian government is not doing enough. Did you interact with some of them? Were you able to meet with some of them while you were at this prayer breakfast? Because I know that some of them also attended the prayer summit.
Honestly, it will surprise you to know that there are some Nigerians here whose reach into the inner recesses of America really surprised me. And honestly speaking, we have not carried them along in trying to make a case to the government of the United States. And I think you've raised quite an important issue. There's need for us to...
This guy has to understand, Yakubu Dogara, he has to understand that those people are not wanting to be carried along. These are groups that that the host just described. They are an amalgamation, they are an amalgama of hypobians and obedience. So this group that are propelling a particular narrative in the United States, that Yakubu Dogara is telling us that he was surprised just how deeply into the American system they can reach. These people, they're an amalgamation, they're coming together, they're a mesh, they are a Siamese twins of the head to the left is IPOB, the head to the left to the right is obedience. So they have no interest in working along with the Tinubu administration. No, they have only two wants. They have their Biafra nation, which they don't really want, or they get their own kinsman as a president, which is highly unlikely. So with those two scenarios, if it's not achievable, then they want the decimation of that country, a complete destruction, so that from the ashes, it can then rise what they will. So working in tandem with them is not a possibility. Never going to happen.
To sit with Nigerians in diaspora to be able to agree I sincerely believe that most of them are patriotic and they're doing that in the interest of the country. I have pictures of so many of them. I've done some personally, individually, and some maybe in sittings of dinner or lunch. Critical people who have access to the men, as we say in Nigeria, of timber and caliber, both in the executive and both in the Congress. And I've seen that one call to some of the congressional members that we think are up there, and they pick it. And these are Nigerians. So we need to put them together. There has to be if you like it, maybe even a one-day summit with Nigerians, key Nigerians leaders in the diaspora, for us to really articulate our position and to get them to support our position, our government position, in making a case to those who have the ears of Mr. President and the key people of the Department of State, even the Secretary of War and the rest, for them to really understand our position, appreciate our position, and then determine what to do going forward.
I mean, I'll ask you one last question, and it's something that is a bit critical, but it's important that I ask you, based on what you just said now, that the Americans want relationship rather than transaction. Would you advise President Tinubu that this idea of paying $9 million to lobbyists doesn't make sense, if you agree to that? Or what's your own perception with this issue of lobbyists? Some people say that, oh, it's because of the lobbyists that President Trump mentioned the First Lady's name. And I think that is just nonsense. What's your view on that? Last question, Excellency.
Well, my brother, you have lived in this country, and it's true.
Well, you think that is just nonsense because you are daft. Because if you are not daft, then why else would Trump mention Remi Tinubu other than him being pushed by a lobby group? So I'm not sure if he was trying to pander to the obedient space with that comment. But if he actually does think that, then he's daft, that presenter.
Throughout Washington, in fact, there was a place we went to and had a meeting with the former ED of the World Food Program. We're trying to lobby him to see whether we can have more food given to IDPs in Nigeria and then the hungry in Nigeria. So they told us that virtually all the houses there have been rented by lobbying groups. So lobbying is not bad. The only thing I disagree with is this issue of $9 million being paid. I don't know if the government has really come out to confirm that they have paid $9 million to a lobby group here in the US. So as far as I'm concerned, it's speculative, except I see evidence that is being done. But I know that lobbying itself, there's no country in the world that doesn't have a lobby group here. So it is not out of place, really speaking, for a Nigerian government to have a lobby group, but to pay $9 million is quite on the high side because of
it will be idiotic. It will be a dereliction of duty. It will be highly irresponsible if Nigeria doesn't have a high-powered, very expensive lobby group in the United States. Which country on this planet, even the United Kingdom, has a lobby group in the United States? How do you function if you don't have the ears of the Americans?
Situation we are in Nigeria, but I don't think that has happened. But if the government comes out and says, yes, we've paid $9 million for a lobby group in the US, then maybe we can take that off. But it's speculative. But you know very well, having lived in the US, that there's perhaps no country on earth that doesn't have a lobby group around Washington trying to push for a single. In fact, the entire Congress works on that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason why I asked that is because some of those Nigerians that are based in the US that you have met with, they feel pain that they are there in the US. The Nigerian government is not making use of them. And here we are. We have information and evidence in the US State Department where they must release the information that the federal government was paying that money. So they felt that, look, we are here not using us, and they are paying just some happy-go-lucky American friends of mine, $760,000.
That happy-go-lucky American friend is what has recalibrated the Nigerian relationship with the Trump administration from a negative to a positive. This guy, it must be, this used to be Yemi Oshibanjo's spokesperson. Is this not Laulu Akonde? That is Laulu Akonde, isn't he? Talking like some greenhorn that doesn't know what's going on.
$1,000 every month. It just very stark, Honorable. But I appreciate your comments, and if you have any last word before I go.
No, nothing much to add. I think we've covered the ground, but just to say that Nigeria is a work in progress. And I reminded them here that no nation is perfect, including this one where I'm speaking from. And they have said it with their own mouth, that is, they are striving towards perfection always. And I said, look at, Nigeria has been in existence for how many years? America has been there for over 200 years. So we should be given some latitude to push through. And
in terms of auditioning to replace Kashim Shettima, I think Dogara has done excellently well. So in terms of auditioning to replace Shettima, I think Dogara has done excellently well. So that's the session. I played the Kegite music. The link is in the comment section for whoever wants to share thoughts on what you've just heard.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
I was speaking not knowing I'm muted. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Choma. Always a delight when Choma is here. Aro Gidigba is here. Good to see Aro. Bishop in the house. And as is Charlie Boy. So that's the assembled so far. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. We start it off, kick it off. We do 5 minutes monologue just to go through quickly, and then we open it up. We kick it off with Chioma, who came in first. Chi, Wagwan.
Hi, Wame. Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. What's this about you cooking? I didn't know you could cook now. I thought you were, Uber Eats sort of merchant.
I am Uber. I'm an eat out kind of person. I don't like cooking. It's just a small meal that I made and I just don't feel like cooking. But anyway, one minute, can you just acknowledge that I was always right the whole time?
About what?
So the last video you played, that man was talking about the U.S. taking charge of Nigerian election. That was the same thing I said how many weeks ago before Mike came in the studio talking about Chama and the lobbyists in the U.S. And I'm like, no, it's a no brainer. And you literally even told people that if you don't get it, then you need to leave the platform. If you don't get that the U.S. is going to control the trajectory of the 2027 election, which was exactly what I said 2 weeks ago. One man, right?
Yeah, well, that wasn't exactly what you said, but you were in
Are
the
you really
ballpark.
going to lie? You're
No, you
literally
said
just lying
you
because
said you said
I can
Tinubu had
pull the
to
video. One
you
minute,
said
I can
Tinubu had
literally pull the
to
video and send it to you and make you play it on the
Choma, I
show.
was here when you spoke now. You said Tinubu had
No,
to
but
get
you
to saying
clearly didn't
Shetima.
listen.
You said he should drop Shetima for a Christian. That was what
Yeah,
you
that's the
said.
same thing they're saying. It's the same thing
No,
that
it's
the
not.
U.S. is on his neck, right? And that he has to have a backup plan. That was what I said. Because they're really going to control the election, that we may not even have an election. And they're in charge. And look, they're in Nigeria. These are what I was telling you. Remember, I told you this. And you just glossed over it like, oh, it's coming from Chi Chi. But I keep telling you, you guys are so myopic in kissing ass that you literally have to think outside the box, that things have changed. You get it? It's no longer business as usual. It's so serious that First Lady was in the US. So I was right. Can you just say I was right? One man, just tell me I was right all along.
I would say that if you were, but if you were not,
One
so yeah,
man.
so you're not.
Okay, so I was not right in anything that I said 2 weeks
No,
ago.
no. I acknowledge that you are in the ballpark of what is going on, but the Americans cannot force Nigeria to change its. They can't force a ticket on Tinubu, and Tinubu is not likely to jettison Kashim Shettima.
So that's the
So
thing.
yeah,
You guys don't need to know what's going on behind the scenes. The guy just literally, you don't have to know everything. You get my point? Just like you didn't know when First Lady it was in the US until it was trending on the news. You don't have to know anything. Trump is gonna be calling shots. And you guys need to pay attention. It's serious. And that's what I've been trying to tell you guys. Like, stop being myopic. You have to think outside of the box, you know? And remember what me and Madame Zita told you, and what I've always told you, one of the reasons I'm okay with Tinubu is because of his wife. I feel like she was wearing the pants. I like that. I mean, we don't want a town hall, you know. The town hall guy. But I like First Lady. She's very intelligent, very eloquent, very classy. Everything about her is nice. I like that she's very outspoken. She's the only first lady that we actually had in Nigeria. I mean, I like Jonathan's wife too, but she was just a bit too dramatic for me. First Lady Remy is more poised sorry, what were you gonna say?
I said now only you waka come. That was good luck,
Yeah, that,
patient Jonathan. Now only you waka come.
yeah, I mean, she was so sincere, but I mean, that was so low class for me. That
She's
was like
dumb, isn't she?
caricature,
Really? Yeah.
Huh?
She was a bit dumb on the dumb side. They said she's even
Yeah.
Aisha Buhari was better than Patience Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean she was very, sincere and sweet, but I mean that was embarrassing because I mean we're bigger than that. But anyway, I respect an educated first lady, very outspoken. She represented us well because I don't even think Tinubu, President Tinubu would do half of what Remy did. And if Tinubu wins the election, we owe it to First Lady. She is the president of Nigeria, and I'm so proud of her. She really represented us very well. This is why, remember, there was like, I think 2 years ago, I told you that what my uncle always told me that he rather marry an intelligent woman than a beautiful wife. You get my point? And the reason why he said that is like people like Remy Tinubu, she's a virtuous woman. And I mean, she's beautiful too, but it's just like her wisdom is beyond. You get what I'm saying? It's not that many women that can really, transcend and go above and beyond for her man. If you know what I'm saying, she's just not just chilling in the house or in Asarog wearing gele. She's so composed, so classy, so demure. Everything about First Lady Remy, she's my auntie, okay, first of all, but she is on point. I love her. And I've always told you how much I love her, right? One man, true or false? One man, can you hear me?
Sorry, I was responding not knowing I'm muted. Yeah, yes, you've always spoken about your admiration of her. Yes.
Yes, that like if anything, Tinubu got right was his wife. And that's why they always say that it's always like a man needs to be careful who he marries. And as a woman, I'm telling you guys this, you need because a woman can make you or break you. Trust me, we are a powerful force. And when we're ready to break you, we'll break you to the T in pieces. And when we want to like make you, we will upgrade you on every level. I mean, Tinubu has been upgraded, because of his wife. And of course, Trump had to acknowledge her because she's first lady, and I think Tinubu should be proud that, he has a wife like Remy. She can speak for him. We don't need him having communications with Trump on that level, talking about a town hall. I'd be a townhouse, different from blah, blah, blah.
From
Bulava.
the Bala Blue.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You see, I love their marriage, I mean, he has his own thing going on from way back then when his head was like, sharp. Now he's aging. His wife stepped in, She's like the shero, and I love that. She's like the driving force behind his presidency. And people don't even know this, but listen, I live in their house. I know what's going on, okay? So wink wink. But yeah, I'm just proud of her. I'm so proud of her. But everything I said about the election is is real. And I told you guys this. Even if you don't want to acknowledge it because it's coming from Chi, it's on y'all. I'm telling you, Trump is in charge. And I really want Tinubu to really have a backup plan and not just hope on Shatima because either way it goes, the US is in charge. Whether he chooses Shatima or not, the US will decide who will be our president. I'm sorry to say that's just a fact. So you guys need to get information. Asarok, President Tinubu, everybody in the villa, we need to get information and get it together. We don't need the US to strike twice. That's embarrassing. So what's up? What's next on the news? Oh yeah, Nnamdi Kanu thing. So first of all, one man, that Nnamdi Kanu announcement about abolishing the what do you call it? What's the thing? What you call it?
Sit at home.
Yeah, the sit at home law. Yeah. First of all, it seems a bit disingenuous. And not only that, I wish he had made an announcement from jail with his lawyers standing by him. It makes it more legit, Even if Southeasterners,
But the
start saying,
authorities will not facilitate that now.
I think the judge in his judgment actually forbade him from having access to electronic devices for publication reasons. Remember the judgment.
yeah, but so how does he have power to sign off on things and still be calling shots if the judge banned him from that?
Will visit him. His lawyers will visit him and then they will issue the statement via his lawyers.
Yeah, I wish they can give him a pass with that. I really wish they can give him a pass with that because I did experience. I was in Southeast. I was in Imo State. This last Christmas. Let's say I was in Imo States, like let's say Wednesday or Tuesday, right? And I wanted to leave the following Monday, because I mean, I want to stay till the whole celebration is over and have a good time and just like rest, because I'm in my villa, I mean, I'm home with family. But I'm like, I have to book my flight on a Sunday because I don't want to experience this sit at home shenanigans because I like to eat out. I don't want to feel like a prisoner in my own town because I've never experienced sit at home since I left the US. I mean, since I left to the US. So it's just like a brand new thing to me. So that whole sit at home shenanigan really made me change my flight. I normally don't like to leave anywhere on a
But
Sunday. I literally book
Choma,
my flight so I
Choma,
don't have to experience. Sorry, yeah?
yeah, but this is how it affects. So that is just a macrocosm of the experience in the Southeast. So people are having to rearrange their lives around that
Mhm.
sit at home. So it inconvenienced you just mildly, just because you wanted to go on Monday, but you don't want to deal with the palaver. So you decide to go on Sunday. But imagine living there and that is your daily experience.
I know it's not fun, and I mean I'm sure those guys it's not fun. Those akara sellers or plantain sellers they're gonna be missing some coins. So I don't like that.
There are a lot of daily bread people in Nigeria
Of
that
course.
that they earn to feed for that. Like let's say for instance, the people that help you ferry things in the market,
Hmm.
that will help you carry your bags with their
Or
wheelbarrow to your car,
dispatchers.
or these things. These are daily bread earners now.
Yeah.
Its impact significant. Do you know the impact on the southeastern economy? That's it at home. Countless billions of naira, billions of dollars even,
Yeah,
over the
because it's
course of
Monday.
5 yeah,
Because it's
and
Monday.
what is the Southeast without enterprise? It's all business in the Southeast now.
Hmm.
It's a
So
real.
yeah, because I know Soludo was the one that first shut it down. So did he shut down on his market or just the whole? I don't know which one he shut down, but
No, I think he shut down parts of main market,
okay,
because he told
yeah.
them that if they don't open on Monday, then he will shut down their shops.
I mean, one man. I mean, initially it was like, okay, let's just see where we go with this. But at some point, we just gotta move on. We just gotta move on and just forge ahead and look forward to better days and not just going backwards. I mean, Nnamdi Kanu, he's in jail now. I mean, he's in prison. So we just have to move forward and just like forget all this sit at home Biafra stuff and try to come together as one. Even
You
if
you know you
we're
know
But
you, you
Chema, it's
know.
not gonna happen. You
Hold on,
forgot. I'll
hold
never
on,
forget
Charles.
what they did to my people. I'll
Charles.
never going to
Can
forget.
you be quiet, Charles, please? Sorry, boss. Can you hold your peace? You've even let me lose my thought. Now, you see that sit at home, Choma.
Mhm.
It's actually not actually done anything. So they did it for about 4 years. They are putting a stop to it now, but nothing. It achieved nothing. Nothing changed. Not a single change. Not a
Except
single
for
thing
more death.
except for more debt and loss of income for a lot of people. So it impacted nothing. It's not progressed Biafra. There's no ongoing conversation between the Nigerian state and and the prospects of a Biafra. They've not released Nnamdi Kanu. In fact, they've sentenced him to life. They've not released Simon Ekpa. They've sentenced him to 7 years. So all those 4 years thereabout, not a single thing was achieved. Not one.
Yeah. So I mean, it's one of those things. But I mean, I see where, I see every part of the whole Biafra. I see every significant point, but it's just at this point, it's just not possible. You know, I think like most Igbos, not even some, most Igbos have moved on. Everybody is worried about, their pockets, their livelihood, their family, their immediate family at this point. I'm not really worried about fighting no cause. I'm sorry, one man. Like, I'm not worried about fighting no cause. I'm worried about myself and making it to heaven. Okay, because I know I'm gonna make it to heaven. I don't know about y'all, but I'm on a heavenly race. I'm not on a.
with the
I'm not
life
on
that you have
Namde
lived,
Kanu.
with the
Huh?
life that you have lived,
Yeah,
Choma, are you sure?
I'm living a great life. You know, I've cursed out some people, but that's not gonna stop me from making it to heaven. Some people need it to be cursed out for sure. But
All
I'm
right.
still gonna make it to heaven. You
All right.
know?
Give us about 2 more minutes, Choma, and then we'll move it around.
No, I think that's all I wanted to say. That I really commend First Lady Remi Tinubu. You know, she is a good leader, and she's representing women. And I really like that. You know, women can look up to her, young girls, and that's what she always wanted. And you know, I'm one of the young women that are looking up to her, and I really respect her a lot. And I hope more girls like my age will emulate her. She's a very good woman. I like her a lot. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right. I've got just one last question for you.
Mhm.
Who do you want to emulate more? Remi Tinubu or this lady here? Who is
Well,
prettier, Remi Tinubu or Margaret Obi?
to me, you know, I've watched okay, so one of the reasons I love Madam First Lady Senator Remi Tinubu, because she's educated. I've listened to her interview. I've not seen any interview from Peter Obi's wife. I don't know if she even finished college. I mean, it doesn't matter. But
He
you know,
married her
that
at 16.
notwithstanding,
She was 16 when he married her.
yeah. But anyway, that notwithstanding, I mean, we still have First Lady Jonathan. You know, she did her thing, and that's it. But First Lady Remington was a remarkable woman. You know, she's very outstanding. That's why I like her. And
Jonathan's
I've
wife had a
listened,
master's, Choma.
huh?
Jonathan's wife had a master's.
Who
At least
dashed
as
her?
well. I think she even had a PhD even.
That's interesting. So, you
Yeah.
know, anybody can get one in Nigeria. But anyway, let me go
In
ahead.
cooking for the room. In
She was a
Honey,
cooking for
social,
the room.
she was a
but you
social
know,
servant, Choma. His wife was a
Aragidable, you know, I'm not that stupid. You know, I'm a Nigeria babe. I know how far these things. I can even become a doctor tomorrow. Like, I can dash myself a doctor title. Everybody should just go and sit down, please. Anyway, so Remi Tinubu, I've listened to her interviews even before she became first lady. You know, she's a senator. She was very outspoken. You know, and then
Did she not
another
used
thing,
to
I
go
love the
around
way she
slapping
carried
people?
herself. So
Did she not
listen,
used to go around? Do you
no, no,
remember
no, no,
when
no.
she was in a physical fight with Dino Milaye in
I
the
mean,
House of
she
Assembly?
she was she was standing up for herself as a woman. You know, in Nigeria, it's really hard for a woman to be outspoken. It's just like this one that's fighting with Pabio. I forgot her name, Natasha. Right? It's not
Yes.
an easy thing to be a woman in politics in Nigeria. I mean, you're dealing with Nigerian men, huh? Nigerian men. Everybody in the world know Nigerian men. Oh. They're not easy to marry. They're not easy to live with. The only thing we can say yes, you know, give them five is they know how to spend money. After that, that is it. Forget. Anyway, Remi Tinubu, I love her so much. She's very remarkable. I've listened to her interviews even before she became first lady. She had a vision. Her and her husband, she and her husband were both focused. They knew where they were going. They saw the future. And you notice she was never engaging in this Owambe. You know, she never really went to any Owambe or, you know, went to any, like, I think the last party I saw her was in Saraki's burial. Last event I saw her was in Saraki. You know the ambassador Saraki, right? That was the only event I actually saw Remi Tinubu. She was always very reserved because she positioned herself as a first lady. And not just a first lady, you know, a distinguished first lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Oh,
You know, like she's in her own class, not the class of there's God though, you know.
all
But
right.
it's as well. I like her. I like her a lot. So that's
All
all I
right,
have to say.
brilliant. All right, brilliant. Excellently put. So that's Choma opening up the session for us. We move the mic quickly from you, Choma. We take it in the direction of Arogedigba. So we're talking about the eye-opening interview that Yakubu Dogara granted Laulu Akonde. We saw it right there. A lot of things to unravel, unbuckle from there. Nnamdi Kanu still issuing directives from Sokoto prison. So we don't even know what that one is all about. There was this one as well. I didn't bring you this one, but you may want to speak on it. Ladipo market has been shut down, and then they're listing all the markets that has been shut down in Lagos. Erukan market in Mile 2, Oja Oba market in
Balogun,
K2,
sections of Balogun were shut down.
Owosheni, Tundas market, Oba Ogunjobi market in Mile 2 still. Shops owners, BRT terminal Mile 2, Mile 2, Mile 12, not Mile 2, but Mile 12, Mile 12 bus stop shops, K2 terminal market, 6 plazas, and on and on. A lot of markets actually shut down in Lagos. Wow. 18 in total, the counting. And it's all to do with just them not following direct. Look at the level of filth. No wonder they're telling you Lagos is smelling. So are you expecting Peter Obi to go running there again to go and do his ethnic jingle?
All right. Good morning, one man, and good day to everyone else, wherever you may be. I'm happy to be with you all. So as would be said by Baba and others, please like and subscribe. I listened to what's that gentleman's name? It's quite a lovely something black, I think. I listened to him yesterday. Quite a
Isaac Black.
Isaac Black, yeah, quite a nice man. Very kind, I have to say. So one man, Dogara. I think this is the second interview I've actually watched in just as many weeks. Actually, I think he had an interview with Sean Kabalo either last week or the week before. He's put himself out there. He's reaffirming his commitments to APC, but he is somewhat of a fair weather friend. We saw what he did himself and his likes, his ilk, in 2015, how they hijacked the National Assembly in cooperation with Saraki and his gang. They did try to frustrate the first term of Buhari and Shibaja. So many things happened because of his greed, his lust for power. I think he's trying to position himself there as an alternative to Shetima, but I'm certain Tinubu is not that daft to travel with such a character as Dogara. Even running into the 2023 elections there, he took a position and he had to track back as a consequence of the result of the election. So,
sorry, Arogidigba. So sorry. Can people please push up our numbers with the likes and the subscribes? They are not going up at all. You need to push them up. If you're not already subscribed, please do. If you have not clicked on the like button, please do. In the same motion that you're using to subscribe, you can double click, subscribe, and subscribe. Don't double click on subscribe because that will also, but click on subscribe and click on like. Sorry, Aro, carry on.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Roman. So I mean, I think, would there be a push for the ticket to be kind of what we would have considered a normal balanced ticket, which is hard because there's Nigerians that are neither Christians or Muslims, there's traditionalists, there's people of of other diverse religions. Why should we? I mean, I don't know why we need to divorce, as some would say, religions from states. And we need to take it very seriously, and we need to regulate religion in Nigeria. Going forward, at some stage, a president in Nigeria just has to do it. Because if we don't do that, there'll be no going forward. I think if Tinubu must, I think a better candidate, I think a stronger candidate, and I think a candidate that can actually help him lose, with the right amount of influence, if he passes the influence on to him there, would be Ahmed Musa. And I think even politically, in terms of the votes, I think Ahmed Musa will bring more votes in for Tinubu and it might bring enough
Ahmed
voting.
Musa or Christopher Musa?
Sorry, Christopher Musa I meant to say. So Ahmed Musa is a
Yes.
footballer. Christopher Musa, I think, will bring more votes and balance the votes out against what he might lose with Shettima leaving. Because I think Christopher Musa will bring a lot of the Southern Cardinal votes. He will bring a lot of the votes from the North Central. I think he can lock in those North Central votes for Tinubu, as opposed to, and I think that can balance out whatever he might lose to Shettima and So I don't know, but even at that, I don't want to talk about politics too much. Something that's been disturbing me very much in the last few days is this Electoral Act. The noise around it, and someone that witnessed Brexit, witnessed the lies in Brexit, and witnessed the nature in which professionals, so-called professionals, were able to manipulate, act, were able to misguide the general public. You hear people say that it's in the interest of Nigerians for a clause to be in the Electoral Act that would ultimately, when you interpret it, that ultimately on the day of elections would disenfranchise more than 70% of the voting public in Nigeria. Because when you put a clause that says you shall, the word shall is very important, because we have seen in the last electoral cycles the litigation, and we've seen some of the arguments, okay, of the opposition when they got to court. When you put a clause that says you shall, that means you don't, the INEC does not have an option. And even in the case that for whatever reason beyond their immediate influence there, for technical reasons, for whatever reason, if they fail to send, to transmit, not transfer, because the choice of words are very, very delicate. And I think the senators there, in actually removing that clause there and not passing it, have dodged a bullet. Because if they had gone ahead and actually passed a law like that, we would never, ever, ever have a consequential election in Nigeria. None of our elections would ever be final. And in fact, Nigeria will be the next election.
Sorry, Aro, it's a stupid argument to mandate and to compel that INEC transmits election results in real time from the polling booth.
And the word,
what's the connectivity in Nigeria? When people join us from Nigeria, their internet always drops. When you go outside of Lagos, you cannot get connection.
I was trying to talk
what's the infrastructure for that real time? It's just it's beyond stupid.
Ibadan is a major city in Nigeria. Ibadan is a major city in Nigeria. Large population, well developed, good infrastructure, whatnot. It's not you're looking for, you won't get. I tried to speak to a friend in Ibadan today on WhatsApp, just simple WhatsApp, man. And it took almost 2 minutes for the call to connect. A simple WhatsApp call. It took almost 2 minutes for the call to connect. The thing was just doing connecting, and it was just hanging out there. And then, and I hear people say, why don't you get Starlink? Did you just know the number of electoral units, polling units exist in Nigeria? You'll have to get a Starlink box for each polling unit. And
what are the security measures even?
For that?
We're subject to manipulation by some by the evil hands of Elon Musk now.
One man already
look how stupid that idea is.
Already our elections cost so much, okay? And if you now say you want to Starlink, I think Starlink, I don't know, I think someone suggested is more than 250,000 naira for each Starlink unit. You're going to have to get at least one redundancy for each polling unit. So you're talking about at least 2 Starlinks for each polling unit. We're talking about more than 100 and something thousand polling units, into the hundreds of thousands. Number one. And also when you look at the word in shall, and you do it in real time, it means that if for whatever reason nobody cares, you are not able to transmit.
And they are saying that, they're saying if you are not able to transmit it, then it should invalidate the voting.
Invalidate the voting in that. That means that most Nigerians will be disenfranchised. How can you be a supposed non
you live in the United Kingdom, Arugidigba. Do they transmit?
We don't count. We don't do it in real time. No,
they do it by paper here now.
By paper, you count it. All of us stand around there, and they will count every single ballot. Ballots that actually are defective because the person didn't mark it correctly, or some people intentionally actually just damage their ballots. Actually, people do all kind of nonsense as a protest. The ballots there will be shown to everybody. You can actually walk up to the place and actually inspect the ballots. As a one man, you know this to be true. You can if and everybody actually has their agents, and even members of the public in general. It's usually done in schools, like the schools are shut down, and the school auditorium, the primary school auditorium and secondary school auditorium in the neighborhood or the community center is where usually elections are held, and that's usually the polling unit. Everybody gets to watch. We count it ballot by ballot. We could be there till 10 p.m. sometimes. And they will call each district one by one. It's simple as that. The most important thing is what we have with the beavers, to make sure that individuals that are going
even
to
in the United States, the most advanced democracy, the biggest democracy in the world, they don't transmit election results in real time.
I don't know why.
I think they're just looking for ready-made excuse to park their losing under in 2027.
It's more dangerous than that. You're saying it's just a ready-made excuse. If the law had been passed exactly the way they are suggesting, we would never have a conclusive election in Nigeria ever again, because more than 80% of Nigerians will be disenfranchised. I can promise you that. More than 80% of the votes would automatically be voided right away before you even get going. And when they get to court, the judge will look at it. Even when the votes actually valid, there's been no manipulation. You can prove that there's been no manipulation because of the law. The word shall. That makes it it's not negotiable. You can't negotiate it. It's a must. It's a prerequisite. Once you fail to do it for whatever reason, technical, whatever, human, at the end of the day, INEC use ad hoc staff. These are usually NYSC guys that are trained maybe 2 months, 3 months before the day. Some of them are not technical. Yeah, they are young, but it doesn't mean they have the technical competence to operate a biometric voter units. There's the pressure of the day. They're under pressure. Some of them are in places where they've never been to. There's no lights. There's discomfort. They've had to sleep in a field. I mean, what really goes into elections in Nigeria is something that a lot of people do not appreciate. And when you see these people that call themselves NGOs, who are supposedly meant to look after the interest of most Nigerians and to make sure that as many Nigerians actually have to get to vote and their votes count, when they make such an argument, it means that those individuals don't care for the general public of Nigeria, the generality of Nigerians. More than 80% of Nigerians live in rural communities. And I can guarantee you that those people, their votes, they will be effectively disenfranchised. So I don't know what kind of NGO would follow and chase down something that doesn't advantage those individuals. It does not it doesn't improve the electoral process. All it would do is disenfranchise the Nigerians living in rural communities, and it will throw the country into confusion. I really don't get it. It's these NGOs are just trading on the misery and the misfortune of Nigerians. It's shameless.
But it's not the NGOs propelling the narrative now. It's the opposition space that is propelling that narrative.
I don't get it. I really don't get it, because I think Nigerians look at, yes, people want elections to count. I want elections to count. But we need to.
But elections do count in Nigeria, though. The last cycle of elections that we had, which was the 2023 elections, that's the best election we've had in the history of that. That's in terms of representing the will of the people. That's the election so far that represents what the people voted for. If you think that Article 1 Osun State and Peter Obi won Lagos State, not under any other cycle of election would that have ever been a possibility. Not ever.
Okay, one man, I understand your argument, okay? But I think the elections however well they went, I think there was a lot that could have been better, a lot. I have read arguments that suggest that the 92 million registered voters is rather fraudulent, or rather not a true reflection, is overinflated, and the voting register needs to be sanitized. But the reality is, if we take that number to be correct, most Nigerians will vote. And whatever causes most
sorry,
Nigerians.
Aro. You can interject, by the way. It's just there's just about 4 of us, so we can free and easy, and it's a very matured sort of panel. So you can interject if you feel inclined to. But carry on, Aro. Can people please like and subscribe? The numbers are not going up. Help the ministry like and subscribe. Back to Aro.
One man, I think the 92. If we take the voter register to be 92 million people, the number of people that came out to vote on the day was abysmal. I know around the world, especially in democracies where it's not civic. I mean, you have a civic right to vote, but it's not like, there's countries where you don't have a choice. You have to go and vote. Like, you can then void your vote when you get there, but you have to show up on the election day.
So sorry, Aro, again. I'm not disrupting your flow. Ossie, click on mute and unmute twice. Your device is not connecting with the studio. Or go out and come back in. Sorry, carry on. Can people please like and subscribe? We need numbers going on.
I think when we look at the number of people that came out to vote, it should have been better, and maybe the result of the election, because
was it not the beaver system that weeded out this phantom?
I've read the argument as well, and I can't prove it. Okay, all I can tell you is the voter register as we have it is 92 million people, and we didn't see 92 million voters. That's all I can say. Now, ultimately, an individual won. That's the balance of it. Ultimately, an individual
but
won.
that's not an argument. Oh, sorry, Aro. That's not an argument, because if you look at the global statistics, if you average out, it is if the voter turnout is 40%, that's usually considered quite epic.
Around the world, that's the number usually. Yeah.
Yes, there's usually apathy amongst voters. The young people see it as a day of the disenfranchised. They ignore it as a protest, and all of these pockets of elements, averagely no more than 30-35% of registered voters. I'm not sure what the figures are in America, but I suspect it may not be more than 40% of the registered voters that actually vote.
One man, you lived through the Brexit vote. You saw the consequence of voter apathy, especially the young population. On the day of Brexit, I mean, the thing was going on for months. There was buses. Farage and his ilk, they had buses all around the place campaigning for the yes vote. But on the day of the election, old people went out and voted. Young people, like, I don't know where they were, where they were. And the 2 days after, they were all on TV complaining that their future's been wrecked by this old hags. But the fact of the matter is, you have to get out there and vote. I have the misfortune that because I live in where I live, I can't just, I should probably, if I really love the country as much as I claim to, probably go and vote more in Nigeria and go home and vote, given that we don't have diaspora voting. But the fact of the matter is, you have the opportunity to vote, get your voter's card, and go out there and vote. You have the day off. There's no proper business going on the day we vote in Nigeria. It's not like other places in the world where you still have to go to school, you have to go about your business, and you just go, you show up at the polling unit, maybe on your way back home, or early in the morning, you go out there early in the morning. We don't usually have a day off on the election days. Whereas in Nigeria, they have a day off. They probably have a week off. No one expects you to show up to work on that day because it's the weekend. And nobody expects you to be doing much the day after anyway. And the Friday before, no more, by midday, all business is shut down. People don't have any business sitting around the house scratching their hearts. You go out there, you vote. So you can't complain that you have 4 years under Tinubu or under Atiku or under Peter Obi, wherever it is. If you're not going to go out there.
Aro, let me take you to something Choma was saying earlier, and I too was endorsing it, and then maybe we move the mic around a little bit. We're talking about the 2027 elections and the impacts that the Americans will have, because undoubtedly, do you concede that the Americans will undoubtedly shape the direction of the 2027 elections? And if you concede that, what direction do you anticipate that they will shape it towards?
Well, it would seem that there's individuals in Nigeria, and I think we have a lot. I think we have a lot of evangelicals in Nigeria, and the evangelicals seem to have some influence in America. You know, they are wealthy. The evangelicals, we see them, the pastors, the mega pastors, they are wealthy. They have disciples as well. They are wealthy. They have connections. We have business people that are, moving the evangelical circles. It would seem that they are trying to convince them, and we know the evangelicals are in power essentially, and they have influence on the presidency. I think they are trying to push things in that direction. Possibly, we saw a bit of it in the 2020 elections. The fact of the matter is, the 2020 elections was about religion and it was about tribe. We can't run away from that fact. So they're gonna have a second dip at it and see how they can influence it. And I think that's the direction they're gonna try. And it's clear as daylight. Dogara is a Northern Christian. It's not by chance that he's out there having dinners, and he's very smart, Dogara. He's keeping a lot close to his chest.
Do you believe the narrative that the Americans are pressuring Tinubu to balance his ticket? Do you think they will interfere to that level, insisting that it takes a Christian deputy?
I think 2023 was probably one of the years where they were a bit indifferent. Going back to the OBJ, maybe OBJ, and then maybe I don't know what, I can't think much of what happened in 2007, but I think in 2003, sorry, 99, 2003, they were interested. We saw it during Jonathan years. They Obama seemed to be interested. So that they're interested is nothing new. I mean, they've always been interested. APC will probably not have seized power the way they did without some of the American, influence as well. So they've always been interested. So you can't dismiss them, like them or hate them. They're there. They're present reality. And if as a country we don't get our act together, if as a country we allow citizens, supposed citizens, to go out there, do whatever they want out there, and fly back into Nigeria without question. Nigeria is probably one of the only countries where citizens undermine the sovereignty, and they just fly in and out. You think Russians can do that? Putin would not be hanging by the balls. Americans can't do that. If you're an American, you can't just take money from another country, or take money from donors from another country without declaring it. But in Nigeria, you have NGOs, you have all sorts of Nigerians giving money and taking money from all sorts of people from around the world, for also to influence all sorts of decisions without declaring it. And the government just sits around. I mean, to be frank, the Nigerian government over the years, I can't be the president of Nigeria. They'd impeach me within 2 days, because I'll show them Pepe. Really, within a week, I'll show them. And you're not gonna do anything while I'm around.
Well, let me ask you a question. So, in what way would they influence the election? How could they do it?
How did they influence the election in 2015? How did they influence the election in 1999? How did they influence the election?
Tell me. How did they do it in 2015?
Are you asking me this question? This is general. This is public knowledge.
Just say
I can give you the example.
One of Obama's chief strategists was literally working with the APC to literally undermine the Jonathan administration and get APC government. It was clear as day. They made it pop. They didn't even hide it. John Kerry was literally in Nigeria meeting with the APC chieftains literally a week before. And he tried to meet with Jonathan.
Also, the campaign team for Obama worked for Buhari.
Yeah, I mean, it's public knowledge, and everybody knows this.
Also, in the Edo State election, the one that gave Obaseki a second term, there was a lot of foreign interference in that election, to the point that they were threatening that they will expose the accounts of Nigerian politicians if they don't let that election run in a certain way.
Okay, so what
Yeah.
you just said now is exactly what I'm looking for. There's
Yeah.
an action. But if you're saying they're working with the APC, that still won't do anything when it comes to election, because we're talking about Nigerian election. But if they're actively like doing something like, oh, we'll make pronouncement of people stealing money, or we can physically and we can see what they're doing, that's what will make people scared. But if you're just saying just because they visit the APC and they're talking to them behind the closed door, and that will make any change, that makes no sense to me. That's not how they will affect the election. The only way they could affect it is you can see them maybe doing things like maybe all of a sudden. I mean, you can see during that time. What I'm actually looking for is you can see the noise when it comes to Boko Haram. You can see the noise actually went up, and there's a lot of insurgency. So that in that way, I can even say they collaborate with people doing those things. If you're giving me that kind of point, then it makes sense to me. But if you're just saying just because they visited a week before, that makes no sense. It's just dumb way for people to kind of come on and think if something is working out. That makes no sense. That's why I'm asking you. No,
they
just
are
listen.
interested.
Listen first. Just listen. That's why I'm asking that. What exactly can they do this time that will make people think that, okay, we're going to vote the other way? We have to be able to tell us exactly what. If not, I think this is just a talking point for people. It makes no sense to me.
I don't think at this level, I don't think they are dealing with the general public much at this level. I think what you have is they have individuals of influence who are trying to communicate with the power players to move things in a particular direction. Okay.
And that's ongoing as we speak.
Yeah, they have concerns, and some of their concerns are very legitimate. The reality of it is this: there's serious insecurity in Nigeria. 162 people is 162 people. That could be me or you. That could be any of our family members. It doesn't matter where they are. The fact of the matter is they are within the country, and the fact that they're within the country means that they have a right to life, and they have a right to dignity, and they have a right to pursue whatever they want to pursue in their life. Okay, and there should be no reason for their life to be threatened under any guise, religious or ethnic or tribal or whatever, or personal. The fact of the matter is, we all deserve to live in a safe space and to progress. Now, if for whatever reason some people are threatening that, we need to deal with it. So that's that.
Yeah, but during election 2023, 2022, the same similar thing.
Bishop, are you there, by the way? You've been quiet all the way through.
I don't know why Bishop is quiet.
There?
The same.
Bishop usually pipes up now when he hears something he doesn't like.
Probably.
But carry on.
So, I think we are below his grade, huh?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this: during 2022, similar things. They went into church. They were buying people in the church. We can see that they ran away. We see those things. They're using the same tactics, and this is Southwest I'm talking about. They came to Southwest to do the same thing. I believe that this killing that we're seeing right now, I think it's just politics. They're using it to scare people. It's a fear mongering that they're doing.
For me, at this stage of my life, it doesn't matter if it's politics or not. The responsibility of a responsible government is to make sure
it does matter if it's politics, Aro.
Yeah, it does matter if it's politics.
Hold on. It matters if it's politics because that determines how the response is crafted.
No, that cannot be true. For me, the way I see it is this: a serious government and a serious country must, as the government, as the authority, as the absolute authority vested with the sovereignty of the people, must be able to demonstrate absolutely that it has the monopoly of violence. And any stupid child that wants to misbehave and jeopardize
there are very few countries in that position, Oriola.
Well, that is why those countries are progressing, and that is why those countries think that we call them sane. And that is probably why we.
But it's only top tier countries that have the 80% of the Middle East. None of their sovereign. Libya doesn't. The Libyan government doesn't have the monopoly of power.
Well, when
Syria,
Gaddafi was there,
Yemen,
when Gaddafi was there, Libya had the monopoly.
Well, Gaddafi is not there anymore.
When Saddam Hussein was in power, he had the monopoly of violence.
A lot of countries don't actually have the monopoly of violence.
The president of China has the monopoly of violence. The president,
but those are top tier countries. Like China is a top tier country now.
Turkey is not a top tier country.
Turkey is a top tier country.
Well, yes and no. I've been there. But I'm telling you,
I've been there.
The last time a bunch of people were arrested, remember, like what was it, like 4 or 5 years ago? Erdogan shut down the country, arrested a bunch of judges. There was literally chaos in the country for like 1 day. People are getting arrested left, right, and center.
Are we talking about democracy, or are we just talking about dictatorship? Because I don't understand this.
No. Hold on, Aro. Yes, Oriola, what Aro is contending, because Aro is saying that the government should be able to demonstrate capacity to provide security for the country irrespective of the circumstances. And you said that what we're seeing in Nigeria now, the escalation in insecurity is linked with politics. And I agreed with you on that. And Aro is saying that it's immaterial if it's linked with politics or not, that the government should still be able to sit on top of it. And I'm saying that it does matter that if it's linked to politics or not, because that then crafts the sort of response that the government uses to respond. So that's broadly where we are.
So yeah, that's it. I'm not. I mean, there's people in the comments making all sorts of fun. You know, they don't even have. They're cowards. They can't even come up there and say what's in their mind. So they are keyboard warriors.
Those people, they don't speak English now. Like Aladdin Kelly, he doesn't speak English.
I'm not claiming to be brilliant, the most brilliant, you know. And I'm not the sharpest tool in the box, but I'm sharp enough. Okay. But what I'm trying to say is this: the country can do better. I'm not going to claim that Tinubu is a saint and everything and is you know, it can't do no wrong. No.
Do you think the expectation of Tinubu, do you think in terms of insecurity, do you think there's an unrealistic expectation of Tinubu, or are you in the camp that he asked for the job? So
he asked for the job. That's what he said. He said it publicly that he asked for the job. Nobody should pity him. I don't pity him. I want him to do the job. And I think he's doing a lot of politics. I understand he's doing a lot of politics because his hands are tied and because he's being pushed to it, because other politicking, the way the politics in Nigeria. But I think at the same time, the fact of the matter is to ask for the job. Get out there and do it.
Wait, I mean, I kind of like want to understand exactly how, when you make your point, I'm trying to kind of like understand. I don't want to guess. Why do you think he's now making strive to end insecurity? Why do you think he's not doing the right thing? I think he appointed the right people to do it.
He's making an effort. I absolutely can credit him that they're making an effort, and I can see the efforts they're making. I do follow a lot of military, you know, releases. I know they are doing a lot, but I know that their hands are tied because over the years, military is not capable. One of the problems we have is that we are trying. We want to be successful, but we don't have a military.
Do you think our military is not capable, or do you think they are
sufficient?
Are you sure?
There's so many things. Number one, you have fifth columnists in the military.
Well, that's more the case, isn't it? Hold on. Just hold on. Are we more like, because you are saying what to Nigeria parrots all over social media that we need a 1 million man army on another, but that fifth columnist, the sabotaging, the internal corruption, and the political will, if all of those things, if they synergize towards addressing insecurity, do you think that is not sufficient enough to address it? Because if you're talking about political will, for instance, the appointment of somebody like Badaru as the Minister of Defense, he has no antecedents in military, and he's also speculated. There's rumors of his association with the insurgency. They told the Minister of State for Defense, Matawale, there's been rumors about him. So so that's where the political will comes in.
Exactly.
You know, and then the corruption embedded within the security structure itself. When they gave them their budget and they loot it and then starve these people of the capacity to address. So a lot of that actually factors in, maybe more so than the number of personnel.
Absolutely. I absolutely I agree with you, but the number of personnel makes it even worse. Because when you look at some of the incidents in some of these very remote locations in recent years, one thing that you'd hear is either there's not enough personnel or in that locality, and the bandits and the terrorists and the criminals take advantage of it, or the distance or the lack of infrastructure that would allow the military to get there in good time, because they have to go through bush paths and there's no motorable roads. The country is in a terrible state. We've brought our country to a state where it is in 2026, all of us as a collective. And it's time for every Nigerian to take responsibility, because I still see stories of Nigerians doing things, regular people on the streets, and they cannot blame the president or any leaders for their actions. Collectively, as a people, we are godless, evil people. I'm telling you, the average Nigeria is a godless, evil nuisance. And that's just the reality of it.
I agree with you on that. The Nigerian person is a pretty nasty piece of work.
One of the worst things that could happen to them is for me to ever become a leader in that country, because I'll probably be worse than Buhari in 1979. I'll be flogging them on the street.
Do you just give a micro answer to this, and then we'll move it around, but stay with us, because you've still not spoken on Nnamdi Kanu. Our bishop is there. We're not sure if he's fully with us. I think Oriola wants to speak as well. Comparable Factor joins us as well. But do you think that Nigeria is too complex and unwieldy to be an ongoing enterprise the way it is?
No, we're not complex, one man. We are not.
You don't think we're complex?
We're not complex.
And something. Okay, go on.
We're not complex. We're just ungodly people. That is all. We disguise our terrible behavior. We disguise it, and we hide behind tribe and religion. And very quickly, I will move on to Kanu. I wish him luck. He has started his appeal. I wish him luck. I believe he has kids. I really don't like him, because I used to listen to Radio Biafra in 2014. I don't like some of the stuff I heard him say. I mean, some of you people, I heard him live. I used to listen to that radio Biafra. 2 p.m., the director comes on and he spews all sorts of rubbish for hours. I don't like what he used to say then. I don't like it. It was false, it was misleading, it was hateful, spiteful stuff. But he has kids. He's under the threat that he might lose his life. He might have his head lopped off.
So the people that he pied, they don't have kids?
Yes, the people he pied that have kids as well. But at the end of the day, it's just unfortunate. He put himself in that situation. I would like him to, because you remember the day he got judgment, I was over here fuming and saying he deserved it. But sometimes you just look at it and say, look at this young man. He's put himself where he's put himself. It's very sad. People have lost their lives. All these things has happened. There's been damage to the region. All of us have been damaged by him, to be frank, because there's mistrust and there's all sorts of emotional, matters that he's brought to the fore that need not be. All of us have been damaged. Every Nigerian has been damaged by this mass rhetoric. But the fact of the matter is, I wish him luck in his appeal. I don't think he's going to get much far with it. He's really messed up his case by not defending himself correctly. So that is it. I look at the stupid idiot that was reading that press release apparently from Kanu. The man can't even read properly. I mean, is really that the best that these people can put up? The same tribe that produced the Zik of Africa? It's shameful. So one man, I put it there. There's other people that should speak. There's brilliant individuals.
All right, we'll move the mic round, and then we go to Bishop. But on our way to Bishop, can I please implore that people that have not already subscribed, please subscribe. The numbers are not going up. The numbers should go up. We have sufficient enough traffic right across all the places we're broadcasting to. So please push up our numbers by subscribing. If it doesn't jar you in any particular way to subscribe, then you have all of the reasons to do that. Even if you have to get off your seat to do it, do it. If you have to switch it on your phone to do it, do it. We need 20 new subscribers before the end of the stream. So be one of them. Subscribe now. And like as well. So we take the conversation to Bishop, but on our way to Bishop, I asked you a question which you responded in the negative, and then I went on ChatGPT I was asking you if Nigeria is too complex and unwielding an entity to be an ongoing singular enterprise, and you said no. So I went on ChatGPT and I interrogated this question: which country has the most ethnically diverse mix? So I asked for the top 10. These are the top 10 countries with the most ethnically diverse mix. Top 10 most ethnically diverse countries are commonly cited. The one with the biggest ethnic diversity is Papua New Guinea, with over 800 distinct languages. The second most ethnically diverse country is your country, more ethnically diverse than India, Indonesia, Congo, every other country. The second most ethnically diverse country on this planet is Nigeria. And that somewhat, it ties into a lot of the difficulties that we're having as a nation because it's so unwielding and because there is no commonality that binds. But let's see if Bishop is ready for us. Bishop, are you there?
Man, look at that list. Yeah. Nigeria is actually number one in that list, technically, because Papua New Guinea has linguistic diversity, but they are not, the people themselves, I don't think, group themselves ethnically as the same way Nigerians do. So I think even if you look at the list and look at the way the list works in real sense and how the social interaction of the ethnic groups in Nigeria, you can say Nigeria is actually number one. Because number one, the population of Papua New Guinea doesn't compare to the Nigerian population. And the nature of how the diverse, the ethnicities actually group themselves, like formally, they are formally grouped, formally identifiable. Whereas in Papua New Guinea, I don't think they are formally identifiable as ethnic groups, constitutionally. So, I mean, we are diverse people. We should do better. We should really move forward and chat and report.
Yeah, but therein lies the problem, though. We should do better. You know that diversity should be our strength, but then it's now the noose around our neck, pretty much. But Bishop, if you're ready, then floor is yours. Bishop. All right, but I didn't think we had Bishop fully. Let's go to Oriola then. Oriola, you came in. We were talking about the speech given by Dogara, just charting the course that Nigeria might well not be in charge of its own destiny, that there are other powerful machinationing covertly in the shadows. So he said that, and then Nnamdi Kanu gave the directive that the sit-at-home should come to an end. But what will gentle or the not so gentle the Yahoo, gentle the Yahoo, all these funky names that they come up with, what will you have to say about that? So we're talking about that as well. And then we're talking about markets being shut down in Lagos. We're talking also about the American military personnel going into Aso Rock for closed-door meetings with Tinubu. And we're speculating as to the level of American involvement in our domestic affairs. So that or whatever interests you, Oriola.
All right. I just try to make I think about two of them short. So they Nnamdi Kanu. I've never really I don't think I ever put my mouth in any discussion related to that. But I think in the past he has made the same pronunciation, like he come out and said no, sit at home. I think he has done that in the past. It never worked. I think, to be honest with you, this is nonsense. He didn't really make any pronoun. We saw Anambra governor actually went out and tell people, if you don't come to market, I'm going to shut down your market for a week. If you decide not to come after a week, I'll shut it down for a month. I think it's just trying to find a way, and I don't think he's the one doing this. I think it's just people around him. They just want to find a way to make it seem like he still have a mouth. He's still big deal to people in the Southeast. I think this is trash. We should just disregard it. The guy is not important. I mean, if it's that important, he won't be in prison right now. So, to me, I think it's just him trying to. He's trying to save face, make people think like, oh, I'm still very important. Let me come outside and say stuff. I don't think it's valuable. I think to me, when I heard it, it's laughable. I don't think I don't think. I think they're just doing this just so try to like make the government think, oh, this guy is foreign or something like that. So to me, I think he doesn't have any value. To the Lagos thing, here's what the thing is, whenever there's no plan, whenever you're doing something, there needs to be a plan. It's kind of like a project, for example. There's a mission behind why I'm doing this project, and you make a plan. And in your plan, you expected that this so should go this way. If this doesn't work, or we might make extension. I think in the case of Lagos, there's no plan. So I think what's the people that deal with trash, they have it, but I don't think maybe they just see other countries doing it and they decide to just do it. There's no plan, there's no policy in place, there's no guidance. Because if there's guidance, all this talk today, some people are doing this, they're throwing
there's clearly policy in place now. That's why you're seeing enforcement. You see, with these markets, they have an agreed structure for waste management, but because of that lackadaisical, laissez-faire sort of a Nigerian approach to everything, have you not seen Nigeria? Somebody will open a wrap of gala and then they will just throw the wrapper in the gutters. So that is just, and that casual approach to sanity and all that, that's what they're looking to enforce. I think
I disagree with you. I think I've actually said this story before. 2019, I was in Nigeria, and I was at the hotel. I mean, the basic thing, I think Kosi just tell you see someone in front of you, you just started making a line. I just stood behind the person. I was waiting that the next person that come behind, that show up, should just stay behind me. Like, I'm not trying to be rowdy. That's what I thought. All of a sudden, this white guy just come and he just went directly to the desk. I got mad and I just yell at him like, why are you, like, don't you see me in line and stuff? The lady at the front desk, they just looking at me like this. They were shocked, like, why are you talking? This white guy, whatever. And I tell him, and I was like, whatever country you're from, you would never do that. You would just form a line. And the guy was like, oh, the next thing that actually even got me mad, even get me more mad, was the fact that he said, oh, no, this is not Europe. This is not France. Like, he's trying to tell me that you can only be rowdy in Nigeria, but if I go to your country, I follow the law. I see what people are doing, I just follow suit. So that's disrespectful. So that's what to answer your question. If in Nigeria that you just claim now that we don't listen, we don't follow law, if you go to any other countries, I bet you 100% of the time, those people, they will change their attitude. They will follow suit whatever they see other people are doing. They will just do it. They won't trash the streets. They won't pee on the road.
You think it's consequence? You think it's a consequence because there's really no consequence.
It's not consequence. You don't have any policy. You don't enforce your law. You don't have guidance. You believe that when someone
of course we have policy now. Why would you not have policy around sanitation, and public order. Of course, we have policy. It's enforcement now.
Okay.
And it's that laissez-faire attitude, that casual, I don't care sort of thing.
No,
of course we have policies.
I'm still disagreeing with this, and I will tell. I will give you another example. I have kids. They go to at their daycare. They teach them that this is the police. This is where you can call this number. This is the firefighters. This is this. You don't trash if you need to trash something. This is bin. This is kids that they can't talk. By the time they start talking, they know it. They want to be firefighter. They will even come home and tell you, I want to be a firefighter. I like police. I want to be police. If you try to scare them, even at 2 or 1, that, oh, if you do something wrong, I'll call the police. They start crying. That's because early on, it's embedded in them. You teach it. It's not like when you are 50 or 40 or 30, you started making stupid law just because you see it from other countries. And trying to people see zebra crossing everywhere. They don't know what it means. They don't go to training before they get their driver license. And you're trying to enforce law. You just push people to do stuff without proper training. There should be proper training.
If the nation try to enforce laws, people will tell you that you are being wicked, that you are anti-poor. That's the fact. We've seen
I don't think you're listening to me. Those same people that you talk about, if they go to other people's country, they follow suit, they follow the law, they abide by every single thing. So it's not them. You have law. You are imposing law on people that don't understand what you mean. You don't train them. You don't teach them. You just put the law there. You're telling people to follow traffic lights. They don't even understand why you're telling them. Before you get your driving license, if you're out of Nigeria, people that live abroad, they know you do your theory, meaning you have to pass the paper exam. Now you go to the streets and do your exam, and if you fail, you fail it like 3-4 times before you get your driving license, meaning you understand how the law goes. It's not like you just put law on people. That's what I see there. Like, even if they close the market today, I bet you in 6 months they will come back again and shut it down because people will follow. You don't train them. You just put them. These people don't know what you mean. They don't know what you mean by them not trashing the streets. They don't know what you mean by them making sure their place is neat. They don't know what you mean. We're doing military style on people, rather than the best way of letting people understand. If I tell you go, I should be able to tell you why I tell you should go. If I say run, I should be able to tell you the reason why I'm telling you to run is because of this. And it has to make sense to me. So that's what I see when it comes to Lagos. They're not doing their job right. They're just basically yelling up and down. And they need to stop listening to social media. Population of Nigeria on social media is not, on Twitter is like 5 million. On Facebook it's like 40 million. And you have 230 million people. It's not getting up. You're not getting 50% of people. You're only getting little, maybe like 20 to 30% of people that you're listening to. So the thing is, we're making law, we're doing all of these things. To me, it's just like same thing will keep happening. You're not doing it the right way. Sit down, make your plan. When you have a plan, it's like you're doing projects. You have a plan, you have a timeline. If this doesn't work, this is how we need to do it. So if they don't do that, they come back in 6 months, a year, the same thing will happen. That's what I see with that. Now to the last one, the influence is everywhere. You lobby, like what they do. When you say United States will have influence on us, of course, it's not just United States. Chinese people, they love them. The same way we are trying to lobby them to have to get assistance to make sure that they don't see us in a bad light, it's the same way they're having influence and lobbying our lawmakers as well. They give us aids. What do you think that's for? That's for lobbying. It's a good deed. They put something and they were expecting that whenever they ask you for something to be done for them, you'll be willing to. That's how lobbying works. Like, I give you, but it's not like I'm physically bribing you. I'm just doing something that will help you. And I'm expecting that you'll be able to help me back whenever I need something. So all countries do it. It's just that you don't want it to be in a bad way, meaning that they will take advantage of us. That's what we don't want. We don't want them to take an advantage of us. But everybody lobby. Influence. I didn't listen to the interview, but I did.
Oriola, sorry, let me ask you this question. Earlier, when you were talking, you said that because Nigerians, they don't teach them anything, they don't even know the rules, they don't know anything. That's why they behave the way they behave. But this same Nigeria, you also said when they go to this another country, they conform with their law and they behave very well. So suddenly, they just immediately they arrive in that country, they understood everything about their law and everything. That's why they behave like that.
Okay, I'll give you an example. If you want me to break it all down. So, for example, if you go to any country, you have to settle, meaning if, let's say, you come to the United States, for example, if you come on a green card, it means you have to register yourself so you can have photo ID, you can have all this so you can settle down, so you can get a job, you can do that. Before you get those things, by the time you get into that immigration office, they're giving you booklets that you review. Those things have stuff, and also you're watching people this way they're doing stuff. Like, you sit down number by number, as let's say you go to DMV, for example, everybody don't rush to the desk. You sit down, you watch people, they call you one by one. So what are you doing? You're assimilating and getting that, okay, in this place, I sit down, I wait for my turn. Next, before you get your photo ID, also this they give you the booklet that you do for immigration, they give it
Okay,
to you,
because
you
me,
read
I
it.
don't have much time, Oriola. Let me now
Right,
ask you.
I'm just saying, you
You
know
people,
that.
wait now, wait. There are so many Nigerians in diaspora that understood everything. They know about firefighting, they know about public order, everything. But these same people, when they get to Nigeria, how do they behave?
I just gave you an example of a French guy.
It's not about lack of knowledge. It's just our behavior.
Yeah, but that's the country. That's our way. If you don't do it that way, you'll be they will
Let me
think you're slow.
ask people whether they know the right thing to do, but they just refuse, maybe because of lack of consequence. That's
No.
why they misbehave. It's
I
not because they
disagree with
don't
that.
know.
I
That's
disagree
just
with that.
what I want to tell you. It's not because they don't know. They know.
Well, if you say, well, me, I disagree with that point. I just think that if I go to a place and I see how the people are doing stuff, I'm going to join them. If I become one person that's trying to act like a good guy, people will just push me around. I'll be a pushover. And if you don't want to do that, you join the crowd.
Oriola, you are normal. You are normal. When you're dealing with abnormal people, you have to enforce. You have to play with. You have to bring the stick.
Oh, you sure? Have you been to Nigeria lately? Even me that I'm talking, it gets to a point. After I try to act normal and stuff. After you get to a point, after 3-4 weeks, I started joining them. I started because I become like, I become this guy. Like, what are you doing? what I see? I'm just letting you know. Like, if we can't just push a law on people, like, do this without. And when you say, "Oh, there's consequence," it means that you enforce it. If they're not enforcing it, and people don't understand that, oh, this is what this means. Okay, I would just ask the question that, oh, everybody knows these things. Okay, if you go to any garage in Nigeria, I bet with you, all of those drivers, they don't understand what zebra.
Give us 3 more minutes, and then we go to a comparable fact.
Yeah. So let me just close on this one. If Americans have influence, like I said, it's just lobby, and I think they will have influence because they've been doing so much when it comes to giving us AIDS. So it's very hard. I mean, we all remember when they said they were cutting AIDS, and Nigeria had to like put more money into some other medical stuff just so there's no lagging. So you can tell that they're doing so much. So when they ask or they want your country to do something, yeah, of course, that's where influence comes. So I believe that they can have influence, but we just have to be conscious that they're not overtaking, taking too much advantage of us. Which I, to be honest, I think the way Tinubu is doing it is the guy is prepared, and I think he's using his brain. Like he knows how the game works. He's lobbying, and you understand they will lobby him too, like those that came to Nigeria. Of course, their military, they already give us some things when it comes to age. So of course, they will find a way to get into our stuff. But we just have to be prepared that we don't give them too much. We don't open way too much, because I'm definitely sure they're not just coming there. They have their own security, like from FBI, whatever, on CIA. They have them on ground already. They're already sniffing around. So whatever information that they can get out of us that will be advantage to them, yeah, of course they will use it. And we just have to be careful as well. So that's what I see when it comes to that. Influence, I think, yeah, but we just don't want them to take advantage of us. And there's so many ways they can take advantage of us. The same way Chinese is taking advantage of us right now. We all just not saying it, but we can tell that they're taking advantage of us in a big time. Big time they're taking. I mean, we know the Netherlands, for example, they take advantage of us. Big, big. I mean, when it comes to your milk that we drink, when it comes to our tea, our chocolates, they're taking advantage of us because our farmers are not seeing that money. They're using them in a big time. So there's so many ways that those countries are taking advantage of us. We just have to be careful that we don't become this doesn't turn into the slavery era. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Oriola. Stay with us. We got from Oriola to comparable facts. Who almost at least asleep. Comparable facts. Okay, Nakwana Alhaji Prestige.
Greetings, everybody.
How was the Super Bowl? I'm surprised to see you here. I thought you'd be Super Bowling it with the Super Bowlers.
Well, the Super Bowl has been over. I think it has been over. Like, yeah, of course I have to watch it. It's very important to me. It's just like watching a World Cup. That's how
do you have a team?
Anyway, the Super Bowl has ended. You know.
Do you have?
Is it New York Knicks that won, or is it New York Knicks?
No. It was held in California, San Francisco, right? between the Seattle and New England Patriots.
Knicks, New York Knicks is basketball. This one is football.
Yeah,
what's the difference?
Do you have a team? The guy that is talking, do you have a team?
That's a comparable facts.
Yeah, do you have a team? Are you
that's rational mind. Don't confuse Oriola. That's rational mind.
No, that's prestige. That's
prestige that is talking. Do you have a team? Because I have a team.
Man of prestige.
I have a team. And we lost, I think. We lost. I was watching it too, so we have a team. I have a team.
I was listening earlier, one man. So what is this noise everybody's making, regurgitating about the first lady, our first lady being congratulated by being congratulated by our president in America. Why are you making that a big deal? What is the big deal for
yes,
that?
Because the Americans are seduced by her elegance and poise.
What is so elegant about Remy?
Well, go and ask Donald Trump now.
She's elegant.
I think the problem with you, one man, and most of Nigeria, a lot of you are very lame.
Her looks, yes.
Every little thing, you have to go to a different, degree. It doesn't even make any sense. Because
Are you there?
I think something wrong with a lot of you Nigerians. You know, I don't see what's so influential about what, you know, the first lady is a very nice person. And at the same time, he was telling you that there's a Christian genocide happening in Nigeria. Nobody's talking about that, but you're here busy, you know, regurgitating about what he said, repeating every time. The whole media is at worse, like Nigeria has won a gold or whatever. Something wrong with a lot of you Nigerians, even the ones talking here. You need to take a look in mirror at yourself. Nothing, you know. I just came back from Nigeria, but that was in January. There's nothing good coming out of that country. So I mean,
and yet you are there 4 times a year. Every 4 months, every 3 months you are there. And yet,
well, I'm not like you. Hasn't been to Nigeria in a decade or in a century. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you said there's nothing good there, and you are never out of there. As soon as I'm sure you are planning your next trip as we are speaking now.
Well, that's where I'm from. You know, I mean, I have a claim.
Nigeria is not good. Nigeria is not good. You are there 6 times every year. Yeah?
I don't go there 6 times every year. I don't know who told you that. Stop exaggerating, one man. Stop running this.
You know how long you and I have been friends? We've been friends for nearly 3 years now.
Platform you run here.
MOP, can I ask you a question? And this is me just I'm making an inquiry. I'm not suggesting that you're lying or not. So between the last time you went, maybe last year or the year before, and your recent trip, did you see any improvements in the quality?
No, there's no improvement.
Wait, can I land? MOP, I've not landed. Let me land, please, MOP. Has there been any? Now, this, please, be very sincere. I'm not trying to catch you off. I'm not trying to say there's improvement. I'm just making an inquiry, okay? Has there really been any improvements in the quality of service at the airport, at the international airports?
You yourself told us that the Lagos airport was it's a little bit better, but to me, in my own opinion, maybe I have a very high standard. It's very pedestrian to me. I mean, everything happening in Nigeria is very pedestrian. Even in Abuja, all this noise Wike is making. I mean, Abuja is at risk in the last 4 or 5 years. There's no road. Wike just refurbished some of the road. I don't see any improvement in Nigeria. Nothing is working good in Nigeria. So I don't know where you're been. Do you even go to Nigeria? People like one man. When was the last time you been to Nigeria?
Not that long ago.
He went in 2023 when they called them to give them money.
If only. My bank manager has not reported that yet, so I have to speak to him.
We saw one. We saw you in Abuja now. One man traveled to Abuja. I was like,
I even went to the Atlantic.
You know, I've only been to Abuja once, and that would be about 8 years ago, maybe longer. And I was struck by the beauty of it. And Abuja is the first purpose-built Black African capital built by Black people. Every other capital every other Black capital is a colonial relic now. It's a handover from colonial times. Nigeria and Nigeria also. Abuja also.
It was built by Julius Berger.
Yeah, but Abuja also is the only, because there are other countries as well. They are trying to move their capital from one place to the other. It's never succeeded. Abuja stands singularly and alone, probably as the only successful capital city move that is vibrant, is growing, and it's the most planned African city as well, especially in Black Africa. If we remove Egypt, etc. So we need to be patting ourselves on the back sometimes, not just
what they mean by built, when they mean by built by Nigeria, sorry to comment. What they mean by that?
Not the contractors now, conceptualized and
Joel, when they said built by Nigeria, what they actually are telling you in the statistics is that Abuja is designed by Nigerians.
Who designed Abuja, by the way?
Go and find out.
Yeah, there's actually
No.
one of the architects, the chief architect that for Aso Rock is actually Nigerian. Something okay. But even when you look at Madam AI, when you look at Julius Berger has most of the chief engineers in Julius Berger have been Nigerians from like the mid 80s. Like a lot of the chief engineers, the senior engineers are Nigerians.
And running down Nigeria is not running down Tinubu, it's running down all of us. This is what a lot of people don't understand. You think you are running down Nigeria to spite Tinubu.
He said we beat Abuja.
You are not spiting Tinubu by running down Nigeria. You are running down all of us.
But, we're not running Nigeria. We're just putting it in perspective, right? If we say we built Abuja, right? Okay, well, I can also say that for the same thing, maybe in Dubai and all that. They brought in people, they designed it, and my thing is just this one, man. Regardless of the infrastructure, the people are the ones to, take advantage of it. And if the people are not well enough to take care of it, that is where the problem is. It is not that we don't see, infrastructures here and there, but the economy has not really impacted on the lives of the people. That's what we're talking about. It's not about the infrastructure.
All right, Prestige, give us 5-6 minutes and then we're going to draw Prestige. Or to Zita rather, Prestige. Has it dropped?
Okay, Madam AI, I think you are from Uguta, right? Do you ever go home? Do you know what's going on in Uguta about the business going on over there? Or you just where you are, you don't know what's happening in Nigeria, you just come here and say whatever you want to say. Do you know what's going on? Do you know what kind of business is going on in Imo? You know what the project about the gas and everything, we are doing in Uguta to worry. You know what's going on in Nigeria?
Really? You are asking me? Tell me.
Yes, I'm asking you because
no, tell me now. Since I don't know, tell me. No, tell me.
No, you tell
me. No, you tell me.
You don't know how Imo is developing. What Hope Uzodinma is doing with the gas deposit.
I said, tell me now. Tell me. Tell me.
And you claim you from that
tell
area.
me.
You don't even
Because
know what's happening
you know why you're saying this? Why you're asking me if I know what is going on in Imo State is because when I came here and tell you people that I worked for 21 years in Shah, Nigeria, I'm very sure you didn't believe me. Even if you did believe me, I'm very sure you felt I trashed my contact and my network in that company. I must have trashed it before I left Nigeria. That's why you're asking me that question, right? Really? One man, please, when you get to my turn, I will speak.
No, the reason why I'm asking you are from Ohajegbe, my area, because during my time in Imo, I was able to dive into certain business in that area about the gas and everything, and what Hope Uzodinma is doing. But my problem I have with you here just criticize everything about the Igbos. You don't know what's going on. I hope Uzodinma has been able to redeem himself. He's doing a good job right now, apart from the lack of insecurity. But you don't know what's actually going on in your hometown. You are from Uguta, and there's a lot of business development. So you need to go home. Maybe you can benefit
Tell
from
me now. But you that know, you are not from Uguta, but you know
I'm
the
from
business.
Owerri, but I have connection.
Hold on. Calm down. You asked me a question. You are not from Uguta. I am the one from Uguta. But wherever you are from, you claim to know more what is going on in Uguta than I do. So tell me. Tell me. Come on now.
I know more about the annual gas processing plant that is being developed, and it's the facility is located in Asa or Hajj in my local government area. So I know what's going on.
Is that why you're in and out of
that.
Nigeria
So
frequently? You are chasing contracts.
Just don't stay wherever you are that is very cold. You don't know what's going on. All you do is just come here. I'm talking a lot of gibberish. You don't know what's going on in Ebola.
Man of Prestige, I've been promoting the Oguta Wonderland, right? Because of the topography of the place and how beautiful the lake is, right? And at the time, I think some governors tried to implement something like that. and it has still not come to pass. So, I mean, it's one of those things that I would like to see in Uguta because it's a beautiful area. It's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful place and very rich, very, very rich. But sometimes when I listen to Madam Zita, I feel some way, but I mean, to each their own. Enjoy.
But the problem, I'm trying to let her to know because she's, she talk a lot and she don't know much about what's going on in Imo, because there's a real development
I talk a lot,
going on.
and I don't know what is going
You
on
talk,
in Imo.
you claim to be very knowledgeable.
And I said, tell me now, tell the whole global platform what is going on in Imo. You are not talking.
I mean, Madam Zita, it would have been nice if you were the one promoting it. You understand me? Sometimes, I mean, in place of some of the things you say about the Southeast, I mean, if you were here and you were promoting what is going on within your vicinity, I mean, I think that would have been a plus rather than the way you always come at your own tribe. It's like it comes off like it's like a self-hate.
I am not here. I never promote anything.
No,
I
Jax,
discuss things. I don't promote things. I give my submission, my opinion, sometimes the facts. I don't promote things. If you want me to promote, hold on.
The Orachi River dredging is going on.
Hold on, Prestige. Hold on, Prestige.
Access the Atlantic.
If you want me to,
can you hear us? Prestige, you have to understand, and I think you've known her long enough. Zita is she's deep and satiated, marinated in oil and gas. So for you to imagine that she doesn't know what's going on in the gas field,
no, she doesn't know.
How would you know what she knows? But how would you know what she?
All she do is run her mouth here. She know nothing.
No, don't use phrases like that now, please. I don't approve of that. She's not running her mouth now. She's sharing her thoughts.
No, she doesn't know. I can tell you what's coming because I'm invested.
But how do you know what she doesn't know? How do you know what she doesn't know? No, I'm not telling you what you know. I'm asking how you know what she doesn't know.
She don't know what I know. I know a lot of actors in what's happening there right now.
And I tell you, tell us. You are not telling us.
I don't know what this guy is talking about.
You don't know.
One man. I think what Emmanuel Prestige is trying to say is this, right? Instead of running down her the Southeast, she can sell it to us. Hold on. She can as well tell us what is going on within her vicinity. Who knows? You could be an investor.
I won't do that.
Tell me. It's all right. Okay. I think.
I'm
not gonna do that. You tell me.
This show is not about Miss Madam Zita's hometown. Like anybody who wants to give a submission will go strictly to the topic and leave Madam Zita alone.
Yes,
it's not becoming 2 against 1. Don't do that.
Yes, and it's happening too often as well.
My
So
sister
let me just.
Yeah. My sister has spoken.
Let me just say
this. Prestige, you can't tell guide Madam Zita now. You can't.
No, now I mean, Zita is too robust a personality anyway. But there's this undercurrent because Zita speaks, without recourse, or she speaks factually to how she thinks of stuff, and that seems to rankle people who want to speak to a bias that she doesn't have. You are not more anything than Zita now. She's probably, if we look at the cultural antecedents, Zita might well be senior to you culturally within the same culture that you share. Just because she doesn't speak in your tonality is not reasons to be coming to try and get at her all the time now. I think we're too mature for that. We were speaking about Dogara telling us about the Americans' influence over Nigeria, and we're not in charge of our destiny anymore. We're talking about Nnamdi Kanu giving yet another mandate to stop sit at home and all those kind of stuff. So give us about 5 minutes, Prestige, but please leave Zita alone. Prestige.
No. The reason why I came here, just to educate some people like AI, because when she come here, to promote false and unfounded claim that that is unfounded. That's a problem. People need to get it straight that she doesn't know what's going on in Imo. I mean, whatever she live, in that code area, she don't know what's going on in the.
I really wonder how you sit down in your corner and know what I don't know
No,
and
you
what I
don't.
know.
I can
This
tell
is
you what.
actually ridiculous.
I can
It's
tell
I
you
in
couldn't
what
fact,
believe
going
it's
on
a
a,
in
it's
human
in
being
my
should
fact,
be
house.
saying
in
that.
fact, it's
I
quite
can
a
give you
juvenile.
everything
It's
you
quite
want.
a juvenile statement to
I,
make.
I don't understand this kind
Very
of statement, honestly,
very
sincerely
juvenile
speaking.
sort of commentary.
And
Very
I'm telling
childish.
you, tell me that thing you think you know about my town
How
that you
can you just
believe I
say
don't
somebody
know. You are
doesn't
not
know
saying it.
what you've not interrogated her on anything to establish what she knows, and you just make the
Okay, do
it's
you know
just
what the unpack
it's
means?
an insolent
Unpack article, what
statement.
it practically mean for the Imo economy and the. Do you know that?
Do you know what? What is he talking about?
And one man, let's move on. Man of prestige,
Yeah,
let it be. Speak to what is going on.
it's a very tactless
Speak to
sort
what
of
is going on. I mean,
you just
it's too
rush in and
much.
tell somebody that they don't know something you've not conversated about, you've not interrogated their depth, and you just in fact quite a juvenile thing to say.
Why would I interrogate her? Because she come here, make
But how would you know what she
statement. I don't
doesn't
need to
know when
interrogate her
you've not?
she does not
Do you
mingle such
you have an education now, Prestige? How would you know what she doesn't know when you've never discussed it with her before?
Because she's anti-Igbo. She's anti-Igbos.
Oh, right. So that's where you're coming from. Oh,
Yes.
we all knew that was where you're coming from.
Man of prestige, tell us now. Man of prestige, what do you think now? What do you think about Dogara? Tell us about Dogara, beg. What do you think?
No, he's just coming to attack Zita. I think that's the only thing he's coming to do.
I didn't come here for the national in Nigeria. There's no need. I mean, one man practically run his Nigerian
Hey, God of mercy. This guy is
So what am I going to say here? Everybody's going to believe. Everybody here is this is
man of prestige. It doesn't
I've
matter
been on
what
this
we
platform
think.
for
What
almost
we
3
think or
years.
what
You
we
should know
believe
me by
doesn't
now.
matter. You say your own piece, man of prestige. It doesn't matter if we believe it. If you have conviction, say it. Say it boldly. That's why we like Zita over here. She says what she says.
I don't have anything to say today. I don't have anything to say right now.
I think one man, I think he lost his train of thought because he was speaking on Remy Tinubu.
Yes, I don't quite know. Prestige used to be better than this. I don't know what happened to him.
I have so many to say, but I don't know if you'll be able to take what I'm going to say.
One man, please. Let's move on to Zita. Break it up. Move on to Zita, then we'll come back to man of prestige.
Yes, thank you. I was exactly, you should be one of our hosts. I was exactly going to do that. So Zita, floor is yours. Tell us what you know about Igbo, or more to it, tell us what Dogara is talking about, because you straddle both spaces. You are very, very steeped and marinated in American politics, as you are equally the Nigerian space. And what Dogara is speaking to is the confluence of those two spaces, and is telling us that our sovereignty is fast escaping us, and is telling us that off the back of interactions, because that breakfast meeting where Trump highlighted Remi Tinubu, he was there as well. All those lobby groups that are lobbying the American administration to consider Nigeria a Christian genocide space, they were there. So he had a whole mix of all of the things. And what he was coming out to say is that our sovereignty might well not be in our decision to make. So that is what he's saying. Did you? What are your thoughts in that sort of general broad space? And as you hear from Zita, can people please push up numbers? Numbers are not going up. If you have no reason not to subscribe, then you have every reason to subscribe. So please subscribe and like as well. Zita, give us 5-7 minutes.
Okay, woman, there are two things that I believe is in contention here that I want to a little bit clarify. You see, when you say somebody is elegant, it's actually subjective. But in public discourse, you talk about the media and then you talk about the public, the media, how somebody is being portrayed. That's the where you can take out the elegancy outside of it being subjective. If you look at Reni Tinubu as a woman, I'm not talking about character, I'm talking about look. She has that calm, dignified appearance. Take it or leave it. Media coverage, public coverage says that. So I'm not talking about whether she's Baz or Baz lady. She carries that kind of Nigerian cultural, classic appearance anytime you see her. So I am not surprised. You see, we should stop hitting on ourselves when
Very much in
somebody
the manner
gives
of
us.
Bianca Ojukwu. I'll bracket Bianca Ojukwu, although she's a bit more punchy, but Bianca Ojukwu also carries that effortless elegance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And
One that's a stretch. That's a stretch, please. That's a stretch.
When you see Bianca dressed in our African attire, you will see her carrying that African Nigerian presence, which most times is very elegant. And for your information, woman, all over the world, all these long prom evening gowns, most people order it from Nigeria today. I even heard that Nigerian designs are causing trouble in African countries, in their weddings, in their occasions. Some Africans are kicking against it.
I beg your pardon, Zita, but do you know that all African weddings now is Owambe and Atrebi? Do you know
Yes,
that the
that's
whole
what I'm
of
saying.
Africa is now Atrebi?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They dress, they seem to pick from that look of a Nigerian bride or a Nigerian groom. Yeah, but it is what it is. If somebody said it's okay, it's even ridiculous for somebody to say anything in Nigeria is okay, but it is what it is. I just want to correct that. But let me go back to what you said earlier. You talked about ethnic diversity. It depends on what you mean by that. They have what they call ethnic, racial, and this. Nigeria is not number one. Yes, Nigeria is among the top 10. Uganda, as a country, is the most ethnically diverse nation in Africa. Uganda, seconded by Liberia. So it's not Nigeria. I will come to that when I want.
The data don't support that, so that's the data on the screen.
I don't know the kind of ChatGPT you are using.
Look at it now. This is the
you,
question I
you have to go back and make your research again.
This is the question I hold on. This is the question I interrogated. Which country has the most ethnically diverse mix? Top 10. So that was the simple question, and this was what they came up with. Papua New Guinea, Nigeria second, India, Indonesia, Cameroon, Congo, Tanzania, United States, South Africa, Brazil.
Maybe you have to do that search again. Even when we did history, Nigeria is one top 10, but Uganda, Liberia, and Togo, I think they match when it comes to ethnically, unless you are talking about cultural diversity and language. When you talk about cultural, when you talk about cultural diversity, includes language. Yeah, Nigeria can top the chart. But when you mean ethnicity, because in Uganda, the largest ethnic group in Uganda is 15%, to tell you how much diverse they are. I have a lot of Ugandan friends, and I've been to Kampala.
Madam Zita, I think we're just talking semantics now. I think it's just semantics. I think what my is trying to get at is the fact that there's formally identifiable ethnic groups, and we group ourselves and operate in such a manner at a national level, whereas the others are much more, they operate a lot more, as one, whereas we identify quite openly as different, and the way we run our society, we make that difference. That difference affects every social political.
Well, if you said that, you might be right. Now, let me go back to Dogara. You see, one man, I want to sound a little bit, I don't want to be civil in discussing what Dogara said. I will try to be a little bit taken aback. Sometimes I ask, how did we get these people in the helm of affairs to speak on our behalf? I'm very sure Dogara doesn't know what is foreign interference. Maybe he's limiting it to foreign interference means foreign countries telling us what to do. But either way he looks at it, it's actually mundane for him to say such a thing. Because Nigeria has not even, okay, let me say this. When we were not foreignly interfered, what have we done? What did we gain? Because United States is the most foreign interfered country on earth. It's the highest lobbied nation on planet Earth. Everybody wants to get something out of them. And they pay huge sums of money interfering, either by hook or by crook. So I don't really understand what he means by foreign interference. Maybe he would have been more clearer in what he meant by that. Because there is no country on earth that will not in one way or the other have foreign interference. Either in economies, in your government, in your education, somehow, the foreign countries has to interfere. That's actually what we call trade. You are seeing it in the negative line. It's left for you as a country to reduce the negative interference and build more on the positive interference. So for somebody like Dogara to open his mouth to say that, somebody like me in my little corner, as stupid as I am, will be saying, how did we get here? How did we allow people like this to be in power to speak? So much so that when they speak, it will be in papers. And we come here to discuss. These are people representing Nigeria. Really? Wow. It's actually funny and ridiculous. Maybe somebody should ask him, what do you mean by Nigeria is leading into massive foreign interference? Nigeria they don't build any machinery, weaponry. We don't have a weapon company. Like the one they said they have in Oka or somewhere, I don't know how far. Oka made them and all those things. I don't know how far that is. We depend on foreign countries for our weapons. We depend on foreign countries for most of the things we have. It's a growing nation that is crawling, it's not running, it's not fast enough. And one of the leaders, all he could come up with is foreign interference. Maybe he should help us and explain what he means by foreign interference before I could go into that. Please, one man, can you tell me the next topic, I beg?
We were also with our friend Malam Nandekano, who has issued yet another directive for the sit-at-homes to come to an end. So, and it's quite clear this time around. And we were then, because our chairman came on and she was telling us about her experience. She went home over Christmas, as you know, that she wanted to leave the East on Monday. But she did not want to have to contend with any of those narratives. So she had to change her travel plans and then leave on Sunday instead, a day earlier. So we were just talking about the consequences of this sit at home. You know, in our own little micro experience there. So if you expand that to the lived experience of people in that region, then you will want to say that it has impacted on their life significantly. So how long have we had the sit at home? We've had it, 2, 3, maybe 4 years. If you take that, so they've been on a 4-day week for 4 years solid. So what has that sit-at-home achieved? It has not brought the Biafran secession as a conversation with the government. The government are not negotiating anything Biafra. It has not moved the needle in any way in terms of the direction. It has not removed Nnamdi Kanu from the clutches of the authorities. In fact, they've doubled down and given him a life sentence. So are we to consider then those 3-4 years, just wasted years, and the burden of the pain inflicted on the exact same people that you say you are seeking to liberate?
Woman, you see, there is a kind of emotion I have when I want to discuss Nnamdi Kanu. Some people want me to come here and promote him and promote the carnage he has caused in the Southeast. I'm not going to do that, and I will never do that. And if I do that, what I believe in will never forgive me. Because that guy made me lose 17 people. And one of them was heartbreaking. I thank God that Shioma changed her decision. Because a niece of mine, I told you one man, they were going to, it was almost 6:15. They were rushing to Port Harcourt.
So sorry, Zita.
Yeah,
Can
they were
people
rushing
please
to Port Harcourt to board the flight back to Canada.
Sorry, invite them to push up our numbers. We need the subscribers going up and the likes as well. Carry on, Zita.
They sit at home, papa them. She and her husband. So I actually, if I have one word from Nnamdi Kanu and what he did, I will say not only that they should chop off his upstairs. If there is another life, they should still chop off his upstairs and chop it again and again and again. Even if he reincarnates, he should be for those who believe in reincarnation, he should be in a position that his head should be chopped off again. When a madman gives an instruction and is being carried out, you begin to wonder what is going on. Because I don't really understand this idea of somebody got you angry and you are beating yourself. That's actually what happened in Igbo land for so many years. They got angry. There's nothing wrong in you getting angry. You got angry, claim all you want to claim, give all the reasons you want to give why you are angry. That's okay. But now beating yourself and buying yourself because you're angry is the height of madness. You are not beating the person that got you angry. You are not doing anything to the person that got you angry. But you decide to be kidding yourself for getting you angry yourself, but for getting angry. That's exactly what happened in Igbo land. So I don't even know why we are discussing Nnamdi Kanu. I have said this several times, and I will still say it. Nnamdi Kanu is a leader of IPOD. Leader, that's the word. And the last time I checked, people who are leaders of secession, people who are leaders of group, whether they attack terrorists or militia, their leaders are being pied aside. The instruction by the military, more especially in Africa, is when you see them, pie them. There is no discussion. I begin to wrap my head why Nnamdi Kanu is being given this so much opportunity. Not only that they caught him, they didn't buy him aside. They took him to court. They used Nigerian taxpayers' money to feed him for several years. Gave him comfort, gave him opportunity to slap lawyers, to shut down judges and do whatever he wants to do. And at the end of the day, what did they hand him over? Life imprisonment. Are you kidding me? Woman, are you seriously kidding me? That nitwit, all they could give to him was life imprisonment. Come on now. This is actually the area in Nigeria I am not comfortable with. Because when you do things like this, one man, you give room for more to come. I have said this severally, and I will continue saying it. If the Southeasterners have problem with the way they are treated or the way they want to go or how they want to go, they have representative in the upper chamber in Nigeria. Those people should go there and make it their port of call. They should be talking about it on every sitting. They should make sure they speak heavily on it and get at least something. Even if they don't get anything, let them get an apology. If you go to Rwanda, they're making cases. There is an apology. You give me peace, I give you peace. You heal me, I heal you. At least if the Igbos in the chamber cannot get anything, they should get that one for Igbos, even if they don't get the secession. But hello, they don't discuss it, they don't even mention it, they don't want to talk about it. And right in their region, they're busy.
Sorry, Zita, just in that broader space, not the Kanu, yes, but in the broader Biafran and then expanded to the Southeastern space, do you think that part of the narrative is that we have still not... Do you remember when South Africa came out of apartheid, they had a truth and reconciliation something where they aired out all of their grievances, they had their crying, and then they hugged and all that.
Yes.
Do you think we've still not had closure from
no,
that
there is no
Biafra,
closure now. There is
from
no
that
closure.
Biafra space?
Yes.
And do you think that there's still an underbelly of that, which then gives sympathy to narratives from people like Nnamdi Kanu?
Yes. Because you see, one man, the first time they tried to shut it down by putting nobody should discuss it. You remember before, I think it was Shehu Shagari. Is it Shehu Shagari or whoever that removed that thing so that he will win vote from some whatever, told Ojukwu to come back and remove that, do not say, I think there was something they said you should not discuss the Nigerian Biafran war anyhow. Somebody in the presidency sometime removed it. That gives them the opportunity to talk about Mosop and all those things. Actually, that action was not actually proper. Putting it that way and removing it that way is not proper. There should be a closure. And if I have to be frank with myself and with my people, nobody is going to push that closure except us. That's why I mentioned people in the upper house. They should go there and push for that closure.
Can I say
And
something?
whichever closure they get, they should put an end to it. And it's either it becomes the goal or it becomes a crime for you to use it for anything. Period. Rwanda has done it. South Africa has done it. There is nothing wrong in Nigeria doing it. Are you getting the point? You have to put a closure to it so that it doesn't turn to become a racketeering
Yes, I think
business.
that Biafran narrative is still very much a gaping, unhealed wound in the Nigerian... I said the Biafran narrative is still a gaping and unhealed wound.
For the Igbos, yes, but not for
not
Nigeria.
even for the Igbos, for Nigeria.
No.
For Nigeria. Because for as long as the Igbos feel aggrieved, then the country cannot move as in unison as one entity. And if such a significant part of the country feels detached somewhat or feels hard done by, then we cannot really we can't punch with one fist, because that fist will not clench for reasons of the aggrievement of the Southeast. So it's really a Nigerian problem rather than a Southeastern problem.
No, one man. No, I don't know where you got that one from, but no country moves as one as an entity anyway. There must be somebody, some group somewhere in any country that is quaking head.
Yeah, but
according to
not
people.
the mass. You know that the top three largest ethnic groupings is the Hausas, the Yorubas, and the Igbos. That's Nigeria right there now. That's the body of the country. So if one feels detached, it's a big problem. The Biafran something. I know we joke about it, but it's a big problem.
It is not a big problem to Nigeria. Do you know why I said that? The Igbos have not been able to make it a big problem to Nigeria. They've not been able. I've said this. Let me try to push it a little bit further. First of all, if you make yourself, I won't use the word indispensable, but I will use the word highly recognized. You become an entity that can be listened to. I hope I'm making a point here. I don't want to use the word indispensable. Let me tell you this. If you see the carnage that happened in Igbo land, at a point, it was as if Igbo people were left to deal with their poo. But look at what is happening in the north. Carnage is going on. And every day you see our military, our government running helter-skelter, running around. Why is that so? Because the North has made themselves somewhat of importance to the Nigerian government. So anything that comes out from there becomes a problem to Nigeria, but not with the Igbos. Hate me, like me, I'll say this. Honestly, sincerely speaking, they can come here and attack me as they like. But one thing is important. They should go home and think about what I'm saying. You have to make yourself a little bit important. Either with your vote or with your voice. If Igbo become a swing region for Nigerian election, trust me, Biafra will become an issue for the whole of Nigeria. But at this seat now, one man, no matter how you try to do it, it's an Igbo thing. It's an Igbo thing. Trust me, most Nigerians didn't even know that that kind of carnage is going on in Igbo land. It's an Igbo thing because they are beating themselves. They have not been able to bring it to the federation. It's always within. Why they do that, I don't know. Are they scared of coming out to talk about it? What are they scared of? What are their senators and their because even one man, even when they did the Oputa panel, it wasn't part of Oputa panel. Surprisingly, at least they would have started from there. It wasn't part of it. So why is it so? What are they scared of? Why are they not pushing it? Is there anything they're not telling the Igbos? But one man, let me say this before I hand over to the next person. Calling that thing Nigerian Biafran War is actually ridiculous. Because you cannot be saying a country that never existed fought a war. That's the most stupid thing I have ever heard. Biafra was not existing, never existed. And you don't become a country by somebody saying, Biafra, and then go to war, and you become Nigerian Biafran War. You see, one man, the media has done so much damage on planet Earth. They are doing a very good job. To me, that thing is Ojupu War. I will rather call it an ethnic war.
Zita,
between the
Biafra,
Igbos
Zita, Biafra existed for a period of time. History is there,
as a
and there was
country.
a time
As a
as a
country.
country. Yeah,
Mm.
many countries recognize it. It's just
Excuse
that
me. Did the
it's of
countries
wait a moment.
recognize it before
Recognized
the
by the
war?
United Nations. The
Well,
United
I don't.
Nations recognize
Hold
it.
on. Hold on. I want to ask the person a question.
There
I
are
don't know who
countries
is
across the
speaking.
world today not even recognized by United Nations, but they
Hold
are
on.
country of their own.
Hold on.
You know, he existed, but they lost along the line. We can't just
Hold
say
on. Let me ask you a question. Please answer me. The recognition, was it before the war or after the war?
before the war. Before the
So,
war, it was recognized.
okay. So what you are saying is that before Nigerian Biafran war, somebody
Yeah,
somewhere went about and was getting recognition for a country called Biafra in Nigeria.
every country started existing from somewhere. So,
Answer my question, please. You said
yeah.
before the Nigerian
Wait.
Biafran war.
Can I clarify this to you? When Ojukwu declared Biafra Republic, countries, many
Before then, please. Before then, I said before the
yeah, let me
war,
understand.
before the declaration, was there a country called Biafra? That's my question.
Before the war, there was.
I shouldn't be talking to you. One man, please, let me continue.
Okay,
So
let's
before the
forget about
war,
it.
there was a country called Biafra in Nigeria that has been
I don't think you
recognized.
understood the question. I don't think you understood the question.
One man, I understand that question very well. Let me explain a little bit. You see, the thing is this. Both Biafra, Nigeria, they were all created by the British. You understand me? So when Ojukwu declared Biafra Republic, we stand. Countries across the
Sorry.
globe.
Hold on. When did the British create Biafra?
I did say no.
And
I
wait,
just said wait.
what is our national
Can I
anthem?
answer you? Wait, it's just like I'm saying the component of Nigeria. Just take it from that angle. Maybe you understand me like that. Both whether Igbo, whether everybody, the British put us together. But along the line, somebody wanted to divorce. It's not even, you know, the funniest thing about Biafra is that many people, many countries across the globe recognize Biafra existence before the war. So we
Many
can't take that
countries.
away that the country did not exist. They have national items, they printed currency, whether it's fake or paper. Other nations were already willing to send diplomats. So what else do you call a
That
country?
was before the declaration, right?
Not before
Hello.
declaration. You don't even know that Biafra lasted for so many months before the
I
war.
said
Or
before
you
the
think
declaration,
they
they
said
have
Biafra today
currency,
and there was war the following day?
they
No,
were
it wasn't like that.
recognized.
It was recognized. It was
Before the
recognized by so many
declaration,
countries across the globe.
yeah, before Ojukwu thought of Biafra, calling a non-existing entity Biafra, it was recognized. They have
No,
currency.
that's not what I'm saying. When Ojukwu declared Biafra Republic, many countries recognize it as a country.
That means you didn't understand my question.
Okay.
You cannot
Zita, you can
call a
continue. I want to
war.
do something.
Listen, what I said is, you cannot say that a country that was not existing fought a war. That's what I said. Being a country is just one man coming out to say Nigeria and Biafra. My country is Biafra, and he goes into war. And at the end of the day, it becomes Nigerian Biafran war. No, that's an ethnic war in Nigeria. It's just an ethnic. It's not a country. It's not a country versus a country.
Wait, Zita, Biafra lasted so many months before war. It's not like somebody said
There are
Biafra
5 countries.
today, and
There are 5.
And the following, yeah. Continue,
Go on,
Wama.
make your point, and make your point, and I'll come after you.
Ojukwu didn't say Biafra today, and tomorrow there was war. Biafra lasted many months before the war. We have to be honest.
So
right. There were Zita, just for the purposes of documenting the facts. There are 5 countries that recognized Biafra during that Ojukwu phase. None of them are outside of the African shores. They were Gabon, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, Zambia, and, well, there's one outside of the African shores, Haiti. So those were the ones that formally recognized Biafra. 5 countries: Gabon, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, Zambia, and Haiti.
Excuse me.
I thought the
What
French
I
was
am
fighting
saying,
too.
please, can
Not
you
formally.
understand what I
They
am
didn't formally
saying?
recognize it as a country.
There is no country called Biafra before the war. Period. It's just like saying Nigeria and Ghana are fighting a war. That makes sense. There is a country called Ghana. There is a country called Nigeria. And they were existing.
One
They
man, can
have
I
their
go,
military, they
please?
have their
We've been
government, they
talking
have
about this thing for too
everything.
long.
And they were existing.
All
That
right.
is what is called a
Sorry.
country. That's what is called an existing country. And
All
I
right, 2
stand
more
here
minutes,
to tell
Zita,
you
so that we can hear
people,
from Joel.
Biafra was not existing before the war. Period. What part of it is nobody not understanding? Where is the, according to somebody, I think I had a female voice asking their capital, their currency, and whatever. You don't just wake up and say, this is a country, and it becomes a country. It doesn't work that way. Period. There is no country called Biafra before the Biafran, the so-called Nigerian Biafran war. What happened in Nigeria was an ethnic war.
There was no country called Nigeria out in Mary Slessor came out and say, yeah,
But it
Nigeria.
was existing now. It started existing.
How? Biafra
Yeah,
was
it
also
started
existing.
existing. They have their military, they have their government, they have everything.
For
They
example,
do
wait,
elections.
Vita, if
So
that
it
space
was
were
recognized
properly,
as a country. It was an existing country. So whether it is a bomb that called it Nigeria before it started existing, or it is a knockhead that called it Nigeria before it started existing, the important thing was that it was existing. It doesn't really matter how it came about. But what I'm telling you is that Biafra was not existing. What part of it are you not understanding?
And also, even during the war, Biafra never existed because it was never formalized as a country. Just the proclamation of one man to declare that a country, it doesn't suddenly make it a country.
So
there was never a point in time that Biafra exists. And
so why should it be Nigerian Biafran war?
It was more a Nigerian secession war. That's probably the better terminology.
I don't even call it a secession war because it's a stupid war that shouldn't have happened. It was an ethnic war, period. Actually, it was what I will
give us
call
2 more minutes later,
office brow. Some idiots were having an office of official misunderstanding. And they couldn't face their fellow officers. They decided to bring it home. That's the only way I see it. Period. It's an office problem. They were having their, you are higher than me, I'm not higher than you in the office. I should be the first, you should be the last. I have more people, you don't have more people. I have more support. That was in the office. That has absolutely nothing to do with Nigerians. And somebody could not face his fellow men and women and fight them. He decided to run home to ask for help from his people. That's the way I see the war. Hate me, like me, I don't care. That is the war, period. And as for Nnamdi Kanu, one man, I will advise that, I don't know, his upstate is supposed to be cut. I don't know the reason why Nigerian government gave him a life imprisonment and he's still speaking. He's still talking. I don't know. And I'm not really happy with Nigerian government for giving that man life imprisonment. His mates were not giving that kind of opportunity.
A lot of people are not happy with that sentencing. But Zita, let me pause you for a moment so that Zita can Joel can come in as well. But it looks as though you have a fan in the comment section, Zita. I'm not going to attempt this name. Joel, you can read that name, but a new fan for Zita.
Joel, you can't do that now. Are you supposed to come to me?
We've been to you already now.
We've been to you already now. Why are you going to do it?
But we've been to you already. Let's go to Joel and then we'll look back to you. It's been here for so long, it's not spoken. Joel, can you pronounce this name as you take the floor?
Hold on, woman. Sorry, before it goes, man. The moment Ojukwu declared Biafra is when the war started. So why is that guy saying Biafra existed for many months? I don't even understand. Why you guys letting that guy?
He didn't understand what Zeta was saying. I don't.
He knows, man. He's just trying to manipulate. He's trying to indirectly brainwash his low IQ people.
But I'm not the kind of person you manipulate now.
All right, Joel, can you attempt this name? It's too hardcore for me.
Joel and one man. I think both of you are wrong. It's supposed to be my turn.
Aguncha Nnamdi Award. I mean, anyway, one man. It's not my.
Yes, that's
if somebody, if anyone,
that's fun. That's new fun.
Joel, you must pronounce that name.
I'll pronounce it.
You must pronounce that name.
He's questioning your Igbo identity, and he cannot even pronounce an Igbo name.
I don't want to. I don't want to because I mean,
I'm not taking this. Joel, you must pronounce that name before you move.
I don't know. It's well.
Let me pronounce that name.
Aguncha Nnamdi. I mean, that's what it is.
No,
I think she has combined first.
Let me pronounce it.
Yes.
Agwo Ncha Nnamdi. Agwo is a snake.
It's not agwo. It's not. There's no O in it. There's no agwo.
AGW. Agwo.
So I was right. Aguncha Nnamdi Lutana. It's not agwo. There's no O in it.
An American understands Igbo more than you, Joel. Look at that. An American.
No, I was the one that pronounced it right. She pronounced it wrong. I think she's saying O. There's no O in it. If it's O, then that's snake. But it's agwo.
Well, you're wrong. You found out, Joel. You've been found out. You've been discovered.
Do we strip Joel of his Igbo card?
Because Joel is not agwo. Because
it's agwo. It's AGW. Agwo. Any Igbo person listening is agwo. Agwo is AGWO.
Okay.
Or O in some places too, right? Agwo.
Okay. Thank you.
AGWO is agwo. Yeah.
All right, Joe. Floor is yours.
All right. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from, Joel of Nigeria on the One Man Show. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please like. One man. Before I go forward, I do not think that Nnamdi Kanu should be killed. People make mistakes. But when we look at how the Nigerian states have not been able to answer the Biafra question 60 years, how old now? I think 40 years after, 50 years. It's still sad. We've not had a closure to that war. And that's the reason why, if an Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated, you will have a Simon Ekpa. Tomorrow there will be another person. As long as we've not answered the Biafra question, we will still continue. We shall continue to have issues like this happening within our society.
Joel, can you expandate what that question is and what the answer may look like? You said Nigeria has not asked or answered the
There needs to be a closure, right? There needs to be a truth, and like the one we had with like what we have with Oputa panel, right? You find out that after the Oputa panel, some people might say it did not achieve everything.
Sorry, Joel. Choma, can you check your WhatsApp? Sorry, carry on, Joel.
You might say that it did not, tick all the buttons, right? But you can see that it really helped even ushering in OBJ at the end of the day, right? Because
OBJ was president when OBJ formed.
Sorry, he was the one that put the panel. But you found out that it helped quell with everything that happened after Abiola's death, the coup and everything. people started seeing everybody like participant in the war, participant in the coup, right? Participant in the government of Abacha. You know?
No, sorry. It's because the Yoruba moved on. That's the reason.
Hold on, please. Please, I don't want us to start. The Yoruba did not move any. They don't move any on. What happened was that. What happens is that. What happened? One man was that we solved the Abiola problem. Can you imagine if a Yoruba man has not been president since 1999? Since the death of Abiola? Please, can I just talk? Please, can you just shut up? Let me talk, please. Haba.
Can't you be civil? I did not abuse you.
I don't want to, because sometimes you sound cynical. Sometimes there's nothing like common sense in you. You just talk. You want to talk. Let me just finish, please. Let me just hand on my talk, please. One man. Can you imagine if what would have happened if Abiola?
Sorry, Joel, are you sure you're not from Oyo, from Ibadan? Are you sure?
No, I am not. But one man, this is the thing.
Because the way because it's only Ibadan people that like fight the way you do. You are just always.
No. See, one man. When somebody is talking, right? I want us to see reasons. If it has happened in other places, we have seen where these truth commissions were set up, and it worked. There is something, whether you like it or not, there's a reason why the people like Nnamdi Kanu will always rise up in Nigeria. We can solve that problem. Let's admit that we have that problem. For instance, there is this Southeast Development Commission. If I were Tinubu, I would have boosted up. I would have made it so flowery. I would have engaged, make that commission like the commissioning and everything, making it about telling it towards Biafra, and make sure those people do what they have to do. But the issue there, one man, is that we've not answered the question of the Biafra. We've not answered the Biafra question, and issues like this will come up. I don't think he deserves a death penalty. Looking at what has happened in Nigeria over the years, looking at the people that have left prison and all that, I do not think that he should still be in prison. I think he should be released from prison. Well, that's on Nnamdi Kanu. One man. I would like to agree with Dogara. My fear has always been this. I trust Trump. I trust Trump. And the reason why I trust Trump is simple. I know that if there is anything that Trump would like to get from Nigeria, it would like to be like a business deal. Trump would not come to intrude into your culture or your ideology. They won't come, he won't do that. But what happens when Trump leaves? Because, of course, that same apparatus will be available to whoever that comes into power. If it becomes a Democrat, then it means that pushing their ideology will be like, like passing candies. They would have had much access into Nigeria to do what they want to do, which makes us always talk about good governance. We have no business inviting the United States into Nigeria if our government was working. If our country was doing good, why would they come in? If they're coming in, they will come in to be business partners. But the issue there is this. Whether they are coming for the right or the wrong reasons, we have to accept them because we need that help. We've sabotaged ourselves so much that it seems like, the The country is at anybody's, whatever any person thinks in any region. Oh, come on, just do your thing, and But with the help of Trump, these things are being, worked on. But my own biggest problem is when he leaves office, what would happen? If we have a Democrat in power, what would happen? So I partially agree with Dogara. The presence of Tinubu's wife, it didn't make it. They went there to, it's just photo op. It's just for the optics. I don't want to look at it and say, oh, what? My biggest problem is that if Trump leaves office, then we might have a problem in our hands. And one man, what's the other topic? So I can run it up on that one.
Yes, we were also looking at there was this the Americans now have troops in Nigeria, and now they have now gone into closed door meetings with Tinubu, and then the images. I wasn't quite comfortable with the images coming out. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you one of the images that caused me mild discomfort. So it says Tinubu receives U.S. military delegation at Aso Rock. So it was more a pictorial than an actual essay article. So those are the Americans right there. You can see Tinubu at the middle, and that's them, of course, with the Nigerian accoutrements. That's Nuhu Ribadu. That's the new. That's Musa right there, and those are the Army, Navy, etc., etc. And that's the American contingent, and that's them sitting in the overhaul equivalents or overall room equivalents of in Nigeria. But it was actually this picture that jarred me somewhat. If I expand it a little bit, you can see the look at the look on this. There's a knowing look on that guy's face. There's intention on that guy's face. But Tinubu, there's bewilderment and resignation on his face. So there's it gave me this.
Who released this picture? Who released this picture in the first place?
No, it came out of the government space, and it was released by the. It's me interpreting it. Oh, I'm sure people see it differently. But if you look at the totality of the narrative, it's almost as though we are already encircled. We are now being encaptured somewhat by these characters, these Americans. Yeah, it just fills me with discomfort somewhat. So, what are you making then of the increasing American presence in Nigerian affairs?
Why is Tinubu pulling Nigeria out?
One man, the issue there is this, right? They're in Nigeria. Now, we can start talking about, them doing the job and what the rules of engagement might be. Now, Trump's way of, engaging in stuff like this is that he must get something out of it. So what negotiation was made behind closed doors? Was our rare earth compromised? And, we are in an election year. Is Tinubu trying to curry up favor? So depending on who wants it more, and I think this time around we want it more. So we might give up a lot of things that we might question later in future. But if the purpose of meeting is achieved, then probably we might lick our wounds and pick ourselves from here and there and keep it moving. But one more, like I said, my only fear in this is if there is a change of government, because this might infringe on our economy or either boost it or whichever way it goes. But that of our culture is where I'm having problem with. And if our culture is attacked, then I don't think we have any reason to leave. And I just pray that Tinubu, gauge the engagement we have with these people in such a way that they don't get deep into our national fabric to the point of deciding how we live our lives or not. Let it be just straight on security, and maybe training, exchange, and weaponry and weapon buying. Let us just leave it at that. But when it comes to like our own culture, our own ideology,
Is Joel still there? Am I still here? What's going on?
I don't
Oh, I
know
think
what
it's
happened.
muted.
I wasn't talking. I didn't know. But anyway, what I was just saying is this, right? I don't know where it cut off. But the issue, what I'm just saying is this, right? That they are in the country, they're in the country, right? My greatest fear, like I've said, is the change of government, and how well or how deep they can get into our cultural fabrics. If they can get into our culture so deep, like they've changed theirs right here, one man, we are done for. But if Tinubu can, reduce their engagement with us to issues that has to do with security, weapon buying, and training, I think probably that would be a win-win for both nations. So on that note, one man, I'll say thank you very much.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. Always excellently put by Joel of Nashville. Mike, if you're coming in, can you log in as a host? I want to get out of here. Oh, you are logged in as a host. So that's Mike. Mike, are you there, Mike? Michael, you. All right. Okay. So we visit round, take it round, move it in the direction of Remy. I think Prestige has dropped. So we go Remy, we go Midwest. We got Ekene joining us as well. I think the fight might be over between us and Ekene. So we do a quick whiz round and then we may shut it down. Remy, you're always coming late for class. Remy, goodbye.
Yeah, sorry because of the time factor.
Yes, apologies. I know it's a real pain for a lot of people. Carry on.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's nice to be here once again. I will quickly talk about Dogara, and I think I align with what Madam Zita said earlier. Sometimes we give unnecessary benefit or importance to some featherweight politician. As we stand today, the president is the head of the country and he knows what he's doing. Everybody agreed that there is insecurity problem in Nigeria, and everybody also agreed that we must find help, whether within or outside. So when you are looking for help, and there's no country in isolation, you have to look at the big brothers to help you in terms of buying ammunition or whatever you do not have. And when we are talking about this, then interest have to come forth. Nothing come forth without no interest. So if America or China or whoever is going to help you, they have their own interests as well. That is what we call geopolitics. It is now left for Nigeria, how do they handle it, and how the people they are trying to do business with also handle it. Unfortunately, we are a diverse country with so many interests from different tribes. And most of these tribes, everybody tries to push to the center, in which I always advocated for state resource control. The moment Nigeria changed to this state resource control, all this wahala will die down. Because nobody, no state will be interested in going to Abuja to collect federal allocation anymore. It is what you do in your state that will make your state to develop. And that is what I think the government should be thinking, at least a lot of Nigeria should be thinking toward that line. But unfortunately, maybe because of we are black, or maybe because we are not exposed enough, or we are not educationally sound, we always look at things from emotion, we always look at things from religion and tribe most times. And that has been the, unfortunately, things that does not help that country to develop over the years. That we should. Okay, in terms of, that is for Dogara. So I think nobody should just And I think that the president has played a very careful role. A lot of people thought that America would just come and bombard their way, but this guy has turned it around. Whether you like it or not, you have to look at the people you are dealing with. If Mr. Trump is interested in business, at the end of the day, Nigeria were able to purchase a lot of war equipment from America. And sending these guys down to Nigeria, this and that and that. Sometimes from Nigeria, we also belittle ourselves. Nigeria have some of the finest diplomats in the world. That really shows you that they have a lot of people that work in various embassies in Nigeria that are very smart people. From what you thought that America would just have their way, look at how they turn it around. Although we might be cooperating in terms of security, it does not stop Nigeria from doing business with all the other people like China and the rest. So I'm not exercising any fear. So I just think that at the end of the day, if this can help us to reduce insecurity in Nigeria, then it's a good way to go. Although, like I said earlier, there will always be interest and sacrifice. So if to sacrifice some of our things, I don't know, maybe the deal on some of our mineral, whatever, like I said, it's always about interest. So to me, I don't have any fear. In terms of you talk about Nnamdi Kanu and the rest, again, I align with Madam Zita. That guy is supposed to be hanged. I repeat, to be hanged, because you have mastermind and pie a lot of Nigeria in Southeast and other part of Nigeria, because so many people lost their life during the NSAS movement, while they continue to set fires on Lagos property, pie a lot of people. So it's not only Igbo land alone, unfortunately. And I don't see any reason, why some people still continue to support this guy. And when you are talking about closure, I think after the Civil War, there was no victor, no whatever they decide to, and everything was normal. And I don't think in Nigeria today, if you are a Southeasterner, you want to move around, nobody's stopping you. And nobody is stopping other regions to move to the Southeast as well, to do business or to dwell in that region. And I think if you are talking about, okay, set up a truth commission, what about the mindset of the people in the North who still think that their people were massacred during the first coup in 1966 in Nigeria? They still have that one in mind too. So how do you handle their own aspect too? What about other people that lost life during the Civil War? Probably not from the Southeast, or maybe they are part of Southeast that time, but not their South people. How would you want them to feel? So how many people are we going to pacify? And when we talk about Abiola, I think the Yoruba really moved on after Abiola's death. And to tell you the truth, an average Yoruba man does not support Obasanjo to be the president in 1999. That is why you see that majority of the people in that region voted for Falai. But unfortunately, power might be the military, the first Obasanjo in Nigeria. And we moved on, and then we play our politics. We're outside of the federal, the ruling party for nearly 16 years. And then we fought our way back. And today, one of our sons is the president. If God give him the strength, he might be the president for another up to 2031. And then to go back to the North again. I think politics just play a game very well. It's just a game of win or lose. But you have to be strategic enough to know how to win. That is the way I see that one. Which other topic do we talk about? Because I don't want to take too much of your time.
We were also talking about the American presence, increasing presence in Nigeria, and what this means for Nigeria as the military delegation from the United States go into closed-door meetings with Tinubu in Aso Rock. And then we're also talking about Ladipo market being shut down And then we were doing the count. About 18 markets have been shut down so far. And then we're wondering what's in play there. Is there an ethnic tonality to it as some people are agitating for us to believe, or is it a matter of trying to sanitize that space? So we're talking about that as well. And then we're also talking about this convoluted language for the transmission of election results. You know, why are people riling against? So all of those things or anything else that interests you. I'm going to bail out and let you guys carry on the conversation. Choma can shut it down. Mike can shut it down as well. Choma takes charge. Midwest still to speak. Kenya, after a long time, Mike wants to chime in as well. So a lot of conversation still. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. No super task to report. I'm not sure what's going on there. People don't love us anymore. But thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay, I think about the American delegation. I've already spoke about it. I think there's no fear to. I don't know, because no matter what happens in the next few years, America is going to have another president probably in the next 2 years. And if Tinubu win, it will continue to be there in 2031. There's always a room for negotiation and renegotiation. So I think that one to me is okay, especially we're in security situation in Nigeria, and some of our military have been compromised. Maybe they are helping us in terms of, that's what I read, in terms of intelligence and communication. So if they can help us and we can find a way to put this in the board, I mean, probably fight these people or arrest them, whatever we can do.
Remy?
To reduce
don't you, Remy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Don't you think it's kind of a problem that Tinubu is not telling us what they are discussing? Like communicating with us, being transparent about their discussion, because the thing is very sensitive.
When it comes to security, sometimes.
No, not necessarily the security part. We are not talking about telling us details, but like being open about, okay, we discuss about this issue, that issue, but we're not saying tell us why they want to strike or anything, but we're just saying like, what were the topics? Because we don't know if they are in the room telling him or that, because America is not to come to negotiate their interest,
I understand you, but if they come out and tell that we just discuss our security, how to improve the security situation in Nigeria, is that not what you want to hear? That's over.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm very sure they will discuss other issues. Yes, they will not just come here and only talk about. They will use the opportunity to also discuss their country, Chinese.
Yeah, that's why I said it's all
kind of things.
That's why I said it's all about interest. But leave that one, because no matter what you do, we are not in the presidency and we are not in the corridor.
But we have a right to know now. I don't know why you are doing it.
Okay, let me just finish quickly so that another person can come in. In terms of demolishing market or trying to do environmental sanitation in Lagos, of course there is a tribal coloration to it. I totally agree with that, because a lot of Yoruba have been complaining about this, that some of their markets have been taken over from other regions of the country. So they have a right, and everything is being reorganized and rearranged again. So if you are living as a native in your own region, you don't want somebody that comes from outside to control whatever in your own state. So one way or the other, they will tell me something. So and this is because of the consequence and the aftermath of the 2023 election. And they are not stupid again. Another election is coming, and so they have to find a way to do whatever they should do, because everybody wants to win. If somebody can get 94% in their state, so what is wrong if I can get 99% in my own state too? So I don't blame them for doing that. So
you know that in the Atlantico market, every ethnic group is there, right? So are you saying they're punishing all of us because they want to punish one people? Is that what you're telling us?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm just trying to say is that they said the market is dirty, they are using environmental or whatever. But I'm also trying to say that.
But you say you agree that it's ethnic something there.
It's not ethnic cleansing. I'm saying that some of our
cleansing, I say coloration.
Some of our people have been complaining that they are hijacking their market.
Who's complaining? I don't know any person complaining about they are hijacking their market.
Okay, whatever you can say.
Okay, let's say they are complaining. Hold on. Let's say they are complaining. So you believe in that Lagos State government just going to shut down the whole market where every tribe is trading?
No. There's so many issues in most of the markets it can be because of environmental factor. Maybe they're right.
No, I'm going by what you agree. You say you believe that.
I believe because that is what we have been hearing all around, especially in Lagos State. I'm not talking
about. You wouldn't want to
state.
believe that the Lagos State government will do that now.
Whatever. You should also know that this is an election year. Everybody try their best to whatever they are going to do to make sure that they win an election. So you can't rule that one out also. So I think I was talking here.
That I think it's because of environmental sanitation. I mean, I think that this is second time they shut Ladipo down. It's actually
that's what I believe too now. And they want to modernize Lagos. Yeah, they want to modernize Lagos. The idea of that rough market.
Open markets have no place in Lagos. Look at Balogun.
Exactly.
There's a serious problem now over just before Christmas. A lot of people fight. A lot of things happen. When you go to those places are not fit for purpose. You should not have those kind of markets. It's not organized.
There's a Lagos master plan too, you know.
Even in terms of safety, it's not even proper. In Balogun, you can't. A fire truck couldn't come into Balogun now. This was burning down. Fire trucks couldn't access because buildings have been built around the place.
Exactly.
There's no designated traffic path. You know, traffic is blocked. They couldn't bring emergency vehicles in. Ladipo, Alabarago, they had issues of sanitation, animal waste, animal blood was flowing into the open channels, contaminating.
You know, Aro, you know, in Abuja, you can't.
Lot of issues.
Aro, you know, in Abuja, you can't create such kind of markets. Like before you even begin to set up all those kind, they would demolish it. So Lagos, when the British when Lagos in the days before when they planned Lagos, when it was built, they didn't build it for that kind of settings, you know, where people. Well, unfortunately, when people started migrating to Lagos, started creating all these markets. There was no government back then. Because there were Bushmen that were ruling Nigeria back then, so they didn't say anything wrong with it. They didn't understand what city is supposed to be like. So they allow it to just happen where we just have open market, just rough. A city, can you imagine? You can't see any other city in the world now. So the Lagos master plan that they have now, they want to eliminate those things, you know. But
I think it's just population explosion is what we have in Nigeria. Because when you look at it, okay, let's not even look at Lagos alone, just across Nigeria. When you look at historical facts, I know of the older empire, I know of the Jigomeko in Ife. I mean, they were well organized. There's still artifacts that show how organized they were, how the traders, how they organized themselves. We even as a culture, before Igbo people came, we understood sanitation. I mean, for instance, these people that do, we understood smallpox. And we actually even had a cult dedicated to smallpox. I want the Yoruba at least. And then when you look at you look at the guys, you know, so I think it's just we lost ourselves in the confusion of identity due to the colonial experience. I think it's something that is still troubling us. We need to, you know, there's things that we did before the colonialists came that shows that we know how to organize ourselves.
Can I also comment there? Good morning. Hello.
Please comment, sir. Yes.
Yeah, the thing is this. You see, when it comes to market across Nigeria, the way we operate those marketplaces, the government need to change it. They need to advance it so we can think like a rich capitalist. So we can use those markets to create jobs, beautify it, well structured. Because this local idea of marketplaces be dirty, just have a shop, bring somebody in. In fact, if you enter there, you don't even know the shop owners, people's everywhere, they survive. And we're talking about multi-millionaire business. We're talking about the consuming strength of a state. We're talking about retail here, which is the economy of a state. So at the end of it all, the government don't even know proper way to tax it. They don't create actual job out of those consuming strength. People just take advantage. That is why you see somebody with one shop, two shops coming out to build upstairs, building houses, buying land, doing every manners of things. These are money that's supposed to create jobs and boost the economy. So I think the Lagos state government stopping markets is not only enough, but they should introduce another measures on how business should be done. Take for example, I saw a video in United Kingdom where you see people from third world countries, all they want to do is just to open shop, dirty the streets, you know, shouting there, wow. Some people even cook rice and put in wheelbarrow. It was rolling it in United Kingdom, something that looked like wheelbarrow. You can imagine. I said, you see, this mentality, this is what we can offer when we leave our country. Is it not somebody that thought of Madonna? Is it not somebody? So that local ideology that we call business into that. This is not business. It's a complete exploitation of a state economy. But unfortunately, when you have leaders who are addicted to crude oil from Niger Delta, they just think we say, oh yeah, they will share to governor and the development of theory, building road, building this, building that. But the actual development is how do you really capture the expenditure? That is what we are missing.
Proper structure.
Proper structure, how to capture that expenditure. How do they spend that money? Where does it go? Who benefited from it? Where do they stop? That's why you see when another government, like today, now may God forbid bad thing, another president come in, everything about Tinubu is history. When it comes to economic plan, whatever, they don't give a shit because of the way we approach it. So I still concentrate on that market. If you look at the way Nigerians does their business, okay, not only Nigeria, we are taking the same culture to Cameroon. The people are not happy. We're taking it to Senegal. They are not happy. You go to some market, you see a lot of Nigerians, even Ghana, they are fed up. You open shop, before you know it, the other Nigeria open. It's like we are not competing with the locals. Instead of we to really put this money together, get a warehouse, organize it, structure it, and create a real market name, whereby we also create job for the locals and give us better image. Okay, this morning I woke up. I'm working in a German company here. But no German is working here. This is a German company who came here to invest. You understand me? Likewise, you go there, you see a Swedish company there. You employ Germans there. But when you start bringing this culture of local and there is a huge money going into that market, untraceable, you are not buying fancy car, what you call tax is not properly taxed, whether you even decide whether you're supposed to even pay tax, I don't even know. Because there are companies, the business there that are struggling. They want to actually make money. They just make this money in a very soft way and nobody can account for it and they go away with it and we see it as normal. I think it is our time the government need to start reforming these things. Because if they do, everybody will benefit. Both those who have the money for the business, the state himself, employment will be coming out. So that we can advance those things. This is my own contribution this morning because that one, I know they will colorate it to ethnic. Yes, there might be ethnic dimension, as this guy really said. Everybody is fed up. It's just that we don't want to say the truth. Like today now, let me also add this American issue to it. Yes, for me, I would be happy for America to decide my future in Nigeria than Boko Haram to decide. Nigeria is gone. The government himself is already like, I don't know whether they have been able to fold the government structure himself, like the way Anakoda fold his pre, because two things is on ground. Either Boko Haram decide our fate, our future, or the American will decide. When this thing happened in Kwara, I did not even see Nigerian mainstream media announcing it or talking about it the way international mainstream media were talking about it. It's as if this thing is not normal. Nigerians don't know what to do again. It's not like it's like something I already accepted that now 150 na Kwara. We are waiting for the next place. So we have gone far. Let us be honest. It depends on the president. If it is build Nigeria, if you want to build with this structure on ground, everybody will say about me. It's just a matter of time. Even Lagos, everybody go to run up and down because the demography is changing. These guys have mastered everywhere, both bush and cities, in the name of free movement. Can you imagine? Two more daughters were kidnapped in Edo.
Midwest Resource Republic. Let me say, if America decides your future, your democracy is gone for the next 40 years. They will give you Mobutu.
Do we don't have democracy?
They will, listen, man. They will give you Mobutu or Paul Biya that will rule you for 40 years. You won't be able to change it.
Let it.
Bros, what we got right now, the democracy you have right now, at least you can change governments. We can,
wait, my brother.
Whoever is not doing the job, we ourselves can find the people that can do the job and vote them.
No, I agree with you.
If you put your country's future in the hands of these countries, what America want right now is a government that will just do their bidding all over the place. That's what they want. They will just control from Washington.
Mike, I agree with you. The thing
so
is
this idea that you just come and decide your future for you. I don't know how Nigerians are thinking like this.
Wait, Mike. If America
They
don't
gave you Babangida, they gave you
you
the other
hold
one,
on,
just they
hold
do
on,
everything they tell them. He
Mike.
destroy
Hold
everything.
on a little bit. I want to put this one before you. If America don't do it that way, Boko Haram will do it in their own way. This is two options.
What are you talking about? So if America don't give you Mobutu, Boko Haram will give you what? How does that correlate?
See, what these guys are doing, generally.
You know, if you are saying America should help, yeah, I agree. But to say they should determine our future, what does that have to determine our future?
My brother,
What does determine our future have to do with ending
what that man said? What that man said?
Ending Boko Haram.
America will decide our future is what I'm responding to. The issue of grant currently, if Nigerians don't look for a proper way to structure themselves as a country, Boko Haram will decide our future, and they are already doing it, and they have gone far.
But
now,
that's what we should be determining now. That's what we should be doing.
America coming in again. If we don't structure ourselves, they will decide our future. The thing is this: for Boko Haram to decide my future, let America decide it. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Because
First
Nigeria
of all, if Boko Haram decide your future, you can, bro. One is more dangerous. Trust me, America deciding your future is more dangerous, because Boko Haram cannot decide your future. That's one. Whatever they can just whatever they decide is a matter of time before we can figure out to finish them. You know, but America will decide your future. That one you're not getting out of it. I'm telling you, they will make sure they put it when they. This is Congo. I don't know. That's why we don't read our problem in Nigeria. We don't read much about history because when we hold on. Let me give you an example. Give me a second. Where we are right now. Have you heard about Congo crisis in the 60s? Congo crisis. In Congo, they had crisis, right? Lumumba was there, and the division, one region, they started insurgency because they believed the resources were from there. Something. So America came in, and that Congo had democracy. Lumumba was the president, Patrice Lumumba, and people believe America should come and decide their future. At the end of the whole smoke, Lumumba was out. Mobutu took over, and he ruled that country for 40 years, destroyed it. And Congo till today haven't recovered. They're still dealing with it. They came to decide their future when the people themselves could have put together and just get their things together and solve their problem and keep the democracy they have. Lumumba was not a bad president. He was a very Pan-Africanist.
Mike, you know funny thing about that Congo crisis? It is dangerously similar to us.
Because we have crisis.
It was everything was all about ethno-religious.
Exactly.
It was an ethno-religious power.
Do you know that how they're able to remove when they had crisis? The guy that was leading he was doing succession movement. There's a guy. I think his name is Moise Jombe. Okay, the Katanga region.
It was a character just like Atiku. When you look at that character, you can liken him to someone like Atiku, who was able to marshal essentially cause like a ethnic disaffection and ethnic suspicion. Ultimately, Lumumba was quiet. Till today, nobody knows whatever happened to his body. I believe it was said that it was dumped in acid.
They literally set him on. They gave down that side. And Lumumba was the one that called them to come in the UN to come in.
Yeah. And it was the head of state. It was the head of state. He was arrested like a common criminal.
They gave the opposition weapon to capture their president. Can you imagine?
And they never saw him again. A wonderful man.
See, my brother, my put something there. When you look at our own issue, Nigeria issue is a structural problem. To me, I keep on believing it's just because of the greed of the wicked of a black man.
We can solve it ourselves now. What do we have to need to come and help you solve that thing for you?
Look at 160 people we lost at Kwara now. And it's like as business as usual when you analyze everything carefully. This was not America doing. It never the British for their own selfish interest. We, as a citizen of a country, we invaded our fellow citizens. And they were even of the same religion, just wipe out innocent people from their community. Then America is there. America is there for his own interest. For his own interest first. Then what is Nigerian interest in all of this? They are talking
Midwest. We have problem in Nigeria. That problem. That when I look at that what happened yesterday, I look at Nigeria. I'm like, okay, why is nobody investigating? Why are we not on the streets protesting that government should go and investigate that thing? Or if government is too dumb, maybe they don't have the brain to investigate it. Why are we not asking which competent Nigerian to come out and put money together and say, hey, we offer bidding, whoever can solve this problem among us, come out, you have the intelligence, come out, let's discuss this. If you have a strategy, let's come together and figure it out. We are not doing that. All Nigerians we do, listen, all we do is point fingers, complain, whine, cry, put hand on the head, shout. I'm like, what are you people human beings? Are you people? They got create us with brains. We don't use the brain approach. We use emotion, everything, emotion. And then we swear for or we just accuse one tribe or something like that. That's all we do. We don't solve problem. Black man does not like to solve problem because thinking is just something that make him uncomfortable. So we don't solve problem. Every country in the world, if you look at America, when they have disaster, Ukraine, they will sit down and putting a strategy, expressing facts and putting normal, discussing strategy on how to go about it. But we don't do that. We don't discuss strategy. All we do is just cry, complain, and then now we now get to the point where we're not calling someone else come and do the strategy for us. What could we be thinking of doing ourselves?
My brother, America is already there. They are there. We can't move them. We can't remove them.
No, if America can help us solve it, I'm all for it. But the idea that when you people make statement like, come and decide my future for me, what kind of statement is that?
Wait, Mike, what is America coming to solve? To stop the killing?
Are they talk to you? Have they discussed? Okay, I just asked Remy Asekon. Why is they just had a meeting with Tinubu, and Tinubu didn't come out to tell us what they discussed.
To stop? Wait, how would they stop this kind of fight? They went to Afghanistan, they were not able. Somalia, they tried to give some help, they were not able to stop this kind of people. These are people, it is not the resources to stop them. Nigeria will continue to pay and pay until they get broken. America is there to make their money. So why
now you're contradicting yourself now, because now you are now saying they don't have the means to solve it. But then you also say you wanted to decide me your future.
They cannot.
So they can't solve it.
They cannot, because the reason
everybody
is
know the asymmetric warfare.
What I mean
it's not. Yeah.
For example, if Nigeria government is able to put a plan down that will benefit the future of everybody, such as returning Nigeria to regional government by force, the Northerners have solution to this problem. I'm telling you, the Southeasterners have solution to their problem. It's just because everybody want to fight for that presidency. And that is why many people are now becoming unsatisfied, no matter what Nigeria
honestly, Midwest, I don't see the difference between regional government and the state government that we have. The states are just like the regions back then.
I think the little difference is that if, for example, they said the state should be generating money by themselves, then it will be the same. This idea of going to Abuja and be giving them money and all those kind of things is not with the same region. Let them take responsibility for the educations of their people.
Midwest, let me tell you something, man. Let me give you one. Let me share one strategy.
Generating money to solve it. I mean to say.
Let me share one strategy rather than just do this complaint thing. If I'm a governor, right, maybe a governor will be listening to me. If I'm a governor of a state right now, what I will do is every local government within my state, I will create something called security service where that community, the young people there, trusted, where I know document and everything, I would train them to do patrol within their local government day and night, and then we convince federal government to please give me arms to defend those communities, those every local government, at least strategic local spots in the local government where somebody, in fact, the easy way, the entrance into that local government, I will harm it, I will mount weapons there, so my state will be secure.
Say, Mike, the thing we need to do. I agree.
So if you come to invade my state, you know it's going to be fire for fire. So if bandits are coming, my machine guns already. Machine gun will be at the entrance of my state. So as they are coming with their bike and their weapons, my weapon will be shooting down at them. So that's the solution, and it's so easy. That's what Nigerian government should do. Every local government, entrance to that local government, you have.
That's why I said.
Then they should have 10, 50 caliber machine gun where a mile away that bullet will hit you. So as they're coming,
Mike, yeah, making a conclusion that they are going to come down the designated route. They will come to the bush. They will escape through the bush.
No, these people come on bikes. You know, almost
Yeah,
every
but
no.
the reason they come on bikes because they can navigate the bush paths. They don't have to come down the designated road.
No. These people, when they come, trust me, they don't. You can't walk through bushes. They know. They only even the bush where it's walkable through that side. So I'll have someone watching. Like I said, every perimeter possibly where someone will come into entrance of the state or community or local government. Somebody's there 24/7 watching. Yeah. People are watching. There's called patrol, military patrol. That's how military defend their bases. There are people patrolling 24/7. So as they are coming, somebody will see them, and the weapon will just point towards as they are them as they're coming. As they're coming, you rain fire on them. So that's how you solve your problem. You don't need America to come and teach you to do that one. And we are not doing it. We have Nigeria. We haven't even thought to that level.
Did they hear me at all?
I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, if we want to solve that problem, it's still better to work like what they are doing in Lagos. This free movement of people just moving anyhow, go to a place, Nigeria Limited, you push up there, you start selling goods, should stop. Every business should be documented properly.
But is it not state government's responsibility? Is that not what the state government
Wait a little bit. I want to add this one to it. Every local government should document those that live within them and those who are just coming.
Exactly.
So that the day they control you, they will ask, where are you coming from? You are from Bono. Automatically, you are a suspect, but you are not guilty.
Or maybe you are from Midwest. Now you are talking. You should have talked like this when you start talking instead of saying, I'll surrender my future to America.
Maybe you are from Edo State. You are from Edo State. You go to somewhere. This one is a suspect because he has not been living here. The idea of one Nigeria
anyone that
moves
into a community should come and register.
You want America. You want America to come and bomb and remove the bad guys. Everything will remote to normal. My brother, the world is advancing. We have reached a stage where we have to change the way we do things, or else we come to get the same results.
It's true.
That's just the truth.
Even if you go to Nigeria, but they're still using biro to write things. I'm like, are you guys going to keep updating your things? Just doing everything the same way since the 8th, since the 6th, since they get independent. You're doing everything the same way, same machine, same everything. Same typewriter.
My brother, you go everywhere, also Aboki. Where are they from? who provide them? Nobody.
One Nigeria.
These guys will promise to what they will overcome the whole. Go and mark my word.
But when we are voting for our governor, we don't ask them these questions like, come. We don't even discuss with them like, come, you want to be my governor? Do you understand this? Do you understand that? Do you understand that we need to? We don't even have all this conversation. But we have democracy. That's the beauty. And listen, Midwest,
this idea I presented before you, if you try it on the federal level, the people from the north will kick against it.
Yeah, let's stop blaming Northerners. My brother, in your state, if you start doing it, nobody will come and stop you from doing that. Let's stop this pointing fingers and this person made me.
Anyway, thank you for that. Anyway, thank you
we
for
need
that
to stop it. Exactly. We say, and this person and these people don't make me. My God, if my Southwest governor can't think to do that, then I cannot play Awusama. That's our problem. The thing is,
Midwest, one Nigeria.
It's again. I can excuse. See, like today, I can't even be excusing Nigerians because I can excuse somebody from maybe Cameroon for the problem not being solved because they don't have democracy. So they have a dictator that just there, so they can't change him. I can excuse people from all these countries in Africa where this dictator, we can't go and talk to them. But Nigerians, we are no longer. Now we are in democracy. We literally all of us Nigerians can literally go among themselves and pick somebody and say, okay, this is going to be our president 2027. I just put them in, or even governors. We have the power to change, and I've seen it happen. I'm seeing states voting out their governors, but they just can't. But they don't have conversation of the solution to their problem before the election. We're discussing policy. We don't discuss a solution to our problem. All we are discussing is some tribal shit. Oh my God!
People are talking. Okay, people complain, but we complain.
They complain. That's not talking. Exactly.
So look at it now, okay? The incident in Kwara has happened. Insecurity has continued in Nigeria unabated. And what has been the subject of conversation this week? A non-consequential clause. Well, I wouldn't even call it non-consequential because it's a very consequential clause that would that would look to disenfranchise a lot of voters in Nigeria, and that is what they've been talking about, the electoral reform.
Can you imagine? Do you imagine that even the choir people, I'm very sure they have a lot of professors, very educated choirs. None of them have called their choir governor to come out and have
They have.
As the governor come out to have a press conference.
It was the deputy vice president was there with the governor, I believe, yesterday.
Was there a conference or was it just sorry?
They did. There was a kind of like a statement made. Yeah,
statement. I imagine. Okay.
Although I read the visit wasn't far-reaching enough, they didn't go to some of the areas affected. They just went to one or few places, then they stayed at the capital. So I've actually seen criticism that the governor has not done enough.
Have they have? Hold on. Okay, listen. In America, for example, when disaster happened in a community, local government, you have the governor, the head of police, the sheriff, every department that has input, and they will all make statements, give facts and what their findings and what they know so far and what investigation they will do next and what answers they will give the people, and then they will now say, what would they will propose to solve from the findings, what they will propose to prevent it from happening again, or the solution. That's what we want to see. We don't see any of that.
Don't do that one. We don't do that in Nigeria, Mike. We bicker and we complain and we point fingers and which we try to make to kind of one law prison.
The police have to come and it's their job to do investigation, to know a commissioner he has his jurisdiction. You're supposed to be able to address crime that happened in a jurisdiction. What happened? You are the police, you are the inspector, you are the commissioner. Come and give us details of what you know.
The police you are calling, they themselves, they are trying to hide their own head. If anything enter their pool, it's over. And nobody cares. I'm telling you.
Midwest, the conversation having against all these things through the tantrum, okay, it's all bad. That's all you're doing. Okay, so because you believe that that's the case, so you should not even bring this up to address, like, okay, should we not be on the streets protesting that we need a commissioner to come and give us press conference and come and give us finding of his investigation? You are not doing your job. We don't protest those kind of, even Shawari that call himself a chief protester. He doesn't protest for anything like that. All he does is come and protest about some rubbish. In every now and then, protest about. Well, sometimes I give it. Well, at least he's doing something. He's doing protest. But in Nigeria, we don't protest to solve problems. We just protest for stupid things, you know. And then when we talk too, we don't talk towards solution or anything. So people are not doing their job and we are not doing anything about it.
Not because they cannot protest, they are tired. They have been crying. They have been protesting. Nothing is coming out of it.
They are not protesting. They protest rubbishly. They protest on rubbish things. Listen,
okay,
hold on. Wait. I just told you just now. Something happened. A inspector general, a commissioner of police of that state is supposed to come and have press conference and do investigation, and he's not doing it. If you go out and protest until you go and do that investigation, we are not leaving. We are protesting here. We need you to go and do that investigation. Go and do your job. You protest. That's protesting to solve problem.
Mike, if you go to police office, they have already opened a file. They are already investigating. I don't know how to really.
All the attacks that have happened. Name one that they've come out to tell us that they investigate and this is their finding. Name a single case.
Every single one they have filed for it. Somebody close to me.
Oh, really? And you read it? You read the file? And they come and present it to you?
No, wait. What I mean by file is that they always try to tell you they are working.
They're protesting releasing Nnamdi Kanu so that he will come and be causing mayhem.
One they are out of the scene, the rest is just the day media go there, they tell you their men, tactical men is investigating. They don't have tools. The people that live there,
if they don't have tools, they should tell us what they need to get the tools. I'm very sure Nigerians can donate money.
You know why I said they don't have tools? You know why they don't have tools? Tools for investigation is more than carrying a gun, going to ask people.
Maybe it's like you're giving excuses for these people. That's what you're doing. You see, you are helping to excuse their problem, why they can't do something.
I am not excusing. Let me land my point.
They haven't told you they don't have tools, but you're the one helping them to tell me that they don't have tools.
Yes, let me tell you the tools they don't have. It's not a matter of giving them gun or buying America this and that. Who live in those communities? Can they go to the local government and get details? The answer is no. Where is the investigation coming from? How
you
many
said they
people
don't have
that
tools.
linked
Which tools are you talking about?
Although you have a point, Midwest, but at the same time, they have tools to investigate. If they want to catch you, Nigerian police will catch you. So sometimes they don't do their job very well.
It's not a matter. Wait, it's not a matter of catching somebody. They always catch. That is why sometimes.
Let me give you a very good example. The Kogi State governor. Do you know how they are tackling this insecurity? It's the guy you are using the police to attack them. They bought a drone. They bought a helicopter. That they are using police, not even Nigerian military. It's them that are rooting out the terrorists in Kogi State. It is the police. So sometimes don't berate them that they are not well trained or they don't have the material or the tool. They do have. But
even if they don't have, why can't they come out and tell us that they don't have it? So we can then tell us how you want to raise fund. We can raise fund now. In America, here, people donate to police fund. In America, they say, hey, we need donate to police fund. Come and tell us. Tell Nigerians that listen. Hold on. Let me say this. 10 Nigerians what you don't have, what you need, and why you are limited in this. And 10 Nigerians like, hey, it's other ways you can raise money. It's diaspora. If you want to help us donate to raise money to get these tools or whatever we need, just talk to us, man. Talk to us about solving it so we can all solve it together. It's not like government is quiet. Governor is quiet, police is quiet, everybody, and we are getting attacked every day, and all we are doing is just crying.
Wait, hold on a moment. Let me remind you of an incident. Can I do that? Let me remind you of an incident.
Is to kick out religion in our life.
Okay, after you kick out religion, then we'll start doing our jobs, right?
Hold on a moment,
after you end religion, the commissioner will start doing his job. You start investigating, right?
Okay.
No, Mike.
I don't know, man. We like
no education, nothing.
Mike, do you know why? Mike, wait, hold on a moment. Do you know why investigation is very complex on this matter? There are power to be political influential people that are very, very involved in all this evil that is happening in our country. Let me give you
an incident. Telling the commission and the investigation.
Hold on a moment. Ribadu is very close to Tinubu. There was a day somebody was saying, this gun won't see for now. Ribadu give us. Where is the case? So, my brother, a lot is going on in our country. Complex
so the people, then those things, we need to be asking those questions.
So
not sit around and be crying.
It's left for the president to save us.
These people need your vote. They are trying to convince you to vote for them. So you package all these questions and ask them. We don't do that.
My brother, the way it is now, vote for Nigeria tribe in Igopio, because even whether it's ADCO, whether it's PDPO, when you look at their faces, either you call them old colleague, old friends, or people of association. So, my brother, this one way you talk, say, whom are we going to vote for? If they restructure Nigeria or give autonomy to state, we will start voting the rightful people. The way it
what
is
do you mean?
today,
Don't have wait. You know, state don't have the autonomy to a large degree.
We don't have autonomy. Not the president.
So you're not the one picking. You're not the one voting your governors. You're not the one.
But there's still a problem about that insecurity, because when you have the state governor, they will tell you, hey, my hands are tied. You have to go to Abuja, decentralize it. Let them have that.
Decentralize what? Decentralize what?
Decentralize the Nigerian police. Let it
listen. You see when people keep saying that, it's just excuses, man.
Secondly, it is high time we stop going to Abuja. Every state, go and work hard. Develop your state by yourself.
Remy, they already gave Remy. They already gave governor the power to develop his state, and they give him allocation every month. So why are we still giving excuses?
This allocation, giving them allocation, breeds laziness.
Okay, bro. Don't elect lazy governor and tell your governor to stop being lazy. That's what you need to do. Protest your governor to stop being lazy.
It breeds laziness.
We give too much excuses, man.
Are you talking? I don't know. I can't hear you. Are you talking?
Maybe I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead. After you.
I say we Nigerians should stop giving excuses to why something. Whenever we have a problem, all we excuse we give is, we need to change this. No, we need to change this structure. Well, they need to stop giving this. Come on, man. How's that a solution? When you have a problem, when a man is not doing his job, listen, if you're not doing your job, you're not going to get a result. So if someone's not doing his job, don't give an excuse why he's not doing his job. Don't say, oh, he's not doing his job because they are giving him allocation. Oh, if they take allocation, he's not, that's not it. No, do your job. That's the thing. You can't go and be working in a company and be telling them why you're not working.
It seems you are only listening to yourself.
And say, I'm not doing my job because you're not paying me enough.
I told you, category in terms of security. Each state governor will tell you that although we are receiving allocation, but we are not in charge of security. The security is.
What do you mean they are not in charge of security?
That's what they will tell you. I'm telling you.
He's lying. He's lying.
I need to go back.
He's lying.
That is what they hide under. That's what they hide.
Then you show him how. Then you show him how he's in charge of security.
Mike, there are issues that will happen in your state. IG from Abuja will tell the commissioner what to do and what not to do, and that's final. So just get that one very clear.
No. You, hold on. Listen. You are the chief security officer of your state, right? Now, you call whatever is going on in your state. You call every state have commissioner. You call your commissioner. You sit down. You go on a drawing board. You have meeting, and you conclude on what to get done. And once you conclude on what to get done, now you've agreed on what to get done, and you announce to the people. Hold on. You announce to the people because they voted you in, they employed you. That okay, I've met with the commissioner and we've had some private investigation. We've done investigation. We'll find out the problem and we find out what to do, and this is what we're going to do. And now, once we've announced to the people, we've all talked, and then the commissioner refused to do it because the IG called him not to do it, and then you realize the commissioner haven't gone to do what he's supposed to do. You now call a press conference again and tell the people like, okay, what I announced to you, what we agreed that the commissioner would do, he hasn't done it. And you tell the commissioner now, come and explain to the people why you haven't done it. That's how you expose rubbish. If the commissioner is not saying, oh, I didn't do it because IG didn't let me do it. And then, oh, IG is putting hands in his matter. And then you say, whoa, we have to, the IG come and speak or whatever, or you call the president, whatever. Just let the people know what's going on. That's all. Because at the end of the day, the politician wants people to vote for them. And when you start exposing their behavior, they will tighten up. But it's not like people will sit down, we know these things, and we just cry. Grown men, especially Nigerian men, you call yourself men and you just cry every day. Come on now. You cry, do two things they do. They cry and they go demarcate their country. That's what they do. They go on the internet, Nigeria bad, Nigeria is the worst country in the world. Oh, Nigeria, as if they're laughing. And then later on, other Africans, where their country is even worse, this one will come and use that same line to yap them online. Your country is this. You are the one that gave them the talking. I'm like, you guys are God, Lord, man. Nigeria, they be on the internet just demarcating themselves, demarcating their country. I'm like, you guys are. Hey. And they will say they're intelligent people.
So, Mike, can I contribute? Mike,
yeah,
you know what? Sometimes you have to understand the way things works in Nigeria. That's what we call chain of command. Although the system they are using in Nigeria today, that the security must come from the center, is archaic and outdated. Until they have to change that law. Before they decentralize them to deputy commissioner of police for region or whatever. But it's not working. So that is why I'm trying to tell you that now we must change that one, speed up state police, so that we know that anything that happens in a state is the responsibility of the governor to take care of security and life of that state. Not giving me an excuse every time that I know my hands are tied, this kind of case is Abuja that have to handle it. We should stop that. And the only way you can stop that is two ways. It's either we totally get to
Remy, I'm sorry. Please, when did any commissioner of police have come to tell you that his hand is tied?
So many times. Okay, let me give you an example.
Oh, really?
There was a time that there was a security situation in Lagos State, and someone who was talking to that I don't know whether it's commissioner of police, but I know it's an high-rank officer, and someone is trying to direct him, and he's trying to tell someone, no, I have to take order from Abuja.
Hold on, are you talking about that property issue?
It's not only about property.
It was that property issue. No, it was a dispute.
Look at the NSAS crisis. When Tinubu was trying to control, Sanwo-Olu was trying to put everything in order, and he went to the police. The police said, no, this is from Abuja.
Come on now, stop it now.
It
was even Sanwo-Olu that ordered the soldiers to come now. But
it's not so. He got.
Come on now, Remy, stop this now.
He got direction from Abuja. He cannot just order.
Someone who call commissioner like go and stop this problem, and he said no, we can't do it because Abuja.
He got permission from Abuja. Whether it's him, but he cannot just direct.
The only one the only one I know is that property dispute where this from Abuja they're saying that's different. That's different.
Let me give you another example. Have you ever had cases that they will arrest somebody and before you know it, they will take him to Abuja? Why are they taking him to Abuja?
Well, that's the whole different conversation. We understand that one. Like
it's still part of.
Listen,
so let me conclude this way so that you can talk. So to me, I believe in two things. Number one, state resource control. Number two, the way they do federal allocation. Maybe they have to put maybe 5% of our federal allocation go to security matter, and they give more power to the state commissioner of police. If we don't want to have we don't want to have state police, give more power to the state governor. Security of life and whatever, define it. Terrorism, this and this is your responsibility.
Sorry, Rebbe, I don't want to flog this issue too long, but what I will conclude is we Nigerians, we give excuse to why people are not doing their job. But what we have right now, system we have right now is enough to solve problem. We excuse why problem is not solved. That's what we do, and unfortunately, we are not helping it. Whatever system, when they give you new system, they give you new system. Wait. They give you state police. If those state police don't do their job, we're still going to have the same problem. It's the amount of people doing their job. And let's stop excusing that. People are not doing their job. If you do your job, you solve problem. You can't say, "Oh, it's not doing his job because it's a structure." Come on, let's stop it, man. And we are excusing why they are not doing their job. That's why they sit there and continue to be lazy and not do nothing. Because we ourselves are supposed to push them to do their job. We're already excusing why they are not doing their job.
For example, look at people in Lagos State, for example. The reason why that place will continue to develop than the rest of Nigeria is because the people in that state, they always talk. They know they are right. They go for what they want. But when you look at the other 35 states, people are docile. People don't talk. People just keep quiet. You voted for these people. You cannot even handle them. You cannot even call them to go and repair your road or fix your road or do this or do that. No.
No, really, who in Lagos is talking?
But they won't do that. But when you talk them about Nigeria to gossip or to the market or bastardize their country, you will see them there.
I don't think I would think the reason why you have something going on Lagos is because the master plan they had and the same guy, the continuity. I don't think it's because Lagos are the one demanding anything.
Apart from okay, let me give you a very good example.
Lagos are just the same as other Nigerians. They are not demand. They didn't demand the blue line. Lagos didn't demand it.
Let me give you this example. My grandparents, they are living in Surulere. My brother is also still living there. He told me categorically, the place where we used to play football was a sandy pitch. And then they turned that place to a good football pitch, be the community health center for them. The people there in that local government, they contributed money so that they can seal up all their drainages, prepare their road. They contributed money and they gathered themselves and meet their representative. They put on pressure on them. If you go to that place, everything is now beautiful. That is what I call community engagement.
I won't lie to you. Before Fashola, when that development happened, what I used to believe. Hold on, when I was growing up in Lagos, everything that was bad in Lagos, we used to blame the presidents. It was when this master plan, when Fashola, when he started doing improvements, when I realized that
you are right.
So governors are really the ones supposed to be doing these things. And before that, everybody used to swear for the president, Babangida, Bacha. We just used to swear for presidents. We didn't know. And back then, even when Marwa started doing some little things, people used they go to his president. We all thought he's the president. The guys, what's going on in Lagos now is just those guys having a plan. That's it.
Mike, you have to differentiate it. We are talking about security. We are not talking about infrastructure development. Some governors are doing a wonderful job. Some are terrible, okay? A lot of them are terrible, if I should say.
So we agree now. Yeah, they are.
You have to differentiate. If you are talking about security, in securing your state, so it's a little bit different, okay, compared to when we talk about infrastructure. So, when you look at most Nigerian state capital, I think there's some, we can say some kind of, it might be slow, a kind of development in infrastructure, but it's security. I'm telling you, most of these state governors hide under that thing. Until we change that law, until our people should start protesting for institutional change, not mediocre or
Remy, you have bandits. Remy, hold on. Listen to yourself. Right now, you have bandits killing people, and you are telling me that the solution now is we are going for institutional change.
Okay, you have bandits killing people. The state governor is the chief security officer of the state. The only state that I think have made a proactive some is Kogi State. They use the police in that place. They get themselves a drone, an helicopter, and they fought this bandits.
Okay, so why are you saying institutional change?
What about Kwara State? What the Kwara State governor is so docile, so lazy, doesn't know what to do. And before you know it, he ran to Abuja. He was in Abuja last week. Now he was there.
So who directly do you blame for having a useless governor?
Yeah, so that is the problem.
It's the people now.
If I were Tinubu, but unfortunately, let me be frank with you, we don't have the manpower. If we have the manpower, I would just condole of 3 regions in Nigeria: the North Central, the Northwest, and the Northeast. I will condole them off. That's what do you mean? But we don't have the manpower. We don't have the army. Can you believe? So many things happening. That can you believe?
Remy, all you're doing all night is just giving excuses for.
I'm not giving excuses.
That's what you're doing. We don't have this. That's what you're doing all night. Stop it, man. Stop it.
This is not excuse. You cannot force your idea on me. I don't like the.
I'm not forcing an idea. What I'm saying is we give excuse for failure of our people. We give excuse for them. They themselves, you give excuse for them.
I'm not giving excuse. Why should I give excuse?
That's what you're doing now.
I'm not okay. That is the way you see it. I'm talking to you about what you said.
I gave you a solution earlier.
The solution you gave cannot work.
What do you mean cannot work?
What kind of solution are you giving?
You work with every local government. People living in a local government to secure their own local government. That won't work.
It won't work.
It won't work.
Yeah, it won't.
The people living in local government, you work with them to secure their own neighbor. It's like telling me, hold on. It's like telling me that your house, your mansion, your compound. Me, I come to work with you in securing your compound because you are the one living there. I come to give you the things you need, right? The fence, the whatever you need, the gun, the whatever you need to secure your property. And then you are telling me it won't work. So I should not give you anything to defend yourself.
No, the one you made mention that each local government should have a kind of machine gun that can each round about 300 rounds or whatever. Let me give you.
It won't work. Why won't it work? So you telling wait. You telling me those? Wait.
Let me give you an example. Okay. If you go to the southern part of Nigeria, especially the southwest, because I've been to South too, in the southwest, a lot of places are inhabited by people. Most of the local government are already developed. And if you go to like places like Ibadan City, you can see hundreds of bicycles on the road every time.
Before you take me away from my good response, that place in Kwara, where those people just came. Listen, let me land. That place in Kwara, where those people came. I listened to some people that talk about what happened. They say these people came in their bikes. They were coming. And so are you telling me that if that community, the people there had their machine gun mounted, they wouldn't return fire or even fire the bandit before the bandit got to them?
Actually, what is happening in Nigeria is that those people, they are trying to go and buy them. They are in the remote area of each of the northern states, North Central.
You say my solution won't work. I want you to prove it before you start
running. The reason why I said your solution will not work, if you are talking about Kwara alone or you are talking about...
No, everywhere. I'm just giving, okay, that Kwara, let's talk about that situation that just happened. Tell me how my solution wouldn't have worked there.
Your solution wouldn't have worked because the mode of commuting in those places you are talking about is by Okada. And we have hundreds of Okada.
So the machine, the 50 caliber machine gun wouldn't have shot down. They wouldn't have been able to shoot those Okada guys.
If at a particular time there is a 25 Okada carrying people from one place to another and plying a road, then the machine gun will just fire all of them.
They are carrying guns.
You also think about it, okay?
Wait. So when bandits, they are. We see bandits coming with guns, coming to come and wipe out the people, and we see people saw them. And you are telling, even let's even say by the time they will start shooting, you are telling me that your 50 caliber gun you won't work, you won't shoot back.
To be frank with you,
Mike, you know what those guys are exploiting is this, those bandits. Lack of documentation of movement of Nigeria. So they can easily mingle either as a catorieras or just common laborers. And they are fellow Nigerians.
Midwest, let me tell you, these bandits will go pack the entire school.
No,
They will pack an entire school of children, put them on a bus.
Mike, hold on a moment. Let me one moment. Let me add this one to it. That thing you mentioned will be the last game of the whole issue that Nigeria is facing today, where people will now resort to self-help. We are almost ripe for it. But that is when the government itself will now have issue. Either they will start buying the indigenous people to protect the bandit, or a full-scale crisis that could end the country. Because if those locals were to be harmed, nobody will come from far away to come and buy them like animal, cutting people's neck like that. I'm telling you, it will be fire to fire. We are going there, but it may take time. People are fed up. When you see citizens are no longer demonstrating, it's like buying people is no longer an issue.
Midwest,
it's not that people don't have the feeling.
Midwest, you know what's so funny? Midwest, you know what's really funny? Do you know that the cost to get those 50 caliber machine guns, right, to harm every local government, right? Do you know that it's less than the amount they pay for one stupid Tucano jet? You go and spend 300 million on one Tucano jet that can't defend everywhere. The kind of war you're fighting. Why you buy Tucano? So you want Tucano jet to defend bandits that's going on in about 12 different states. I mean, so when they start attacking in Benue, you fly the Tucano jet from Kaduna, start flying to Benue to go and attack people that already finished their job and run away. When I'm like, these people, I don't know, they have brain, man. Even the Nigerian military people, I'm like, these people, what are they learning? I think Nigerian military, all they go learn just violence. They don't learn.
Let me give you an incident. I have a cousin in Delta State. For years, their mother has been dealing with pork meat. She said, go to Northern Part. You know, they reared this meat before in the north, but I don't know of now. She will go and buy many with trailers, bring it to Delta. She's from Benin, but she stays in Delta. She's a sister to my late mom. She's also late now. And their daughter told me, look, my dear brother, recently said, the area they used to sell that meat, now the population of the northerners that occupy those areas are now dictating the status quo. They said they don't want to see anything like pork meat in that area again. This is Delta State. That doesn't have an indigene of such people. So I am telling you, this game that is on ground is going to touch everybody.
You know,
Midwest,
I always say something like, then people say, that's tribalism. Listen, when you created, like, before Nigeria was created, like, we had existing indigenous people. They were, in charge of their territory. You understand? Like, people were there. They know each other. Even in that community, they know which family house you come from, where you understand, who are you, and they know who's a stranger. You understand? They know who's a stranger. Like, okay, this person is visiting from this place. They won't name you according to where you come from. So they know. And when you even come into that community, you have to meet the chief, the local chief, to introduce yourself. They know you. So we had all this structure in place already. These ways in place already. And also back then, we had the community people where they are like the warriors that defend the town, right? We had them. Because back then you can't just go and they know their people. So we already had these things in place. Somehow, these bourgeoisies, they went to England, they will say they become educated. They wanted to turn everybody to English. And then they just say, okay, we are one, this and that. It just create a country. And they just, like, they literally abolish like the culture, the structure people already had, the kingdoms, what they already had in place. Rather than, I'm not saying what was in place should necessarily have been kept that way, but you have to work with it. You understand? You work with what's already on ground and use it to move forward.
And a little bit.
You know they could have
That's
used.
all.
Do you know they could have used that way, that system back then to use to create IDs to identify Nigerians, all Nigerians, right? They could have just made, you know, to get ID card, you get it through your local. We have the kings and chiefs that are still in place. To get an ID, national ID card, you get it through your traditional rulers because they know you. They know, okay, you're in Nigeria, you're from this community, you're from this family, so you get your national ID through them. So now a foreigner cannot just, like someone that's not from Nigeria now cannot come and say, okay, you are going to one town, a king, and say you want to go and get a national ID. They will know that you're not from there. But Nigeria now, they put everything in the hands of some person who just somehow. So somebody from the J Republic or somebody from Cameroon can just come and get Nigerian ID, even Nigerian passport. So,
my brother, the way we are going, everybody's. That's why I told you. You know where I start from. The way it is, these guys are going to determine the fate of the entire country. If you go to communities today, you go to city, I tell you, even that your Lagos, Mike, where you grow, if you see the kind of things you will see, you go wonder, say, man, this is not going to end well. Who are these people? Where are they from?
Eventually, it's gonna,
Where are these
yeah.
from? Because their doings has nothing to do with Yoruba at all. Nothing. And their population is growing. You go to a joke, that is what you will see. They are not people you are used to in the South. I said my cousin told me, look, my dear brother, you see that area where my mom used to operate. If you put pork meat there, now your cows they go carry. Delta State.
Yeah, and when you bring this law, they will say, some politicians say, no, they are against you because he's a detribalized Nigerian. I'm like, what are you talking about? Is there such thing? Is there even a such thing? You know,
Then we give us the back. Will that solve the problem? The answer is no. People just wake up and be cattle dealer. Where are you coming from? What are you selling? How many people have you sold to? How much are you making? Nobody cares. And when you see they gradually form a community, sub-community, their children don't even go to schools. They don't believe in what you believe.
Honestly, man, we have a system that we can't define. I'm sorry, man. Like we can't define. We use often we just use people use the sweet talking point just to dismiss real discussion. Like this thing now, if you bring it up, someone will say, I can't engage in that because me, I'm a detribalized Nigerian. And if you ask the same idiot that says detribalized, if you ask him what tribe is from, he'll tell you, you know. So so it really doesn't have any meaning. I mean, detribalized Nigerian, so he doesn't let everybody do. You can't. The reality is ethnic nations, nationalities still exist, and people still have customs and things that they still do in their space and things. You have to regulate things, man. You have to regulate things. Like people can't just migrate and just be in a midst of people without, you know, coming there, going to orientation, like, okay, this place I'm going, this is the orientation, this is where they are. And that's another thing and they don't learn. Even in the past, we had the issue when Nigeria was created. A lot of Southeasterners used to get chopped off in the north because they were not familiar with Islam. And you have a situation where somebody where he comes from to use the paper to wipe your hands, and normal thing. He don't know what to be Quran, say na Aram, say he go use page of Quran to wipe your hands. So it was not he didn't go to orientation before moving to that space. Now, innocent man, see paper for Quran, innocent a Quran page, he use a clean sheet, the people chop your head off. And in Nigerian state, it look like, okay, we have a problem here. We just create new country. We are bringing people of different culture, different beliefs, different things. We bring them together. How do we work it where, you know, we're not going to have this, you know, problems? They don't care. And if you bring it to them like, guy, look, you have a problem here. People who are different. Oh, you are tribalist. No, you be a deep tribalized. Oh, God. They will just, it's laziness. They don't want to solve problems. So it's laziness. I just know about black man. Black man ate to do work with brain. Anything that is, you know, hard work that has to do with using your brain. A black man, no. I don't get time for this one because brain work requires patience and perseverance and time. It's not like physical labor where now we go carry on. Oh yeah, we'll lift on. Oh yeah, we don't finish, you know. or you get more bodies to lift it and pick it up, you know, physical labor, that's what we good to do. But when it comes to brain labor, brain work, black man, no. It's only black people could follow talk. You say, guy, look at this idea, look at this solution. Ah, it's hard. They'll say because it's hard, let's neglect it. Let's not solve it. Oh boy, man, I don't tire, man.
Mike, these guys, they know what they are doing. They have successfully mastered our forest more than indigenous people. And their population is growing across our cities. Here come politicians who just believe that, look, for me, make a sign out for my pocket. But the person can tell you I'm a Yoruba, you think your brother is there. That is that bother you, they don't care. As an Edoma, I think my brother is there. That thing that bother me, they don't care. As an Igbo, they don't care. It is only out the Northerners, the core Northerners or Fulani politicians who have this idea on how to take it all. And it embedded in their thinking. And they strategize the country on how to achieve it. People will keep telling you, no, they can't do it, my dear brother. If you see, where my Jeff check for growth for a two, children, when they grow up, they're not the year Benin again. As I speak to you now, go and make your inquiry. They're not the year Benin again.
But when they tell you, say, we know they speak vernacular for school. Don't say if you go to school, go speak Benin, go say they speak vernacular. Now these people, man, and they tell people, say, man, these people they call themselves educated people. They were educated wrongly.
The Satanás educated people are the listening where the real you know what they believe that they be on Kusam. They don't they talk like British person.
They were educated backward.
Backward. Now they put us for this while away we day everywhere. Nothing like hatred, nothing like the Northerners saw the vision, and that because of what they tasted at the early stage. You know, that thing that happened to them shocked them. You know, that thing they don't feel. We can't lie, and naturally they understand politics of power. So because of their religion, that's why they were able to strategize. People where you go to talk say, you go speaking, they're not going to hear you. Let me give you an instance. One of my sisters is working at High Court in Benin. Some of the staff they brought from northern side, they can't even read and write. So my sister was asking, how Nati come and get this job? The man saying now one of their own could I just come their village, come pack all of their employees and start spread them across Nigeria. Across Nigeria, everywhere.
You know how we see that too.
Our starter person go chase their brother, say the English not the
English no, you don't speak good English.
How someone go put the brother there? I tell somebody say as an Edoma, they travel for Nigeria road. Ansama police, Edoma police, Igboma police. When you read there, Ansama greet Ansa brother, and now he carry exhibit. The brother go stand for adult, set and free. You will be a doing, okay? Just say domo to that man. He go tell him, say that guy get money, may we do something. Make we tell us say this one down. If Igbo man great KJ, that the same thing go happen. I don't know. This what we are suffering today. That error has been made long time ago, and the one we are making today for our inaction will be worse than this. Few years time. Now, if you look at what is happening in your state, I heard somebody was telling Yoruba Fulani. I don't know. I can't remember the program. He said they are the Yoruba Fulani. I said, I wish I can be Yoruba Fulani again. Because what? They don't already grow for them. The other one contention they be Ansa Bini. We are losing. They know what they are expecting and they know what they are doing. A time is coming when they will blow whistle. All these things we are looking for fight go they happen for our city. Koro eye. People go full ground. They'll tell you say federal government don't deploy. I mean, wish I'm Fulani to go and put peace and order in the place. And why they will be supporting their people. My dear, a lot is going on in our country, but may God help us.
I think the Satan you miss your ways. Like I don't know, maybe in the beginning when British they give independence, the Satan will say that they're smart part and then go school and then, but their decisions all along it's been so dumb, man. Like you know the problem where we talk now, everything like if you look at it, the origin of it, now one Satan person creator. Whether a policy, where we turn everything upside down. Now one Satan intellectual, even constitution, most of them. Now Satan they see that they call now Satan lawyers. They call them senior advocates. Most majority of Satanists now, and they go write the laws, they write the rubbish.
Mike, You not see where you know they see what they happen for tax law. Okay, they don't debate. People go backyard, go they ride, whatever. Now we they do like say now we get sense so make power enter not first. They go come read down. When they don't read down, they go come stroke some. They'll come have something Jonah. They go the user against us. That time you don't see these people again.
No, it's not going to happen. That is why you guys have to vote for independence for a second time, so that they quickly break this country into region or state.
It's not going to happen when we don't come back here.
It go happen. It go happen. It's going to happen. There is no way it's not going to happen. That country, they are going to do more decentralization. It's going to happen, and nobody can stop it. Because it's quite glaring that, like you said, every region, every state, one job for their own people. They want secure peace of mind. You cannot come from
Remy, you know where we agree with you. Tinubu, among the 3 Southern presidents we've had, Obasanjo, Jonathan, and Tinubu has been the one that's really making some steps to give things to the South. You understand? Like just make it fair a little bit for the South. Just like even now he's building like military depots in the southern states and all those things. And he's trying a little bit. But who are his number one enemies? In terms of geopolitical zones. Now South now, the guy literally like do where we want. Imagine a northern president that's doing things more to help the North, to favor the North more a little bit, like summer. The whole North go the only enemy go get our South now. But I'm not saying people should not be political opponent or something like that. But like literally, like people they wish me bye. They're not even considering okay, we're against him, but this policy must jump behind them. You know, like I think for a favor the whole South. They're not even doing that. You know. So I say, man, Southern Nigeria, I don't believe that thing exists, man. We just, the people will get you the most now, your Southern brothers. Sorry.
When Buhari they rule, one guy from North he said it is very easy to deceive the Southern people, politicians. He was also a politician for the northern part of Nigeria. I can't remember his name. He said it is easy to deceive the Southern politicians. They are very easy, you know.
Yeah, they are deceiving Obi now. They don't invite them.
They're not a part of Nigeria. It is not easy. Why are we deceiving ourselves? System is not working. Regions are not taking responsibility. We are pushing everything in the name of Nigeria. You that want a man, look, 12 years you want to marry. Go and marry and face the consequences and the enjoyment in your own region. If you bring your
that's
child
why I always come here to preach you.
I put you in flight and send you back to your region. Simple.
Let people do things in their own region. Let people control their space. You understand? Regulate their space. Yes. If you want to do, do you know a lot of Southern people here?
They are fully in charge of their own place. You can't go there and do anything.
Midwest.
They are not trying to be in charge of our place. I'm telling you.
Do you know that the people
are in charge of their place? It's just like also like Southeast now. People are in charge of their Southeast. People don't go there as much. Sorry to say, people will turn into tribalism. But they are coming to come and control your own space. I will spend years with you.
One people I would say I respect the most. The Midwest, the Southerners, they are the only one that really believe in controlling their own space. They don't go grease.
Now, these Yoruba people, Edo people, Delta people over Libra. That are just alive for years now.
The Southeasterners, they're all about their interest in that country, man. They go everywhere about their interest. You know, even within their space, they want to come to flood their space. They don't go give you. They don't give you any position, give you a chance. You know, if you go southeast, they want to go take over markets, or they want.
Okay.
People they only against it. But me, I like them for that one. Everybody should regulate their space, control your space. Don't be saying we just deliberate now. Just they will come to complain later. The Yoruba people here, they will come. They will talk about. They are more interested they are more interested in changing what Northerners are doing in the North, rather than focusing on what Northerners are doing in the Southwest.
Yeah, they make them to lost Kwara today. Kwara supposed to be like the rest Yoruba place, not Libra. Like us, Edo, everywhere you go to, everything is changing in a very alarming rate. Seriously. And
you know, Midwest. The reason why you say a lot of influx of Hausa people to the Southwest
to be frank, some of them are running away from the insecurity. That's true.
Once they flood in, you don't ask which one. You don't screen them. You just start giving them water. Open the.
They need to be documented, and because we are not well documented in Nigeria, that is why people are just doing whatever they want. If you, with your NIN number, before you reside in a state, there must be a registrar or police station. You went there, you go there, right? This is the place I'm living.
Or with the local chief, local king, you have to go and register. Let them know say they don't come their place.
Everybody should. The landlord must also go and register that this is my new tenant.
For me,
so if
I not say make fellow Nigeria not live with me, but if they are in my place, it should be documented.
It should be documented.
Everybody should be documented. Even
their
with local
employment,
people should be documented.
Their employment should be documented. If you are running a kiosk, let that kiosk be well documented. The government should catch up the activities of your business. Is that what you are really doing? All these things are the security we are talking about today. Instead of going to borrow a good idea, we are saying America should give us back. I know that one is good. How many will you buy? You go quite tired. They brought this army in because they said if army flush these guys in Bornu and everything, the problem will be solved. Army entered today, they are stuck. And now, to be frankly speaking, I think
what they are doing. As you are killing one of their commander, the second day they don't appoint another one. So you are right. How many will they buy? So there's so many things we need to do very quick and very fast. I don't know why we are so slow about it. To be frank, so many things.
I don't know because they had the money and I got out because people have the money.
Remy and Midwest. I know you guys don't live in America here, right? The reason why the idea of harming the community came to me in America, everybody they fear to go just another neighborhood, say, or people even fear to knock on people's door. Because I don't say gun there, you gun there. But I'm not saying in Nigeria you go and give guns to everybody. But me, I'm saying like if those bandits, if they know that local government are going to somewhere in that local government, they're machine guns mounted in secret spots, they won't go there.
They don't go come.
They don't go come. If they know, say, in Nigeria,
that is the reason why they are not going to the south. That's
Remy,
why they are not going to the south.
Remy, do you know what they call 50 caliber machine gun? That gun, if you shoot that, like it go hit somebody that's about 2 miles now. That bullet they travel far. So that's what I'm telling you. That those bandits, as they come 2 miles away, you go start to rim. They're not gonna know where the bullet they hit them. They hit them from. And once they know say that exists, all they go quit that band. They go quit that job. Now because they know say this place where they go attack that place. And they take their time doing the attack too. They don't say they nothing did. The army no did there. You understand? So wherever there's no Nigerian army, they don't know say okay, there's no army. They will come attack, and then now Nigerian place will send the army to go there. Are you guys? What are you doing? But once you know that the people in that community, they are the young men there. They've been trained. They are particular. Nobody even know. In fact, the way we go recruit the people in that community, nobody will even know who's who. Go secret recruitment and we'll man those machine guns in secret locations, strategic locations, and people, and they will also have maybe one camera with a zoom. There's some camera called Phantom zoom camera. If you say somebody go there in one room, just watch the video 24/7. You understand? One person will watch for 4 hours, another person take over every day and night. You understand? You have people. How much you want? Just people need job now. That's employment. You understand? And as they are coming, that camera don't zoom them from a mile away. Say, okay, they are coming on motorcycle. Now, you go allow those guys with the machine gun, they don't lock and load, don't prepare. As soon as they reached that, spot, just rain that, just a fire, rain them. That's how you solve the problem.
Mike, the thing is this, if the government, you see the way politicians fail to act, the people are not using their brain now. This problem is going to get worse. I don't see any solution to it, the way we are operating. Most of these guys that are doing whatever they are doing, buying people like this, there are how will I say, influential people in society that is backing them, a lot of them, and they have aims and objectives. So how can we really tackle this aim and objective, even when we have perceived it? Nobody is willing. If you have the power is in the south today. Kwara is almost Yoruba land. Is it not Yoruba that is leading now? Let us be honest. They fight people like this. What if the power is already in the north? As you said, police cannot.
No. I think what happened in Kwara is because they have some kind of Islamic fundamentalists there that they thought that they are in support of what is going on over there in the north. But I would blame the governor of that state, Kwali. He's too lazy. That governor is too lazy. And what they are
Wait,
doing is that they are going to
Remy,
let me finish. They are going
hold
to
on
the
a moment.
remote villages of Kwara that is beside all those northeast states like
Remy,
Niger and the rest. Go and
Remy,
fight
hold
them
on a
there.
moment. Remy, at least we can see currently the power is in Yoruba hand. And now, if the Agbeteku, a Yoruba man, cannot establish a full investigation over this incident, and just as you mentioned, can they, even if they cannot arrest a governor based on immunity, they can indict him and prepare everything down. Okay, now the question is this: if the power now move to north, they now put Mohammed something. The next Mohammed Jusuf something. Is that when you go to investigate this kind of matter?
Exactly. Can
So
you
we
imagine?
need to ask ourselves question.
That's
What exactly is going on?
I think you just really capture what I've been thinking. I'm telling you. Like, I get frustrated when I come here and my Yoruba brothers here are busy talking about is it not? Is it? I'm like, dude, Yoruba man is the president right now. And if you are not doing this investigation, by the time Northern will enter, which month I want to ask them, me to go do investigation. You are the one there right now. If you are Yoruba, you're from the south. Even any southern man, it's time for you to start investigating what's going on in that north because you are the one in charge. At least when the northern guy was there, I understand. Okay, maybe he just I don't know his mind. I don't know. Maybe he's biased. Maybe he's just okay with it. Maybe he's afraid of Islam. His people care or whatever. I don't know. I was confused. But now you're a man from Lagos. You are not in charge, and you are not even doing investigation. You are not even coming out to tell me what's going on. I don't have the energy to start talking about Northerners again at this point now. Hey, if Tinubu doesn't really fix this by the time he leave office, man, I hold this against him big time. Man.
Even okay, look at Musa now, the Northern people, all these middle belt. I don't know, Musa is a Christian anyway, but you know they've been able to subdue those people for a very long time. Now it's opportune to occupy a position. They should know the strength of these guys. Now they need to do something that will make it harder for them to, to do things easily, the way they used to do it in the past by just manipulating Nigeria. I mean the so-called Northern elite who are not the devilish ones, not all of them. So that they will find it very difficult. But they are there now, they want to solve Nigeria problem. I don't think any president can solve our economic problem, security problem, everything with the structure on ground. It's just want to fight hard and give state police out the way enough manager made them, because the way the country is going, we're going to have much problem. And America will be there. People like Trump, if they are there, you think they will bring 1 cup of American citizens in there? He will be happy. He will think of, okay, 1,000 barrel. No, I need 60 sheep. We have to compensate if we go and bring that oil from, and they will do it. That's all. It doesn't give a fuck. We don't want to put structure in place. Amajiri everywhere, beggars. The other one will buy Jeep. Where are you getting the money? You don't pay tax. No history. You are driving Ferrari. Where I live now, for example, I don't have job. I don't have anything. I don't go to social to tell them, okay, I'm jobless, and they are not sending me money. The police will invite me to come to court to come and tell the government how am I living.
Let's move the conversation a little bit. This American move in Nigeria. You know what I'm suspecting, right? You guys know about these Sahel states, guys. I don't know if you are these AES guys, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. You know their alliance. First of all, I don't even know why Nigeria is not working with those states to fight, because they are dealing with the same insurgency. So now, when they are coming to, okay, now they're trying to settle that base in Sokoto, and also when they launched that attack, it was in Sokoto. But the banditry and the Boko Haram terrorism is more in the middle belt and the northeast. So now, when I look at the Niger Republic, I saw that the capital of Niger, Niamey, is not far from Sokoto. So now I'm beginning to suspect maybe America really, maybe their aim is to really go after that Niger president. Maybe they want to do that Venezuela this year on that guy, man. Or they want to use Nigeria as a launching ground. But I just think maybe they won't use us do their own mission somewhere else, man. But maybe don't be you guys will understand.
The danger is deep, then. You see, the powers, global powers, countries, they have interest in Africa, and it's their own interest, selfish interest. So they discover that Chinese influence is growing. Russia influence. It's just the Western influence that is diminishing. Nigeria is an example, is an opportunity for America. We are in trouble already. We can't secure ourselves. So they will negotiate everything and present it before Tinubu. People that is lobbying in America against Tinubu, they have their own agenda. Some of them just want to see divide Nigeria or remove Tinubu, make our brother president, those kind of things. But I think every Nigerians are strategic when it comes to deal. We have a president in America who believes in deal. So I don't think Tinubu, looking at the zone, is a cannibal person. We don't know how to negotiate a deal that will protect his administration.
Midwest, you are doing a mistake. Nigerians too, they are not dummy yet like that. And people in power are not dummy as you are thinking. So
I
they
did not
have
say
to
they are
protect their
dummy.
own. Yeah. So you
they are not dummy. Yeah,
you know,
because the people in power, like Tinubu, these are not dummy people.
At the end of the day, like I know, Nigeria already bought a lot of military equipment from America recently, worth millions of dollars. Okay. And if America also want to control or establish their influence because they were kicked out from Niger, maybe Mike is right. Maybe one day they'll just go and pick up that Niger junta.
They
So a
will
lot
have
of politics
very soon. They're going to have. Very soon they're going to have full-scale military base in Nigeria. Leave it or
no. It's not going to happen. That one is not going to happen. So that one is not going to happen.
For me, I believe that will happen. It's a matter of time.
No. I don't think they already have a base in Ghana already. So I don't think they need a base in Nigeria. So they have a base in Ghana. So that one is not going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Midwest, were you the one that in the beginning of the show, were you the one saying that Biafra already exists or something like that? I can't remember. You started like your voice.
I think it's Madam Zika that said that.
Somebody was telling. Somebody said somebody was arguing Madam Zita saying it was a country.
I think it's the guy that lives in Japan. I forgot his name.
It's me. It's me. I thought Zita.
It's you. Okay, it's you.
I said, man, it's not like Midwest. I didn't say that you were talking about it. I could say Biafra exists.
No, the thing is, wait. When Ojukwu declared Biafra, countries recognize independence. Okay, they used to use this Nigerian pounds. Is it not Nigeria? We're still using British pounds. You know, it was Nigerian pounds. Whatever pounds were used.
The countries, some countries supported it, but they didn't really. They can't recognize it in a sense because those countries. We talk about hold on. The countries are not just hold on. They were Haiti, Gabon, Ivory Coast, right? But those countries also recognize Nigeria because those countries are a member of the United Nations, and Nigeria is also a member of the United Nations. So they recognize Nigeria. So there's no way they can recognize two entities. What they did was support the cause, like kind of like French were using them indirectly to harm because the France was using them indirectly to give a little bit of support, just indirectly to because France couldn't directly support them, so they had to use their proxy that those countries just during the war, but it wasn't more of a recognition that they couldn't trade with them legally. They couldn't trade with them. I mean, they were not recognized. Their money cannot be spent.
The issue is this: when they invited them to Aburi, they did not invite Igbo and Nigeria. They invited Biafra and Nigeria.
No.
When they went to Ghana.
No. Midwest, where you go learn history from? Even in Aburi, there was no such thing as Biafra self. And let me even bust your bubble. Ojukwu didn't even present secession in Aburi. He didn't even present Biafra in Aburi. What they went to set to, that's even what makes me like really someone like me even more angry about the whole. Because
remember that, yeah.
he could have had that conversation at Buri and they would have sorted out. You understand? Whether to go or not to go. Because I don't think anybody there was a declaration you must not please you can't go. You understand? Because even that time, the Northern I was saying they want to go. Even the South they want to go. But Gowon was just being a guy from minority tribe, or he believe in one Nigeria. Because where will he belong? The guy's from George, from Anga. So he's just like, it's better we all stay together. He's trying to convince everybody to stay together. So he's just trying to keep peace. And then that time you have to understand that Ojukwu was saying that the July coup didn't fully succeed because they didn't overthrow the government of the Eastern region. So that's the position Ojukwu was holding. Like, okay, you guys haven't succeeded in your coup, so I can't really recognize your government. You understand? So, and Gowon is like, and technically it's right because the Northern counter coup, it didn't really took place they didn't overthrow the the Southeast. You understand? So Ojukwu felt like, okay, I have a position here. So I'm not recognizing this new government. So those are the things they want to discuss now, Buri. But Ojukwu could have brought up succession there and they would have worked it out. However, I would tell you the reason why he didn't do that. Because if it was just to pull Igbo out of Nigeria, he would have brought it up. Like, okay, my people want to go and come on, let's just peacefully, and they would have discussed it and they would have gone somewhere. They would have but the reason why he didn't bring it up is because he knows that the Biafra he has to have, he wants to take all these minority ethnic group along. And if you bring if he has to bring it up in Aburi, that means Gowon, we tell him that okay, we have to bring all these kings and all these kingdoms on the table too to discuss it together. And the guy knew that those people would not want to go, especially those rivers. Yeah. Remember, they already doing agitation already now with Adaka Buru, all those things. So that's why he never brought it up in Aburi. He just declared it.
Mike, the aspect I was supporting was not that. I wasn't saying Ojukwu was right. But when Ojukwu decided to declare that country, a country called Biafra, other countries in the world recognize it, whether they are in Africa or wherever places.
They didn't recognize it. No. There was support, but it was not officially recognized.
Hold on a moment. When I say recognizing, it doesn't mean if a country break out from a country because you recognize the former, you don't recognize the other. The thing is this: if you have interest, you will recognize both of them. It is the other country that will now feel disappointed. A country like Abidjan recognize them and open an embassy for them. That's why he chose to run to that place.
No. There was no embassy. There was no embassy.
They already have a house. It's not like
my brother
mentioned embassy today. They were already when he declared that republic, war did not just start immediately. It lasted some months.
My brother, do you know? Let me tell you something. Do you know that during the war, Ojukwu was using Nigerian currency to buy the weapon from Abidjan? So Abidjan recognized the currency, which is Nigerian currency. So Abidjan recognized Nigeria.
See
so
what is
where
there,
did he get the money?
That's why I don't know how to change the currency now. You don't remember?
Mike,
the moment
So Mike, what you are trying to say is that somebody's idea, just only one man want to change everything, and people just follow him mumuish like that.
Oh, it wasn't. Wait, Mike.
No, they bought into the.
We are too mumu too much.
No, it wasn't one person. A lot of people were around him as well. He was popular. It doesn't mean people were not there with him.
He was popular, but they could have break away peacefully that time. I'm telling you.
It's a different topic. Wait, Remy, that one is a different thing because I don't blame Nigeria's side for the war. I still blame it on them. But if you said they did not even exist, nobody recognized them as a country Biafra before the war. That's what I was trying to tell you. During that period of 2 months before the war, or even cannot take more than 2 months. Biafra lasted almost 2 months before war now.
No. The moment he declared it, right? He declared a republic. It's when the moment he declared a republic, right? It's when that became illegal. in Nigerian constitution. Now you are tampering with the territorial integrity of a nation. That's when Gowon order his arrest, right? And send the police to go and arrest him, which was stupid. I don't know how you think police will go to Igbo land and go and arrest him. They kill all those police officers. So then when that happened, now Gowon and declare military action against Ojukwu. So that's when the war. So immediately declared that Biafra thing. And also don't forget the moment it declared when they sent the police to go and get him, Ojukwu also quickly sent his army. They quickly invaded southwest. I'm sorry, the entire south, midwest, and they was going to southwest. So that's when it happened. He didn't declare Biafra and they are negotiating Biafra. It didn't happen. That's why I was like, what are you talking about? Biafra was not the session. Listen, the coup, after the July coup and then all this program crisis going on, Ojukwu did not declare. There was no Biafra. He didn't declare any country. He was still the governor of the eastern state. What do you think when Aburi they talk about how they will govern and with power they will have? They discuss it. Our way forward is what they were discussing in Aburi. They didn't go there. He didn't go there as a Biafran president. He went there as a governor of the eastern state. Even Gowon kept him. He gave him that position. He was recognized as a governor of the eastern state. Gowon said, okay, you hold that position and continue to be governor of the eastern state. Now, where things went wrong, why he declared Biafra was in Aburi, the Ojukwu put a clause that he must not divide the eastern region. He must not create states, like divide that eastern region. But Gowon agreed. But when Gowon got back to Nigeria, he now realized that the people of that eastern were already agitating for their own region. You understand? They were agitating. So, but then he wanted to renegotiate that issue with Ojukwu, but Ojukwu refused to discuss it. He was saying, no, in Aburi I stand. I'm not changing anything from Aburi. So Gowon is like, this is kind of becoming too arrogant. You don't want to talk to these people, you know. So Gowon now declare River State and I think those Akwa Ibom area, he call it East, Southeast. That's what they declare Southeast. And then the Igbo land, they now call it the East Central State. Then Ojukwu now like, okay, now you don't cross line. Ojukwu now declare Biafra. He took all those regions, the whole eastern region.
No, Mike, look, before creation of state, now it's after the war that they started doing that. You see, when Ojukwu decided to declare Biafra Republic, yes, as a city president of a country like Gowon, you can't just fold your hand. You will declare him wanted. Gowon never sent Nigeria police because he has lost control of the policy of Southeast already.
Actually, the federal, even federal prison, for everything federal in the country was still being controlled by Gowon. You understand? You remember that hold on. We still have Nigeria. You understand? Even Gowon was the one that ordered all the southeastern military men, Nigerian military, to go move to the southeast for safety. He ordered them, and then all the federal institutions in the eastern region, all the regions, Gowon was they were all collecting salary from the federal government. So even remember that Gowon, the prison where Antonina or Awolowo, all of them was in, it was in Calabar now. So it was Gowon that ordered the prison to release them and send them to, you know. So Gowon was still in charge. So when Gowon declared arrest,
hold on a moment. As this, you know, at the early stage of the crisis, people believe Gowon is in charge of the internet, but in reality, the Southeasterners, they were already looking at Ojukwu because Ojukwu became their voice at that moment.
We know that now. We know that, yeah.
So at that moment, even the police structure in the East, in theory, federal can say we are there, they were no longer in charge because the Easterners have returned back.
Yeah, technically, you listen. You if you say technically, yeah, but legally, he was to go on. Yeah, we know that. Of course, like they can't do police. They cannot be, you know, doing whatever. They will collect their salary.
Yeah. So when Gowon declare Ojukwu, I don't know whatever he described those words they normally use to when somebody rebel against the state. There's a term they normally use. So that when he declared Ojukwu like that, the police were already handicapped to arrest Ojukwu. The actual truth is that Ojukwu, The structure in the east, police structure, military police in the east, Ojukwu have dismantled them. Because he was the head of that.
He was doing
Yeah.
that, but
So now as time, that's why I said when he declared that republic, something of nationalhood was already happening. They printed passport for them already, Rafa passport. They printed currency.
no. Hold on. Midwest, come. During the currency, all those things, they may already be preparing it, all those things, but it wasn't officially declared until the republic was declared.
Yeah.
So they were not already spending. During the crisis, they were not already spending currency or doing something illegal. No, they were not. Ojukwu was already selling the idea to the people. Why that in the east, he was already selling the idea to them, to his people. Like, okay, this we're going to break away this and that, and they were meeting all those things. But it wasn't official. It was not. They were not doing new country. Why? Like that was
it can never, you see, at that moment of crisis, can never be an official something. Now,
but that's what we are saying now. But we have to go by the legal.
You know, they don't power. Being the military head already.
Okay, but it's like right now because we're agitating for country, and I'm saying, it was already done. It's like Yoruba nation, Biafra nation that we're agitating right now. We can't say it's official now. It's not official. It's until
No, Nigeria. Wait, no. The Yoruba nation you are talking about is not like what happened that time.
No, I'm just saying because they had the idea. You can't say it was already in place.
I mean, idea is quite a different thing because look, at that moment, it was tense because the entire region were already under their control. It's just like nobody can talk any longer.
Wait.
If you don't buy the idea, most of the leader that did not buy into, that's why they don't respect R60 today.
He was the governor of the Midwest. You are saying or make unnecessary comments on this. He's the governor of the place, so the place is under his control, just like the governor of other. Remember, we're doing regions, so he was the governor of the region, so he's already governing the place. So you already had it. So you can't say, he's the governor. The governors back then of the regions had power. They were really the one administering the region. So yes, of course. So you can't say you just control.
See, Michael, where I'm going, the thing is that when he declared that republic, we can categorically say some countries already recognize that independent. The first month, it was the second month he himself chose. That's why I keep telling people, he chose to invade Nigeria because Gowon never even sent police. There's no way you can send police to that place. Police can't do it except Nigeria army. They understand that nobody can.
He did though. They buy all those policemen. he ordered police. He sent police.
How will he say? I don't know. I don't know whether I don't never have preview of that in the history. All I know is that Ojukwu haven't declared the republic. Feel like he has the power now. He recruited his army. He opened a barrack, set Awolowo free.
Who set Awolowo free? Who set Awolowo free?
It was Ojukwu now.
He was not. I don't know where you guys learned history from. To real long. We show Ojukwu set Awolowo free. He's going and set Awolowo free, man. Awolowo was free way before Biafra was declared. Now, Google when Awolowo was free from prison. Awolowo was free. Igbo people just use that propaganda.
No, Midwest.
He wasn't. Okay, are you saying? Okay. Are you saying?
It is Gowon.
It was Gowon that ordered the release now. He was the order the release of political prisoners.
Wait. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment here. Wait. Ojukwu set a lot of prisoners free. Example is what is his name?
Federal prisoners.
Wait now. Is it not Banjo they called this guy that time? It was a military officer. All those groups. It was Ojukwu that freed them. Even when he freed Banjo, they decided to enlist him into Biafra army. All these are Awolowo and the rest. That time I ain't in charge of the southeast.
Midwest, why they talk like this?
Go on.
Hold on. Let me even hold on. Wait.
How did Gowon set Awolowo free?
What do you mean how did Gowon set Awolowo free? Awolowo was in federal prison. Who's in charge of federal? He's not federal government in charge of federal prison.
During the time of crisis when the Biafra were no longer part of the federal.
No. Or what? What are you talking about? He was released before Biafra. What are you talking about, man?
Yes. Okay. He was released before Biafra, and he was the and he was made Minister of Finance. What are you
Exactly.
talking
Okay.
about? Under Gowon.
No. Wait.
Is it not the counter
You guys are
When I,
confusing
when
the
I,
dates. So what
may I,
happened with what happened with
may I
Awolowo was
confuse here?
this.
Confuse here, I beg. Yeah.
With
Just go and read
Awolowo,
the official document
it
and
was
instead of
released by Gowon. But what happened was that was a long time before the incident of Owo, before Ojukwu invaded the Midwest. With Victor Banjo could never have returned or be released by the federal government, because if he had returned to federal, if he had left the Southeast region, he would have been arrested immediately by the federal government. Because you have to remember, he was arrested for treasonous coup. You see?
Yeah.
So that was why he remained in the Southeast. That is why all of them, if you are Juna, Kaduna, Nzegu, none of them really wanted to work with Ojukwu. All of them actually, all of those guys, all of those Nzegu, Juna, they all considered Ojukwu to be an elite. They did not carry him along in the coup. You also have to understand that one of the reasons that Ojukwu actually went and formed the Biafra Republic was because he was a senior to Gowon. He actually considered it that he should be the one that is meant to be the head of state, not Gowon. Gowon, technically in military rank, was his junior. And he considered himself to be more educated than Gowon and all that. He felt that he's the one that should
neither of them were the highest rank. There are other people higher rank than them.
No, Ojukwu was senior to Gowon.
No, it was not. They're different rank. Hold on. Wait.
No, forget rank. You know, military is not just about rank. It's not just about rank.
Calm down. Hold on, calm down. I indirectly, I technically agree with you. Who is that? Midwest, can you mute? Someone is echoing. I don't know. I think that's Midwest.
It might be me. I think it's me.
Arrow. Oh, it's you. Okay. Just calm down. Arrow. Ojukwu was saying someone that Ogundipe, he was higher ranking. He was saying someone else should be the head of state, not Gowon. He didn't like Gowon. First of all, they had issue. And Gowon, Ojukwu was promoted 20 days before Gowon to that rank. So, of course, you can technically say maybe you think he's a senior or whatever. But definitely Ojukwu didn't. He believed Gowon. There was one that he has hand in the killing of Ironsi. He believed it because Ironsi appointed Gowon as the what do you call it? What's that? Defense minister, but which was a higher rank than which is a more higher position than the one he gave Ojukwu. He made Ojukwu the regional governor, but Gowon was made more of a, I think. He's a defense minister, just like more of a higher military rank, military position, you know. So, but Gowon, Ojukwu just believe Gowon have hand in the coup, the killing of Ironsi. He believe he have hand in it because he thinks him as a northerner. So that's why Ojukwu wouldn't recognize it. And Ojukwu was telling Gowon that his coup hasn't succeeded fully because he didn't get to
Aro, thank you for that explanation you gave, because when I said Ojukwu released them, now I realize that even when Gowon said most of these guys free, they were still in the eastern part of Nigeria. So that is the area where I feel confused. Because all this Banjo, I mean Banjo, you know, you say when they said Awolowo, all these what is their name? These military guys are created.
Oh, the military guy, not the civilian, right? Yeah, are you talking about the Banjo, Gowon never released those ones. No, Gowon never released those ones. He never ordered their release. He didn't order their release. It was Ojukwu just used them. It was Ojukwu that you released them and trying to use them for the war. You understand? They were there.
He released by himself.
And it's not only Awolowo. It's all those people that were charged with Awolowo, Anthony Naoro, Awolowo, and all the other rest of them. They were part of that opposition.
Before the crisis or what? When he released them?
No. When they were jailed, they were moved from prison, federal prison in Lagos to Calabar, because the reason why they moved them the reason why the federal government moved them, which is Nnamdi Azikwe's government, moved them to the Calabar prison, because the crisis they were going on. You know, they were the Western politicians. You know, it's kind of like Nnamdi Kanu that I want to put in prison in the southeast. So they put them. The Azikwe government put them in prison, in federal prison in Calabar. So when Gowon entered, go on order their release. And now all of them, and all and all the politicians that were jailed. So he wanted to work with them because he wanted to use that to make peace with everybody. So when he brought them back to Lagos, he drove them. In fact, it was the federal. He sent the vehicle to even pick them up from prison and drove them to Lagos. Go on. So they came to Lagos and met with him, and then he gave them. He gave an hour the information minister. He gave Awolowo finance minister. So he brought them in, and then he even sent Awo and some people to go to East to go and discover Ojukwu to convince him to stay. Because Awo was a senior figure. So forget this lie. This Biafran are telling you that Ojukwu released Awolowo. What kind of rubbish is that, man? This was time when they are still discussing. Which first of all, if let's assume Ojukwu. Okay, let's assume Ojukwu released Awolowo. If Awolowo has gone to Lagos, he's a prisoner now. Then the federal government will arrest him again now. Like you're not supposed to be out of prison.
I think it was ill-prepared war by Ojukwu, and he just lost a lot of people like that. Oh God, it's just an unnecessary fight. It's unnecessary because it was a counter coup against the coup of 1966. So it was a counter coup by the Northerners. That is true. But you also fight their own leader now. So it's balanced. So if he had accepted Gowan off at that time, nobody would have died.
Remy, there's no way. At that time, there's no way Southeastern will allow Northern to rule over there at that time. It's that Southeastern
okay,
soldiers.
What about now? Do
maybe now, but Remy, you have to understand their ego back then because.
But now one of the reasons that they don't want to vote for them is because of what happened since 1966. They don't trust them.
Yeah, we understand now, but I'm just trying to make you understand the mentality of the people back in that era. You have to understand that the Nigerian military, most of the educated officers were Southeasterners, and they were really running the show. You understand?
Yeah,
so imagine overnight, some people you've been looking down on, Northerners were looked down on back then because they were not, most of them were even the ones
it's true.
So all of a sudden, these people that you think they are beneath you, they are now in charge. You won't accept it now. So it was difficult for.
The next thing is to call your people that are not prepared for anything. Okay, yeah,
also to be fair, Ojukwu didn't consider that foreign government will support, it will join and support.
Why they will? Because
that's where I think the guy was. It was because in the beginning, to be honest with you, he looked at all the weapon that was in the position of the Nigerian army. And then you look at because he already know, he had information of the Nigerian army. You look at how many troops Nigerian army have, about 12,000 soldiers. And then he's thinking that, I still have all these Igbo officers here with me in the Southeast. If we recruit millions of Igbos and harm them, those 12,000 soldiers Nigeria have cannot possibly come and defeat us here. So that's what he was thinking. That's his calculation. But he didn't realize that, Nigerian army, British will supply Nigerian army with, because those ones, they want Nigerians, they will supply Gowon with weapons and Gowon will recruit people. Gowon had to recruit a lot of people too. He decided recruiting civilian recruiting.
Yeah. And
so he didn't think of it like that. Yeah.
Ojukwu was relying on the French because there is this rivalry between the French and the British in colonizing Africa at that time. So
but he also made a mistake. He didn't consider that
it was a terrible mistake.
It's a mistake. He also didn't consider that the French and British have become NATO. So the NATO cannot go against NATO. So the French kind of like what they play with Ojukwu is that the British could have told the French to turn against him, but they don't want him to go to the Soviets because he was supposed to go to the Soviet. But the guy now, I don't even understand his brain. This guy went to Oxford. How could you not know international geopolitics of the world? That's the British and French are allies. Then their enemy is the Soviets. He was supposed to go to the Soviets, but he went to the French. So the French kind of like, we're just giving him mediocre weapons. The French didn't turn him away because the French know if they turn him away, he might go to the Soviets.
But Mike, that was several years ago. More than how many years now? What concerns this new generation?
But they are brainwashing them now. They are constantly lying to them.
Now? I don't know why they are. Oh God, they just make this so stupid kind to spy their people unnecessarily again. What concerns them?
But what do you concern them? If you are in their shoe, you feel the same way now. If all your life,
what's their problem? What's their problem?
Okay, Remy, you too, like I say, If all your
That
life your elders are telling you something, telling you these victim things, condition you to feel like your people were wrongly done, I think you will feel the same way. People you have to blame is the Nigerian state. You will feel the same way. I mean, if all your life let's say Yoruba people now, we had a civil war in the 60s and they say 3 million Yoruba people died or something like that. And then the only people telling you the story are Yoruba elders, and they are lying. They paint the story in a way where the Hausa and Igbo, the gang, and massacre 3 million Yorubas. That's all you hear all your life. You don't hear the side of the Hausa and the Igbos. You will feel that way too. You just be picturing like the people being massacred, and they will tell you all the horror stories how Yoruba babies were, when you trying to just put yourself in that position, you will feel that way too. You will feel like, damn, they did this kind of thing happen to my people, So they one-sided story they hear all their life is why they feel that way. And unfortunately, the Nigerian government didn't do anything. They just ignore it. They don't teach history. They don't present their own side of the story. So that's where we find ourselves, So you have to understand, yeah, they will feel that way, man. Considering that people that went through it are still alive. It's just they are still alive now. They tell stories they are children, and those ones too, because you could really lie to them, man. They told them a lot of.
But to me, I still believe it's unnecessary. Okay, now they're agitating. So why this one go to their region again? They fight their people, the same people you are fighting for. So what is that
He took
justification?
you know how much money the guy was making from that agitation. The guy was making a lot of money.
So I don't understand though, because you are just all the other thing you are talking about. It is not only the people; they are not the only one that lost a lot of people during the war. The Yoruba people lose. The South people lose a lot of
You didn't
people
hear
as
me that
well.
the story they tell them is not that. They don't tell them that, hey, this war,
They don't tell
Yoruba
them
people
the
die.
truth. They are just telling them blah 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 blah.
Exactly. So
In fact, a lot of people from the South they were quiet during the war because they pushed them to the front of that war. They quiet them a lot also, and the people have moved on. And if you are talking
yeah, they
about
move on because
marginalization in
nobody.
Nigeria,
When
I think the
when you're growing up, when did your papa teach you that they tell you about Biafra?
no, never.
Exactly.
Even I was when Abiola was spy, when Abiola was maybe dead or
I
whatever,
mean,
was a spy.
Midwest, when they grow, your papa is teaching that they tell you about
They
Midwest
know they even
invasion.
talk. They know they even talk to us about civil war. What they always tell
Exactly.
us, don't Yoruba people will tell you,
The only thing is that
don't
they made
spoil my
reference to
name.
that. That the only
But
they
they,
made
but they
reference
don't. They
that
make
war.
reference, but they don't present it to you in the sense that okay, these people here they can't do something wicked,
No, the thing
Yes,
is from day one, they just now we supposed to carry hatred, not Igbo. Not be our land
yes.
they
So
invade.
I'm telling you,
Yeah, but now because
I'm
your papa
telling
they
you.
don't teach you to hate now. That's why you don't.
So they not teach us this like things of the past. They thought everyone have learned a terrible lesson. But now we realize that Nigerian government did not treat it well. It need to be addressed. We are very diverse people.
Yeah.
I
That
think in Yoruba
diversity,
land, what our parents taught us that time that don't spoil the family name. It's all about that. And in Yoruba land, it's not only your parent that is even giving you that discipline. Even the area father, the street brother, the street sister, the street mama, it's like everybody, every eyes is on you. Even if you get your report card, before you even get to your house, the landlord in the second house, the third house, already called, come, bring your report sheet, let me see. It's not your father. So many people are on your neck that you have to perform very well. So, and they know to teach you all these negative things. So all these things you are talking about, teaching them negative things, what has it
No,
now?
I mean, you have to understand, like the dream, the idea of that thing coming to pass is still in the mind, it's still in the psyche of many people. Some of their people, like they believe it's still possible that to get it. So that's why they are keeping
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's possible.
That's why
It's
they are not
possible,
moving on.
Mike. But
That's
Mike, the
that's the number
question
one
is
reason why
this.
they are not moving on because they still
But
believe
the
they can still
question
get
is
it.
this: the question is they want to get it, but they are not limiting themselves to the 5 states. They want to get River. They want to
And
get
that's
Delta.
exactly
And
where
why
the
should they be
confusion
like
is for me.
that? That is impossible. It's totally
That's where
impossible.
the
You
confusion.
even
That's
want
why
to
I'm like,
get part of Ondo State. Is Ondo connect to you? I don't understand. So that's one thing I don't understand. Why not? Okay, we want to go away. This is the 5 states. Let's go away, and then Nigerian will go for referendum. they say yes or no, it's another thing
You
entirely.
want me to you want me to commit suicide? I 5 states. You don't finish them with that.
Now, what do you mean? Don't finish that.
You
The
know
other state will not follow them.
you know the day Igbo people find themselves in big trouble is the day maybe
Yes, so
the hold on, one more. Wait, let me learn. The day one day like the other part of Nigeria just say, okay, we are done. We are just you gotta go. You just force them like, okay, take your country. You don't want they are in trouble, man. Oh, I don't know. They go beg. If you're gonna give them that 5 Eastern state as a country, man, that's wickedness, man.
Don't you think if the trouble is too much, they will vote them out?
That would be
Gladly,
wickedness.
they will vote them out, because I don't think Edo or South people can really live with them also. So what are we talking here? You know the same thing. So if the trouble is too much, don't you think an average Southerner does not want the northern people to go away too? Because the wala is just too much unnecessarily.
To me, my
Northwest,
number
just
one
go your own way.
frustration, my number one frustration, the whole Biafran thing. To me, I'm not against it because to me, I don't mind Nigeria. I mean, to me, sometimes I
Me
feel
too.
like
I'm not against it,
yeah,
but
but
where
the,
you
the, the, the way
just
they go
stay
about it,
within
yeah,
your
the way they go
just
about
stay
it
within
is
your
so
state.
dumb because
Yeah,
the first step they're supposed to be making is to be pleading to the South people, right, to sell the ideas to them that maybe
that's going to be difficult. That's going to
no
be
no no no
difficult.
it would have been easier.
Mike, it's easier for them to sell their idea to the Southwesterner, to a Yoruba person, than for them to sell it to someone from South. You have to understand that what I've noticed something recently. I've been a quiet observer. The
We can't hear you. Okay.
can you hear?
You have
Okay,
great.
I'm actually not meant to be even on that. I'm meant to be using, but why is that on? Why is it connecting over there? It's connecting to my phone for whatever reason. Let me disconnect this. But can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're better now. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying that even when you look at it, really, the Akwa Ibom people have a very, very serious issue with the idea of Biafra. You know
why?
Why this is like this?
You maybe need to change your device, man. I don't know. To me,
Let me change my device. It's
change your
connected to
device.
two of my devices on my phone there.
You see, to me, I think the problem with South is they don't have to stood to conquer. Like if if from beginning they were humbly like engaging the South, like just make them in a nice way, just selling the idea to them, like let's come together and do this Biafra together and just humble themselves, like be very fair and treat them nice, be respectful. I think they have a chance of selling it to them because I don't see a reason why the South would not want to do that. But they don't have to still conquer the arrogance. I mean, they will be insulting. They will be insulting those ones like, if you don't do Biafra, you're stupid. I'm like, which kind of mentality is this? You won't use force. You don't have the means to force someone to do something, but then you are using your vocally,
Mike,
aggressively
can you hear me better now?
Yeah, better.
I think it should be clear. It should be clear now. So really, what I've noticed is just quietly observing is that the South, especially Akwa Ibom, seems to be where that bitterness seems to show itself quite very heavily. I think some other parts of the South, some parts of Delta as well. There's this. They are very, very, very much against. They will never allow themselves to be put under Biafra. There's sections of Akwa Ibom. I've noticed sections of Delta. I think some parts of Bayelsa, but then Bayelsa is very strongly joined and Calabari. You have to understand it that the experience of some of those individuals under the Biafran regime was not very kind. So they are always going to have a very difficult situation getting them to go along. You see, I don't know. This Biafra question is one question that continues to linger. I don't think they have a someone said, I think it was Man of Prestige that was talking about he was sorry, Joel. He said something about the Biafra question, and that's why I asked him today. I said, so what is the question itself?
There's no question, man. They're just using it as a bargaining chip
it's just exactly. That's really what I see. It's a bargaining chip.
Let me tell you.
But then again, there's nothing unique. There's nothing unique about them, Mike. So we can. They are not the only ones bargaining. All of us are bargaining. So don't let any of us accuse anybody of. All of us are bargaining in that country. All of us are.
Yeah, everybody's bargaining, but their own. Here's the deal. Let me tell you the nature of Southeasterners, right? They don't, when they want to bargain, they don't know how to stew. Like I said, they don't know how to stew to conquer. They don't know when they want to get something from you. They don't know how to be humble to ask you or be nice. They don't feel they have to be nice to anyone. That's just their way. Even in the market, when they want to say something, they don't even act nice to you. Like, they just believe, it's like maybe it's them looking down on other people. I don't know. But they have this mentality of, I don't have to be nice. So now when they want something in Nigeria, they have to use a different strategy in a way. So now they use the old Biafran thing, they use as a bargaining chip. Like, okay, you're pressing me. Look, you are bad to me. You don't want to, because you don't give me this, because you don't treat I want extra states. I want this. So rather than playing the politics of alliance and nice and, but they don't know how to do that. So they have to, so there are two sides. There are people that want Biafra and those that don't want it. The ones that don't want it, I'm very sure like Joe don't want it, but because he's smart enough to know that I want a disaster. So people like him will use that Biafran thing as a bargaining chip to get something. And then Barry all those are politicians. They don't, if they want it, why wouldn't they present it on the Senate floor? They don't want it, but they will use it as a bargaining chip. Like, on the Senate floor, they will say, we are marginalized. That's why we have to address the issue of Biafra, because the Southeast, we are marginalized. We don't have extra states. We need Niger Bridge. So this issue of Biafra, they use Biafra to try to get those.
Mike, the way I see it is most people in Nigeria are marginalized. But I think and I think there's an arrogance really, and you see it especially with the supposed three major tribes, which is a terrible nonsensical idea. Like we said earlier, what is called three major tribes? No, they're not major tribes. There's nothing like major tribe. There's not like minor tribe. We should stop that nonsense. Is that sentiment of major tribe that is driving this Biafran thing, because they see it as though the Hausa and Yoruba, they are like their co-travelers as major tribes,
and then they see those minorities in the south as their subjects.
They see that exactly.
They see them like
if we can banish the idea of major tribe,
that was
they would see them. Yes, they'll see themselves that
in Nigeria we are Yoruba, Igbo, and I always hate hearing that shit. I'm like, come on, man. The funny thing was that, do you know what's so funny? And Arrow, Midwest, are you still there? Midwest. And the thing is, people that always disappoint me are the people from the Benin Kingdom. You understand? Arrow, because before Nigeria was created, the kingdom that the British really recognized, the people that outsiders recognized, were those empires. They were relevant. Was the Benin Kingdom, the Oyo, and then in North, the Bonuka. There was no such thing as Igbo being relevant. The only thing was that they just have population, right? So when the British came, they just kind of saw their regions, this huge population of people. So,
but they didn't have a population. But Mike, and as of 1960, they didn't have a population as such.
Yeah.
As of 1960, the population of Nigeria in 1960 at independence was about 55 million or thereabouts. So nobody really had some ridiculous population. The population explosion in Nigeria is a post 1960 scenario. Population in 1960 was about 50-something million. I mean, which is a lot. Frank.
No, I'm not even saying that.
By most country standard, that's a big country. But
No, what I'm saying is that
it's not
in terms of,
substantial.
hold on, this where I'm even going there in terms of relevant. If you have to say the face of Nigeria, right? It has to be historical kingdoms, right? There should be the one we be talking about the face of Nigeria, not and those historical kingdom. You have to Benin Kingdom, that kind of thing. It's supposed to say,
But
like me, for
Mike,
example, if I want to.
the Brits destroyed with Benin Kingdom now. So once they
They didn't
destroyed
destroy
them.
No. Listen. They didn't destroy the rest of everybody else. Come on now, let's not talk like that. What I'm trying to tell you is.
But the British sacked Benin. They sacked Benin now.
No, they didn't sack
we know
Igbos.
that
They didn't sack Igbos.
No, they sacked Benin. I'm talking about. So you are saying the British should
that's
have
not the point I'm making.
independence.
You don't understand the point. You are diverting, deflecting to something that is not relevant. The point I'm making is that if you go to universities in the world and they are talking the history of Africa and the history of particularly that area of Nigeria, they don't talk about the Igbos. They talk about Benin Kingdom. They talk about Ife or Yo. They talk about Bonu. That's what they are. I'm saying that what really the face of Nigeria is those important kingdoms. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying, I want to describe Nigeria to a foreign person. I'd rather talk about those kingdoms where they have historical relevance. Like, Nigeria is a country of Benin Kingdom or your empire. That's how we describe Nigeria to someone as an interesting place. I'm not going to tell somebody that Nigeria is a country of we have Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. Kind of rubbish. What are you describing? You're not describing something important.
Yeah, but see, the unfortunate thing is, as of 1958 and the 50s, when the Lancaster agreements were being done and they were drawing on independence. So, I mean, that is how those are the people the British negotiate. Well, not the people. No, I would say that Zik was very cunning in that he managed to co-opt and
hold on. You say which people we didn't negotiate with?
Well, they negotiated with Zik, and Zik said he was representing the Eastern region, and they carved everything they carved everything and put it under the Eastern region with Zik, irrespective of even if those people were not. Well, they were to the east.
Are you saying Zik didn't win election to become?
It did, but I'm saying that Zik co-opted everybody and said they are part of the Eastern region. You see,
no, it wasn't Zik that created Eastern region. It's the British that created the region. It also created.
Yes. The British created Eastern region and Western region.
They didn't create it for any tribe.
Exactly.
And
but
let me correct something.
Zik was able to bring everybody under that umbrella. So you have to look at it.
Hold on. Let me also correct something. People always say that the British handed people that negotiate Nigeria was Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa, and they will mention Awolowo, Zik, and Ahmadu Bello. That's a lie. There are people from all the other group. They were there.
Oh, of course.
And even
Enaro is from is one that moved the motion for independence.
People, there are prominent names of other people.
Okotie boy is
so
not.
Many people.
Not like,
even there are some names that nobody know about that we don't talk about. There are people. There are intellectuals from all over part of Nigeria. The British didn't call tribes or things like that. They just
but those three major tribes. The idea was born there.
Calm down. The reason why we call them major is because they became premiers. That's why.
That's what I'm saying. It's cheating now. I'm agreeing with you that it's cheating. It's cheating.
What do you mean?
Every other person was cheated because of this whole idea of these three major tribes idea is cheating now. It is cheating. That's where I see it.
Hold on. Calm down. The reason why we look at Nigerian independence, look at Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello, and Zik as funny fella is because they won the election to become the premier of the. It's like somebody going to election to become governor, and I will not say they are the one that created something. No, it's not. The people that the British work for independence, they all come from different walks of lives, different tribes, and they were all equal there on the table and everything. They were just there as the intellectuals of Nigeria, the people that have become the intellectual. The reason Awo and Zik would have won the election, of course, because their numbers were bigger. Their ethnic group number is bigger in terms of voting for them to get there. And also, of course, they will have more representative in the room as from their place.
But Mike,
it's not them that. It's not just them that were.
Mike, Mike, you have to remember that before they even won the election, before election was won, they were already having meetings and they were already having negotiations at these conferences, and it was always these three parties that showed up.
What do you mean three parties?
They always showed up under the North people. Some people representing the North under the banner of the Saldana and the Amadou Bello. Okay, and then you had the where they have
There was no such thing.
we can call it the Afenifere, the Odua People's Union.
That's not true. That's not true. Before independent, no, that's not true. There was no Odua people, anything like that. Even hold on. Even when the British were even dealing with the spaces, they were even dealing with the kingdoms. Even within Yorubas, they were dealing with dealing with the Egba separately. They were dealing with the kingdoms separately. They were dealing with the kings.
I'm talking about just organizing the independence now.
No, the independence. British, no, okay. Aaron, wait. When the British were organizing independence, they were strategic. Before, don't forget that these politicians that scoop up under for independence, most of them, when the British were in Nigeria early days, they were kids, they were children. The British were there in the 1800s now, but Awolo was born in 19 something. Ezekiel was born in 19. I was born in 1910, 14 or something. Zeke was born in 19. So they were kids. So what happened is, before they grew up and became the politicians, the British were dealing with the kingdoms. They were dealing with the traditional, the kings, the kingdoms, and they were dealing with them individually. They were dealing with black people different from the way they're dealing with your empire, even Lagos kingdom. They were dealing with the kingdoms. So what the British did, they planned this whole this whole thing. So what they did was taking all these guys from different part of these kingdoms, took them to England to educate them, were giving them scholarship, so they're preparing them to take over, to hand over to them. The British were not preparing to hand over Nigeria to the kingdoms, because there's no way. Which kingdom would they give the whole country to, or which king? They didn't even see possible that they can bring all the kings together to agree with one country. They didn't see it possible. So these guys, they were taking them, and when they were educating them, they were educating them to be British-minded, like Western people to be, you understand? They were educating them to think Western, thinking British kind of thing. So by the time they were leaving, they were now inviting them, all those intellectuals, all of them from all these ethnic groups, tried to bring them to start forming, getting involved into the politics and discussing this new country. So they educate them to see themselves as member of this big what do you call it, colony of Nigeria, called Nigeria. So that's what they were learning through the education system, Nigeria. Whereas their fathers, their kings, they also were not learning anything called Nigeria. They were just knowing that we're dealing with this Oyibo that's here coming to introduce our new civilization to us, that kind of thing. So
Mike,
how did they plan it that way?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Who invented Wazobia?
The Wazobia thing, I think it's not something formal. It's not like a constitutional thing or anything like that. It's just some people make it a slogan like, oh, this Yoruba Hausa big tribe, and think about it, like when we had the three regions, the majority in the western region was Yoruba, the majority in the eastern region was Igbo, and the majority, the language in North was Hausa. So
exactly, it was a fait accompli the way it was organized. Essentially, what happened is the British, it was a fait accompli from get-go. Okay, look at the parties. Okay, look at the major parties.
When you say was fait accompli, what do you mean by that?
Okay, look at the three major parties as of independence, which are the same parties when they were negotiating in Lancaster House conferences and all these three independence conferences that they were doing, and where they negotiated how they're going to, independence and how they're going to distribute it. Look at the three major parties. So you have the NCNC, okay, which is under Azikiwe, but by that time, Abba Macaulay had passed away, and Azikiwe had started regionalizing the NCNC.
So are you trying to say NCNC was the Eastern party for the Eastern region?
But that was one of the problems that NCNC faced, because although Zik did try to bring the NCNC, he had strong presence in the Western region. Okay, for which
NCNC was created in the Western region now.
Yes, and even at the independence, they
Even
continued to
NCNC,
create.
even both Awolowo and Zik were under
They were
NCNC.
NCNC, yes, they started under NCNC. But
Awolowo just broke away and created his own AG.
it was some of the excesses of Zik and some of the concerns. Because remember that Akitola and some of these people are complaining about how Zik was nepotistic and he was influencing a lot of. They considered it that it was like NCNC, and that was one of the reasons they broke away. It was tribal that they felt Zik was tribalizing the NCNC. When Abat Macaulay passed away and he took over the reins of the NCNC, one of the complaints of people such as Awolowo and Akintola was that this man was tribalizing the NCNC. That's why they broke away. Okay, and then they were to form. And AG was born out of the Afenifere Odua.
Was there really Afenifere?
They call it Oduduwa People's Union or something.
No.
That's where AG came from. Action Group came from Agbeomodua. Yeah, do we agree on that?
I don't know. I don't agree because don't forget that members of hold on. Members of AG come from many other tribes other than Yoruba. You know that, right? People like Enaro is an Esama, it's not Yoruba man. It was a prominent member of AG. There are many.
But at the time, you have to understand, even at the time, the Esa at the time associated, even some of their kings associated with Yoruba kings.
No, they didn't. No.
Even the West, even some of their kings associated with the Western House of Chiefs at the time. Mike, I know this for a fact because
no.
They were. Mike, what happened is this, when that Western region were in the West that time completely, they align. It gets to a point whereby, this Awolowo thing of trying to, the region is from, trying to make the Oba there like changing history. It did settle well with even a lot of kings within the Western region. The kind of history they were trying to sell out. That's where the fallout started.
It's possible I may have trying to maybe favor his own people to some degree. But we also know that during negotiations, the national negotiation, Awo was the one really standing for the position of the minorities. The evidence is there. He was the one, the idea of minority have been on the table to have their say, all those things. It was Awo.
The minority, those people you call minority were actually the indigenous people. Their voice were strong, like the Bini and others you call minority. They themselves voices were very, very strong. So, exactly. But the thing is, those leaders who they now consider majority, let me put it this way: the Westerners recognize those people you call minority already for years, history before the British came. So, but in the Eastern region, it was a different ball game.
It was
in the North, they know themselves. Yeah, it was a different ball game.
They didn't have voice at all.
Like they were not having voice. It's like nobody want to talk about Calabar or maybe whatever again. It's like it's just like Igbo.
Even those Cameroonians, they got angry and left. Like
so
they left
you can see
Cameroon.
It was a different ball game that people sometimes they don't want anybody to talk about. So when people now raise the issue like within this region that the British created, East, North, West, there are minority. The Hausas recognize all these Jukun and the rest, and they do things side by side. They don't even have ethnic tension, and that is why they supported. They form as a unity of North to fight the East, because they don't have internal crisis at all. But within the Eastern region, there was already a big crisis, unaddressed crisis, and Nigeria government inherited that crisis to today. So that distrust is what we are still suffering. And now it has grown to a point where nobody trusts any other person again, except you have to fight for the political power and start using Nigeria military might and police might and political might to be structuring things in a way that will favor your ethnic people. Take, for example, they want to create a state the other day. Yeah, Igbo said they have state in the Midwest. So everybody was surprised. Why? Oh, these people don't know their history, they are Igbo. All these are confusion. Why not stick to your own place? It has been like that from day one. You
So,
want to tell others,
midwife,
you
I want to ask you a quick question.
Huh?
My question is that let's assume that Tinubu win the next election. So, come 2031, what is the South game plan?
If Tinubu, no, for him to win the election, I mean, I'll be what you talking about.
No, I mean, assuming that Tinubu win the election in 2027, in 2031, the power will go back to the north. So, what is South game plan?
The South are going to be once Tinubu win the second term, the politician will from that day one. They will start aligning with the northern. You know, Ribadu, if not because of this gun where they catch out with, I get believe say they would have protected that man after Tinubu to take over power.
No, not any gun with Ribadu. It is Malami that they cut a lot of guns with. Malami,
no, somebody said he gave it to them and they did not want to investigate it. You know, those kind of things go. They
are investigating him. Who told you that they have already charged him to court? It is Malami. It is not Ribadu. Malami already charged to court with the
Malami is different.
My question to you is not about Ribadu.
Maybe see what they will do. See what the South will do. They will carefully weigh who will be next in the north and try to project themselves for deputy. Because now they have handled.
That means what you are telling me is that by 2039, South will go for the presidency again. Is that what you are saying?
You say 2027, at Tinubu, for example, they will campaign. And then after his own election, the power will be going to north. Then the South people will be thinking of how to be deputy.
That's what I'm saying. After 8 years of the north, that means by 2039, power will go back to the South. Is that what you are saying?
So what are you people going to do with the Southeastern people? So that means the Southeastern people will not be deputy.
The deputy, the South are not going to leave deputy position for the Igbos. If power is going to north,
Why?
They're going to fight for it.
Why?
They're going to fight for it heavily. My brother,
why can't you leave it for them? Why can't you leave it for them? You people are about to
they may, but it depends how the Igbo projected themselves. If this kind of not align with people, just you are trying to. That is, Nigeria did not give us the power. You don't want to fight for it. You don't want to strategize for it, my brother. They will lose it.
Midway, do you know why I asked you that question? The reason why I asked you that question, everybody is projecting their own regional interest. See the way you talk now. So if you get that vice president, so 2039, you will be going for presidency. That is it. Because you are positioning yourself very well. So that is politics for you.
There may be the likelihood of, okay, we will give you to Southeast as deputy, then the Senate again in the South. The South people will look at it very well and say, no, the former one was from our region. They're not going to allow that to happen. We must drag for the deputy. So they're going to put their heads together because it's not left for Igbo now to say, okay, we want to be Senate president. I don't know any president that will give them that chance. You see problem? Because the way the politics is going, the Senate president and president, my brother, any president now will not tolerate any Senate president that will not be hallelujah boy. I want it like this. I have it. Bam. That's all. So we can't take that away. I don't know who they will trust, whether they will trust what is this man, the one they call Supreme Court governor, whether they will trust him to Pusodima to be whether they will support that one to be Senate president at that time. I don't know. But maybe if they trust anybody that they can work with, who will not listen to their people, then they can support it.
See, we have to remember something. We are all negotiating and everything is all about Yoruba, Hausa, but we forget that there's so many other people. Okay, look at the situation now with this talk of, okay, if Tinubu has to change his deputy. Okay, you have to understand that the Kanuri people as well, they feel like they have a right as well to ask for something from Nigeria. Now, if Tinubu,
see, there will be problem. If power is going to north, it may not go to Fulani, it may go to Hausa. The way Tinubu is going to dismantle those people.
So you have to look at it. Nigeria is beyond Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. Nigeria is beyond Yoruba, Igbo, and Fulani. It's beyond us. There's all these other different people. They deserve something in Nigeria as well. So like, I think that I mean they deserve something. We can't just.
Most of them they don't fight for
I'm speaking
themselves.
to the current.
You will
I'm
see,
speaking to the current structure. I'm just speaking to the current
you will see
structure.
Benin people spending energy fighting for Obi to be president. I ask them why. They will say because Igbo man has not been president. I say which Benin man has been president? You will see. I'm like these people. They spend energy fighting for the majority. They'll be sacrificing themselves. I'm like, you people should start fighting for yourselves. So don't at the end of the day, don't blame any majority for not giving you.
No,
They don't fight for themselves.
The thing is that every tribe in Nigeria, you will see people fighting for one person or the other. Even the Yoruba you are talking about, there are Yorubas that will be fighting for Igbo persons to become president. You understand? Just see it that way. Even as we speak today, some people are, strategizing how to throw Tinubu away 2027, and they are Yoruba men. So it's just a normal politics. But the thing
The
is,
statement when people tell, I understand that fight for people. If you want to support someone, support, but don't be telling me that they've never been president when you yourself never been president. What kind of?
yeah, I know they talk that one. I mean,
If you tell me say you won't vote for him because he's good or something, but don't come and be telling me, but I'm feeling sorry for them now. They've never been president. But you're from Calabar, you never been president either.
Mike, the way I see it is this. The reason why you're having that fight from the Northwest is because you know that if Tinubu wins 2027, it's going to give it to either North Central or Northeast. That means it takes them out of the equation.
Let me tell you
why
something.
you see that fight like that. But at the end of the day, if Tinubu wins that 27, power is going to either Northeast or Northwest.
I won't necessarily say that too. I think there are some Igbo politicians they are learning now. They are actually understanding.
No,
I never even said statement. Don't they argue? Let me learn now. Let me say what I want to say before you challenge me. If Tinubu somehow, let's say magically, turn things around when Nigeria just start to be boom, you understand? Like by end of his second term, if Tinubu now anoint David Umahi to be president, continue from where he stopped to continue that policy.
No.
Well, I'm just saying, let me learn.
Could it work? It cannot work.
It go work. I'm saying if the guy, don't forget what I said. I say if the guy magically, if Nigeria see prosperity, I'm talking about serious prosperity.
It can't work.
If they see serious prosperity, they will forget all this ethnic rubbish.
Mike, Mike, even they never do 4 years. They never do complete 4 years. The North is already agitated.
If I'm telling you, they are shouting because hunger did and they never see things. I'm telling you that
it's like cheating. Yeah, let me
what do you mean cheating?
After Tinubu 8 years, whatever.
Bros, I don't think you listen to what somebody say with bias. You're not listening. I'm telling you, listen to the key word. If something magically,
the key word, whether Nigeria is bubbling, is booming with money, everything is super.
You're out of your mind. Okay, why are people not?
Out of my mind. You don't.
You are not paying attention.
The word you are using, the phrase you are using is rude.
Okay, my apology. It's not an insult. Okay, my apology, but I wasn't trying to insult you. Okay, sorry. The reason why in Lagos, right? Everybody was okay. You know what? Tinubu is anointed. Just continue because they say like, okay, the prosperity is just they see that prosperity, so nobody is just. Everybody's like, no, let's keep it like that. Let's keep it like that. We no longer we are not agitating. Why is it just constantly ruling Lagos? People like no. We see that progress has just continued. Let's keep it going. Let's keep continuation. What I'm saying is, but let me learn. What I'm saying is, if something magically happened during Tinubu's second or like Bryce in office where we just see one progress, just continue steadily growing fast, and everybody's like, wow, look at this great thing. And the north, the south, the east, everybody's like, whoa, Nigeria just bubbling, this is just going great. And Tinubu is about to leave. And he tell everybody, guys, look, if you want this thing to continue to bubble, this guy I'm anointing will keep it going. Vote for him. Nigeria will vote for him. I'm telling you.
It wouldn't work.
Let me say my own.
My line.
Whatever. Even Nigeria is number one Tinubu regime. That power 2031 is going back to the north because that country is wired between north and south, whether you like it or not. So no, it's glaring that
that's the way
after Tinubu. Let me finish. At least I allow you to talk. No matter what happens, that power go back to the north. But the north we are talking about, everybody knows that is the turn of the Northeast or North Central. If Northeast played their game very well, I see people like Rivado becoming your president in 2031. And if
You
South
see,
Africa need to play, the South Africa need to play their game very well. Let me finish. If South Africa need to play their game very well, and in 2027, they return majority of their senators, they voted for APC, I see them as the VP candidate. And in 2039, as a potential president, come from that place. That's my analysis. So anybody can talk.
So you think Nigeria perpetually continue to do this turn by turn Nigeria Limited? At one point,
It's not like
For the foreseeable future, yes.
for peace
maybe
to
for
reign,
this,
for
yeah.
peace
But
to
at one
reign,
point,
it's
Nigeria
going
will
to be
grow out
like
of that
that.
rubbish, man. At one point,
No, they
we
won't.
will
At
mature out of
one
it.
point, at one point.
That's
But
what
you
I'm
look
saying.
at America. The American democracy is 250 years. Okay, and when you look at some of the earlier heads of states that they had, you can actually see a tendency, which was one of the reasons also that actually influenced the Civil War, because some of the people in the South felt cheated by what they felt was Northern dominance. Okay, so there's a tendency, and it's just gonna be like that. And to be frank,
No. This is what I think. Personally, I think people will evolve. At one point, people are gonna evolve, but there has to be a reason why they will evolve.
But
Hold on, let me land.
very
Let
quick like that.
me tell you why. I'm telling you, like, Nigeria will continue to do this turn by turn thing until something happens where they will make people like, you know what, man, this kind of thing, people that will cause people to evolve. And that's why I give it that example. Like, if Tinubu magically just do something, well, all this thing is doing just something, Nigeria just begin to see one kind of crazy progress over, like, just prosperity just happening like that. People are going to want to hold on to that
it
prosperity.
wouldn't happen.
And they will evolve beyond that. They're going to evolve out of
People
that
would
turn by turn Nigeria Limited.
you'll have to rob
The reason
people
why
of
we are
their
doing turn by
ethnic
turn Nigeria Limited
identity
right now, hold on,
is because of the ethnic identity.
the reason why we all gluing, even intelligent people are gluing to this turn by turn Nigeria Limited, because we know that all the politicians right now, they are all just the same. So you must just do turn by turn Nigeria Limited.
We must say the reality. The way that country is wired for now, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
2031, it's go back to the north.
It's wired like that because we are used to the same old politicians doing the same thing. So
what you have in mind is good. But maybe in the next 20 years or 30 years, maybe it can be like that. But not at this point in time.
That's what I told you now. I agree with you, not at this one, because that's why I say magically. That's why I told you magically. If Tinubu do something, go ahead.
Even 2027, it's not even sure whether Tinubu will remain. It's still going to be a fight. I'm telling you, it's not going to be.
So what do you say? Can you repeat?
I said even that 2030 something you are talking about. Let's talk about 2027. We don't even know whether power will go to north. 2027.
No,
nobody
forget. You know what? Let me be frank with you. I will tell the truth. Look, this is power of incumbency. Whether you like it or not, whether by crook or me, anything, that man will throw it on there and he will win, and never will not come.
It's true, but look at it from this angle. Look at it from this angle.
Look. I don't want us to waste our energy on that. When Buhari was going for second time, they threw everything at it and he won. So forget it. So 2031 will be another election that's going to be tough among the northern candidates. That one, I can rest assured, is going to be tough. But for that 2027, it's dusted. Forget it. It's dusted already.
Anyway, one thing is this. For now, Tinubu is able to manage America presence. He's doing well.
And then he's going to UK. When all these people are calling you, what do you think? Do you think is
what is that?
When the superpowers are calling you, it's by next by what do you call it? By March, he's going to go to UK to meet the King of England and their king. When they started calling you like that, you should understand the politics behind all of these things.
But I think the British are trying to reestablish their influence in Nigeria, because they are probably looking at Tinubu and saying, okay, if they know Tinubu would try and establish a culture, okay, if APC can survive 2031, okay, and they return an APC president in 2031, APC would establish a culture that would define how presidency is conducted in Nigeria. That's the reality of it. Because if Tinubu completes 2027 and transitions to an APC president for 8 years, that would have been APC for 3 consecutive for 8 years. So that's 12. Well, that's 4 years. Okay, sorry. That'll be 16. No, not 16. No, sorry. So APC 16 years, another, so 24 years. Okay. If APC rolls for 24 years continuously, you are looking at a situation where a culture would have been established. And I think the Brits are looking.
Don't you think that one is also possible? Don't you think?
I think the Brits are looking at it and saying, are we going to align with an individual that will influence how that culture is shaped? And that individual to them is Tinubu.
A stable Nigeria is also okay if Nigeria is stable. So why not under one political party? Do you think ADC, PDP, do they have the strength? Do they have the will to even defeat APC in the next election? Look at PDP now. They don't have.
The reason why I feel they are inviting you, Tinubu, is this. America relationship with the UK, there are a lot of suspicion.
Yeah, there's also distrust, and also France as well. The French relationship with the UK, because you have to look at it. UK have left Brexit. UK have left Brexit. So they've left EU. So both the relationship between UK and France and the relationship between UK and America is strained. So I think UK is trying to reestablish their influence. They don't want to lose their influence to the Americans. They don't want to lose their influence to the French, because they can see that Tinubu has a good relationship with the French.
Knowing the way the American behave under Trump, or the way America want to protect themselves, I think some of them threaten the British interest in Nigeria because they have intelligent guidance about what Trump really wants. They may even know it better than the Nigerian president. And they also have to calculate what they should do for their own interest. And that is why they want to talk to Tinubu. They want to romance.
I think you can see, I think that's really what it is as well. I really think that's what it is. They are trying to reestablish their dominance.
Looking at those who are trying to, lobby to say, okay, remove this man, do that one. What they don't understand is that it's not easy. They don't want to explode that place. All of them understand that there's a serious problem in that country. They don't want to be the one that will trigger it. That's why America is very conscious and try to tell the president, look, we want it this way. Now I can sell you the arm. I'm not going to be like the remaining president. I will sell it for you. Whatever they discussed, they knew very well. But the British interest in Nigeria, with Trump, the British are not comfortable.
No. They don't want to lose their nobody wants to lose Nigeria to the other party. Because to be frank, whatever they know that if Nigeria becomes stable, Nigeria will dominate Africa. And then whichever of them actually, at least Nigeria will dominate most of sub-Saharan Africa, West Africa, South, and they want to make sure that whoever is controlling the narrative in Africa is someone that they have direct influence over. So, I think that's what it is. But one man said something earlier, and I thought about it right now, and I think it's very possible that they might knight Tinubu. It's very possible that the King of England is going to knight him.
Okay.
It's very possible, and I'll tell you why. When was the last time the King of England knighted any major political leader in Nigeria? Not since 1950s, 1960s?
I can't even remember, sir.
Yeah. Sometimes around the 1950s was the last time any major political leader in Nigeria was knighted. I can tell you that for a fact because those
were who and who?
Yes, my grandfather was knighted.
Okay, but they were not really the president of the country,
Well, but I'm just in general. At the same time, Amadou Bello, a bunch of them are knighted, but not for a very, very long time. And I think if the British are looking to reestablish their influence and
So
reestablish that link.
Aro, so you think they will knight a drug dealer? Is that what you think now?
What the king? Do you know who the King of England is? Come on, think about it now. It's King Charles.
No,
Charles has his dealings. Charles has his dealings and almost his. I mean, we don't want to be talking of. We are live over here, but all of us know.
It's not. I'm just being sarcastic, man. Like
Charles has his dealings. You know the way Charles did. You know Charles has his dealings. He was.
Brother, please, let's not go that side because I just come and joke here with that question, not that I'm serious.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, you know, Charles was figured in both the Pandora Papers and the Panama Papers. I mean, the man is not. His hands are not clean. It is.
Yeah.
So,
but the whole point is that the world, they are taking notice of what is going on. So they see the thing with Nigeria is that the world global economy have always seen a lot of potential. They've always seen a lot of potential in Nigeria, but they've always feel like the economic policies that Nigeria has been pursuing over the years were not the right ones. And you can see the level of interest, especially in the both upstream and downstream sector of the oil sector in Nigeria, with the level of investment that are pouring into that sector. And the West want to have some level of energy security, and they look at Nigeria as a country that can be of partnership to them when it comes to energy.
we already built a pipeline. We already built a gas pipeline.
Yeah, so when it comes to energy, they've looked at Russia. They've looked at it's a long term. Russia can still be a reliable partner. They have their doubts there. So where is your next destination that is close to home? That's Nigeria. You just need that pipeline to go through Morocco into Spain, and they are home and dry. And if you
they already started building it. I mean, it's already. If not for all this Niger and all this conflict in Niger and co, that pipeline will be good as done already.
And this is why I keep emphasizing on the kind of economic policy that we as a nation have pursued over 40 years or more, right? It hasn't been the right way to run a country like Nigeria. It has been disastrous. It has not allowed capital to come into Nigeria. It has not allowed investors to come into Nigeria. There was a time, maybe I think a brief period of time under Jonathan, but even at that time, there was no much interest the way we have it today. Because what we're doing was just like stupid. It didn't make sense. And when you speak to some average Nigerian, they say, "Oh, Nigeria is have resources. Nigeria is rich. Nigeria is like, yeah." You like which country do you see have resources that its government was the one that harnessed the resources? You always need capitals to come in. You always need investors to bring money in to be able to harness your resources. But if you don't put the right policies in place, people are not going to come in. Imagine a situation whereby people come and run a airline and they cannot repatriate their money back. That was just $5 billion or $5 or $7 billion. They couldn't repatriate their money back. Who want to put their money in the system like that?
You know, we are still suffering for that thing till today. All the ticket prices are still high. The ticket prices are still high, and that's just because they're still.
I think because of you are right, because of Tinubu policy, and we're able to come out of this economic meltdown we have. They never believed that Nigeria can do like that, and the refinery also helped Nigeria. You are right; they are looking for energy resources.
Yeah, it just Europe. All of Europe is looking for energy security right now. They need energy security, and
they need it. They really need
it. Especially if you go to the UK. The UK, their steel factory are shutting down. Refineries are shutting down. So they really need to.
Anything that has to do with manufacturing in UK is not shutting down. It has shut down already.
Is that so? It's all going. So they need to look
America too. Their manufacturing sector is not competitive like before.
Look, these guys coming to Africa, I don't really see policy like Tinubu policy doing the magic. The world is changing, and they can see it clearly.
No, you are not following it now. The economic policy of Tinubu are really help Nigeria.
Let me wrap this point. Whether the policy is good, is not good, is none of their business. What they are just after is their own interest first. And the way the world is changing and the speed at which things are changing is a concern for these guys. And we have the resources, and they understand that serious competition is coming to Africa again, and they have to find their space. There's no two ways about it. Like this guy just said, he said everything has jotted down. Go to Germany, come to Sweden here. Production has reduced to almost zero because we don't have population. We depend on EU market, seriously. But the people, they don't have strength to buy anymore. So a lot is going on, and they will surely move. In the past, they move like
what
West.
happened to Swedish manufacturing industry? What happened to them?
My brother, the market, you know, demand is the thing. It's the thing that drives
because most of them, they ship their manufacturing base to the rest of the world. That is just it, okay?
No, see, for example, they used to take 20 containers to like Germany market. Now, German can no longer buy more than 10 because they are not also. I just gave you an example because they themselves market there is slow. The whole thing is so connected and it's showing every day. And look at
there's a lot happening. There's a lot happening. Yes. It's not simple.
They used to discuss together as West when they see this problem because they were the one who designed this system we are fighting for. But the way things is going, they are more confused.
Midwest. You have to also take into account the fact that there's actually an aging population problem in a lot of Europe. Look at Japan as well. Japan as well, they are struggling. They are starting to struggle. Because you have to look at a lot of these countries, the way they built their economy. A lot of it is based up on the pension scheme. The pension plan, the pension pot, is actually a powerful tool how a lot of governments finance their budgets. If you go and look at what the idea, like the way economies, these Western economies, they built their economies, you have to look at the strength and the influence of that pension plan.
Yeah, because they can always budget ahead of years when it comes to
and they can borrow. Those pension pots are actually one of the biggest borrowers. Like when you talk about creditors, those pension pots are some of the biggest creditors for governments around the world. Now, one problem.
I don't know whether the information is correct.
I'm telling you, Midwest, go and look at it. Go and look at how.
What you are saying is correct, but I want to put an information here. They were interviewing one of Swedish economists. He said the greatest economic challenge that will trigger serious problem is about to happen. You see this pension fund, they have entered this fund so much.
Yes.
That they are not even repaying it back.
They cannot repay it back. Let me finish. Let me now finish.
I don't 1 second. But they cannot. This is the reason why they keep extending the pension age. Or to now pensionable age across Europe is about 65 years.
Yes.
65.
And that is also why you see a lot of these countries are very desperate for high-skilled immigrants.
So this is something that I know was before some years ago was 58 years.
The man was talking about American debt. He said, who exactly is America owing? They are owing their central bank. Why Europe is owing their pension? You can see the danger. It's like many games were taking place that the guy said, okay, you see these loan givers, people, I don't know whether finance something institution that borrow money, that the government turned blind eyes. Those guys were able to access those funds, and they were loaning this money to companies sometimes that don't even make profit, and at the end they use it to finance whatever and claim some certain money. So the shitty system that we used to say everything is working fine is what is playing out today. Why German economy is going down, this one is going down, this one is going down everywhere in Europe. The guy was analyzing that the Europe only will be so catastrophic if they don't do the needful, that they don't want to analyze exactly who is America owing. How can you be owing your central bank and you cut that one loan that will threaten you forever? Why these people are consuming their pension money here in Europe? So I don't know whether it's true, but
Japan are in that same situation right now.
I was so worried when he was talking. So, but
Japan have a problem. Japan have a problem as well of an aging population, And because it's not just the fact that they are so indebted to the pension funds and they cannot pay it back really realistically. And that's why you see that they're always raising all these government bonds, and those government bonds are always literally those bonds are perpetual. So essentially it's kind of like the system is so corrupt, the system is so terrible. Now the other problem we also has the aging population. I mean, really, to be frank, it's a very serious situation. And the thing about it is most people in Europe don't even understand how it works. If you ask the average person in Europe, they can't tell you how it works.
The problem is they want immigrants,
the entire West
and at the same time they want to have their own culture. Who they discover it is not possible. So some of these politicians are trying to fight immigrants. Oh, we don't need that. Like what happened in Spain. Now these are far right people, but they realize that if they don't legalize the one they have now, the economy will go down to zero again. You see, so they don't have more children growing up. They did not give birth to their kind. They still need immigrants.
The issue is there'll be nobody to pay into the pension fund very soon.
But the one Spain is doing is what I don't understand. They are naturalizing 500,000 people good, but there's no job in that country. What are you doing? Why nationalizing? Sorry, they are legalizing, kind of regularizing, but 500,000 people. But there's no job there. Like, what are you doing?
They have job, but the kind of job they have is very.
Labor. Is that manual labor now?
It's very
Spain is more like tourism. So it's restaurant, it's bar, it's hotels.
They are into agriculture, and those
agriculture. Yeah, they have. No, it's not like, but it's hugely, massively tourism.
No, they have tourism industry. It's good, but they don't legalize because of tourism. How many people work in a hotel? They have their own people. So
what are you talking about? Spain, every corner, every street, you see cafe everywhere, you see restaurants everywhere, you see bar every corner, even on one street like this, you can see 10 year everywhere they face each other. Everybody sit outside drinking coffee in the morning. But that's the industry.
I understand, but they don't legalize immigrant because of job from that tourism sector, like a bar or everything, because the Spanish do this kind of job a lot. But when it comes to the agriculture, because I started life there, when it comes to the agricultural sector, when they don't give paper to foreigners, they start losing a lot of money during the time of harvest. So, but when they give this paper, if the industries are there because they pay low, the same paper they legalize. It gets to a point when you want to renew for permanent, they start taking it back, frustrating people. So all these things are there. They will definitely do. They will collect money, make some money, and these are far right that said they don't want, because for them to do it, they have evaluated everything because a lot is going on. They don't know what to do. Even the
Midwest. Do you know the problem with most European countries? Is they want to. It's like people that they want to eat and how to say it. They want to eat food and at the same time hold it in their hand.
They want to eat their cake and have it.
Thank you. They want to eat their cake and have it. So that's their major problem. First, you are giving a lot of people loan to do business. Most of these people, after they do the business, they file it for bankruptcy. That's a bad debt.
Yeah.
Look at country like I'm living now. They are now the worst unemployment situation in the whole of Europe. They are the last. Very terrible economy. So, and they still want to continue with their welfare system. You cannot meet up anymore. Your people are not productive. The people want to stay at home. They don't want to work. They don't want to have more children. And then most of your politicians will be telling that it's an immigrant problem. What job are immigrants even taking from the local people in Europe? You cannot take most of the culture away from Europeans. So sometimes it's like you want to have your cake and eat it. You need
that immigration thing is a lie. The reason why politicians focus on that is because it's a way for them to stay in power and to still cater to their base.
Remy, you see, they did the same thing. pre-Brexit. Oh, we cannot get this. We cannot get that. We cannot get it. Be immigrant, Polish, Ukrainian, this one, that one. Okay, fine. They left. It has gone downhill. The economy has gone downhill since they left. Since they left, the economy it's got worse. Today now, they've have 3-4 prime minister. After that, still no solutions. Sometimes these people don't understand. They don't understand that.
You know the funny thing? They all realize that they need immigration, but the way that they talk about immigration, they make it seem like they're doing us a favor, but we're doing them a favor, actually. Because if you look at the jobs that within these Western economies, a lot of the people who are no longer, I won't say no longer immigrants, but let's say old people that have based on those, they don't want to take those jobs. They're like, they see themselves like, oh, I'm too big for this job. Why would I want to do this job? But an immigrant will come and say, okay, yeah, I'll happily take the job and I'll do it, and they will do it perfectly.
Yeah, but you know what I don't understand about this. Ireland is not like that. You look
Ireland
at
is different.
Ireland is not
very
like
different.
because you look at this. You look at there's no job an Irish person don't do in this country.
Ireland is very different. Their mentality is very different.
There's absolutely no job. Like you're talking about farming now, right? You will never see a black person in a farm in Ireland. Like, there's no job an Irish person don't do. It does what is it? It doesn't matter how low you go in that job, you find an Irish person. It's not like
that's more a historical thing. You know, Ireland has been through a lot.
So in Spain also, there is no agricultural job that the Spanish don't do. But during the season of harvest, sometimes because most of these are still manual, so they need more power, or else they start losing money. You see them showing perishable goods, and the government will be evaluating it. So some of these things drive them to say, okay, we want to legalize people, and if we give you this document,
that is the way to go, so that they can have people all around to work there, and they can expand. But they are not doing that. You just want to give them visa for 3 months to come and what?
Yeah, exactly. That's what they make it seem like they're doing them a favor, but they're not.
Spanish have almost year-round agricultural. Like in where we live here, Finland, Sweden, Norway. You know, these people don't give paper to immigrants. They are not into farming.
They are not into farming, but the economy is also not good. I'm telling you.
Norway is not struggling. Norway is doing well.
Norway is okay. The reason why Norway is okay.
Not Norway I'm talking about. I mean Sweden, Finland. Denmark is still doing fine. I don't know. I don't know what
this kind of social welfare system.
The social welfare system is not working.
It's outdated, man.
There's nothing wrong with the social welfare system.
There's nothing wrong. It's still working well. It's still working well. They are still strongly. But the thing is that what really finished this guy, man? What really finished this guy? You see this pension loan. A lot of guys just came in here with some business idea, and they are selling this money.
I'll tell you why.
They are not coming for bankruptcy.
You guys say the social welfare system is working, but the truth is that it's not really working this way it's supposed to work. And the reason why is because it's having a drag on productivity. People that are meant to be working, they are not working. Rather, they depend on social welfare. And if you're depending on social welfare and you're not working, that's a drag on the economy. That's drag on resources. So it's not working as you think that it should be working.
In addition to your point,
it's something in Canada. It's something in Canada.
In Finland, they said they are having a kind of, I forgot the term they used. There are more than 100,000 people for 10 years they have not been working. Now, to put them back into the working force, they cannot get the system anymore. So you have to continue to pay benefit to those people. And many more people are staying at home doing nothing, just to collect benefit. Now they are overstretched, and they now started cutting the benefit for the last 3 years, especially those depend on benefits. Even the schools that you said is free education, they started asking them, pay for this, pay for that, do this, do that. So many things. So it's already overstretched because the economy is not expanding as it's supposed to expand.
Yeah, productivity.
And for you to be an entrepreneur here, the standard and the license that you should collect to meet some certain kind of standard, it's not easy. So how are you going to make profit? You're not going to make profit or break even.
Yeah.
So a lot of trouble, a lot of wahala. So the point is that all what that glitter is not gold.
Yeah.
Nigeria is lucky with that population. If we get right leader for 20 years, that country will turn around immediately. We just need that cycle of 20 years, good leadership, and then we'll be fine.
One of the major problems, and somebody, I think you guys mentioned this, is the demographics. Like the baby boomers, they're all retiring, and this is across the West. And all the baby boomers, they have businesses, and some of them, they don't have any next of kin to pass on the business to, or even
because they don't want to do it.
Even all the
they don't want
assets
to
they
do
have, they don't have anybody to pass on to. So you're you're stuck in this bind where people don't even want to do the jobs that these baby boomers are doing, or they don't even the assets. There's nobody to take those assets basically. So now you're stuck in a limbo, and then on top of that, like somebody mentioned, the pension funds as well. The pension funds are in a bind because if you look at their balance sheets, if you look at their investments, a huge portion of them has always been in government bonds. But now with the physical situation of governments, like governments are overstretched. Like they pay so much in debt servicing, interest rate is so high. That's why you see all this central bank coordination. They're trying to say, how can we reduce interest rates so that way we can help kick the can down the road? But they cannot do that forever because it's also affecting their currency, the valuation of their currency as well. So that's why you see a lot of these pension funds now. They're now saying, okay, let's go into alternative assets. Let's see how we can raise more funds to meet our liabilities. But then the issue now is the longevity risk. The people that the pension holders, they are getting older and they are living longer. So how are you going to pay these people out? So they have a huge problem.
What do you guys think about this new currency that these BRICS guys are trying to, all these, the Chinese, the Russians, and all these, their allies, they're trying to make the world more of a multipolar world where it's not just.
I think it's not gonna work totally. But what they can do is what they are doing, swapping their local currency for international trade. Like if you trade with Chinese, you pay renminbi, and they can
Yeah,
get you
that makes sense.
that makes sense. But
Okay,
bringing
right
out
now,
alternative like dollar, no.
no. What I'm saying is, right now, the global trading currency is dollar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, what if these guys come up with alternate currency, like just a new currency?
Yeah, but that how does that? Who even started that? How does that even make sense in the first place? Having a global
It is
currency.
China, India.
No, I mean no. I mean like
Brazil.
this having a global currency of a dollarized global. Who even brought that idea in the first
It
place?
is America,
US.
man. America.
No, it wasn't America. It was
Like you're going to buy
There
something
was
in China. You want to buy something in China, you have to go through. You have to first of all convert
they
into dollar and then
after the Second World
The
War.
Second World War.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like it doesn't make sense.
Most of the system we have been operating, it was a complete Western system. So they put their heads together, they work together, they look for places of benefit. But the way it is today, there's a lot of competition around this system, and instead of them to unite,
they were so industrialized countries
and figure out what to do, the way Trump is doing it, there comes a lot of confusion because Chinese are watching them, Russians are watching them. They understand the key areas that is sustaining these people. And if they kick that dollar away, it's not only America that is going to suffer. The same Europe that they don't. The same European country you see, UK, Germany, everything negatively is going to affect everything.
Yeah, but the whole world, even Africa, the whole world will suffer because a lot of countries,
Africa may not suffer. Not the whole world. Africa will not suffer.
African country.
I'll tell you why.
The Midwest African countries still hold their reserves. They still hold their reserve in dollars.
It's not about even the reserves. It's about the money
reserve
that they
in dollar.
The money they
reserve
in
dollar.
dollars.
What if they devalue the dollar? Reserve in dollar. My dear brother, if they throw it away, I know everybody will suffer, but the most people that will suffer is the industrialized countries. This is what is already happening. They don't even know what to do, what is going on. It's just problem everywhere. As I told you, that pension fund, the way they have dealt with that fund, they understand that they have created serious problem because the money was huge.
That's why you see that now pension funds they've converted. Before they used to have defined benefits, which is where they will calculate how long, even in the corporate world, they'll say, okay, how long have you worked? And based on that, we'll not say, this is what we give you. Now they've now moved to defined contribution.
Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing DB anymore. It's all DC now. It's defined contribution.
Now, where you have to.
Arrow, do you notice that they started deducting pensions straight from your wage now in Ireland?
And now, I'm doing defined contribution now. So my pension plan is the Irish Life. I manage my pension plan like the same way I manage my pension now is one of the most important for me right now in my.
So this means you guys are not going back to Nigeria again. That's like going to pay European countries. You're already looking towards pension in Europe.
No, now once you own your pension, you can go where.
See the way you people have 401k in America, where your 401k is very, very important. Like if you're a serious person, you manage your 401k. And you like they say that's the same way my pension. That's the same way my pension is right now. Every month or thereabouts, I check my pension. My pension is maxed out. I'm contributing almost 14% into my pension. 16%. I think I'm maxing it out. No.
Are you doing government job?
No, I'm private. I'm in the private sector.
It's just interesting.
So you get pension.
The whole West, they are all suffering from the same illness.
No, like I put a percentage of my wages into my pension because it's important. It's not defined. I don't have a defined pension. I don't have a guaranteed pension.
But you put a certain percentage, but they've also made it a compulsory now that they can they will deduct from your salary except you decided to opt out of it.
Yes, minimum. Yeah, no, the minimum you can. So exactly like you said. I think it's at 6% or 4%. I can't remember.
No,
but I'm saying if you are serious about it, the only way you can be able to sustain and survive and live a quality of life similar to when you're working, when you retire. You cannot. That 4% will not take you anywhere. It's not enough because by the time
if you go except if you go on pension in Nigeria, it might do you good.
What are people saying is this? See, someone like my mother retired in this country, okay, but people like her, for instance, they had a defined benefits. Like there's a minimum pension they can receive. They have a pension that can sustain a lifestyle for them. For someone like myself, well, obviously I'm more financially astute, so I do different things to make sure that at the time I retire, I'll be in good stead. But there's people that don't understand that very well, and I'm saying that minimum 4% and your employer puts at that 6, it's nothing.
Inflation is more than 4%. So
why not go into the stock market rather than go into pension?
I mean everywhere. You think I'm just in pension? I'm everywhere.
You just hit the nail on the head.
I'm everywhere. I have stocks. I buy stocks. I buy long-term stocks as well. Everything. And bonds. Everything. I'm doing because if you understand the way the world is working and the future, like things are not going to be rosy by the time I retire.
Yeah, but it's like the way I see it, the way I see it, Aro, the way I see it, right? What's the point of retiring at 65? Like you're gone, man. Like you have nothing. You've worked too much. Like at least 55, you should be done. Like 55, you should be out. Out.
The only way I can retire at 55 is if my employer lets me go early and they give me early retirement and they pay me off. And they pay me off. That's the only way it can make sense for me.
It's always a calculus. They have to calculate the cost in their head. If the cost of retiring early is cheaper than between 60, they would happily do it. But the reason they don't want to do it is because they know it's going to be more costly for them.
Anybody that is smart in Europe at the moment, if you're smart, you just have to plan your life ahead.
What you just said now is what is happening to a lot of civil servants in Finland now. They are renegotiating their contract. They are paying a lot of people off, and some people are being demoted to get half salary and remain on the job. So you have to pick your choice. So it's a terrible situation. And when you talk about the pension, sometimes what you said, you put all your eggs in different baskets. That's right. But if you put your egg in one basket, you are in deep serious problem.
You're in big problem.
Europe,
yeah.
To be frank, big problem. You just have to think smartly. Like here now, even if you are doing your own personal pension contribution, it also depends how much you are contributing, and also depends how much is your income. Because here they don't have gratitude. If if you are paying less, it's even advisable here that you don't need to even work more, because if you work more, they are going to pay you exactly the same amount of money that people that are not working. The minimum you can get as pension here is about 2 to 300 euro per month. So it's also, that's why you see a lot of film people, they say that we have balance of life. They don't work, and at the end of the day, they are going to get the same
And
thing
instead of
that
putting your
people are
money in
putting
some
But
that
what
work.
pension
I'm
every
saying
month,
is this.
I
What
don't
I'm telling
understand
you
it.
is
that money
And
into
so
this.
sometimes,
property.
so let me conclude. So I don't understand the welfare system anymore. So what kind of situation is that? You're putting all your hard working hard, and at the end of the day, when you collect the pension, the people that are not working, they can even get more money than you, or you are getting the
Mike,
same thing.
I'll tell you another benefit of actually the pension, the way I manage it at the moment. Because I'm in the high tax bracket already. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially what it looks like I'm putting a lot in my pension, but what it is it's free money to me, because otherwise I'll pay that money in taxes. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So there's a kind of a tax relief. There's a tax relief
So
aspect to it, because it's strategic for me, because otherwise
it's the same way in
it's a
better you put
win-win
in
for
your
me.
pension. If not, they will tax it heavily, and
It'll be taxed heavily.
Okay,
you get what I mean?
That makes sense.
You get what I mean? So obviously I'm doing everything. I'm covering all corners, because
let me ask
So
you this.
Aro,
If you go
you
before your
see
time,
that
do they give you a pension to your children?
Yeah, because my pension is with Irish Life. It's a private. It's not government. It's not a government pension. It's Irish. It's covered by.
Your time, they will come and settle your children.
I
want to say so. I want to ask this question. So, why is it that you see that in most of this, like Remy is talking about Finland and they're talking about Sweden and all of this country, but in Ireland, the government is running surpluses for the past 2-3 years now.
Ireland is different now.
That's not going to last forever. That's not going to last forever.
Wait,
that is not going to last forever.
Hold on. You're forgetting that Ireland economy functions differently than the rest of Europe.
Yeah, but they run social welfare as well.
But Ireland, if you look at the economy, look at the businesses.
You say what, Remy?
Ireland runs
I don't think it's the same thing like all these Scandinavian or Nordic countries.
Well, what kind of social welfare you run?
We run up to university level free education. Do you do the same thing like that in Ireland?
No, not up to university level.
So what? And health is also free. So do you do like that in Dublin or whatever?
No, the healthcare is
so many benefits that if you are a citizen, the benefits are numerous. I'm telling you. Like for example,
guys, I always wonder.
If you are married here, and if you are married and you have a kid, the government will pay each of you, husband and wife.
Per kid, though. No, it's per kid.
I always wonder, like, all these countries are not like as industrialized or manufacturing that much for the world, and they're so wealthy. What's the source of their wealth?
Most of them high taxes anyway. You like in Ireland, the taxes here is quite high, but I understand that Ireland pay good wage as well.
What is backing the economy? Like, what's the source of the money
it's
that's
taxes.
Taxes.
It's taxes, and with Ireland have I think one of the lowest capital.
They have one of the lowest tax rate.
But you guys are not getting it.
One of the lowest corporate tax rates. So